Welcome in. It is the kickoff hour, 8 minutes past the hour. We thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big, our number. It's always available for you. There'll be on-screen phone calls, but as yesterday, we could go to those phone calls if we need your help on getting some answers or want to talk to you. So 866 We Be Big is the number. Busy show on tap today. As our promo for the day said yesterday, we have a Bubba tornado recovery update. He has a big update for us today, so we're looking forward to that. No more rough patch. But we, as he said, you still have to plow the ground and get through it. So Bubba's tornado recovery update on today's show. Also, don't forget, Bible study live today, noon Central with Rick. Let's bring in over to my left, Mr. Michael Helms. What is up, my friend?
How are you?
I am good.
Hello, America.
Yes, and we do have just a quick Greg Burgess update.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
No, we do not. He did.
That doesn't seem like 14 or 15 years ago.
No, it doesn't. He did get an official COVID test, and he come back positive. So we will see him when he feels better. So
when he was here the other day, and we were keeping our distance, and you had the Clorox wipes wiping everything down, and he was trying to finish the commercials, and then he ran into Rick and Bubba in the back in our offices. He had COVID.
I guess so. Yeah, he did. He had been taking care of his wife Lisa, who had COVID last week, and still is trying to get through it.
She's had a tough run with it.
This is the first time she's ever caught it. Like go back to Alpha, the 2020 and all that. She got through all of that, but picked it up now. And the Clorox wipes, Greg actually brought in, and he was chasing around, whatever he touched with wiping down. So I grabbed one of those and hit the door. Because he said he had not done that, and so I said I'll help you out, knock some of it out, but not really a timetable. I mean, I probably would have assumed Monday, because yesterday afternoon late he did kind of sound pretty stopped up and congested, but says other than that he feels fine. If there's no symptoms and he feels better, we might see him before that. But just an update on that. I know everybody freaks out when you say COVID, but if you had the flu, it'd be the same way. Hey, buddy, when you have no fever and you feel better, no symptoms, just come on in. So we'll treat it that way, but we'll let it run its course. So there's your Greg Burgess update. But a lot happening today. And as I said, we were talking to Bubba before the show about the tornado recovery update.
True.
And, buddy, let me just tell you, there's a lot going on when it comes to just getting out of all that, and so he'll have an update today.
He said he's waiting on contractor Betty to get him some information.
That's right. I can't imagine. Good night alive.
So we had the New Hampshire primary last night.
Yes, we did.
I told you I'll bring
Interesting that you brought that up.
Well, you know me. I don't like politicians. And I've been very upfront about that.
Right.
Like even when we have them in here, I have the Hebes.
Oh, okay.
I start getting hives.
Okay.
Feel like I need to pull out some calamine lotion and put on me. But I love the process, and I love following politics in general and elections. And so we had the New Hampshire primary last night. It was very interesting because if you listen to Nikki Haley's speech, you would think she won.
Yeah, she did.
But she took a double-digit loss, and what concerns me is I just don't think we're uniting as a party.
Right. Well, I think she's the only one. She's standing out there, and she says that she has no intention to drop out. Even Joe Biden says that Trump will be the nominee. He won convincingly in New Hampshire. You know what she's like? She's like the salesman or somebody, or let's just say someone that you're dating, and you say, "Hey, I don't want to be with you anymore," and then you keep talking, and then you maybe give just a little glimpse of there might be a chance. So they're saying, so you think I have, so you think there's a chance. So you think maybe I can stay with you, and really you didn't say that, but they found something in what you said where you mean I have a chance. Nikki continues to say, even though she loses by double digits and is blown away, that she still got it. He didn't get. And
I don't know if she does or doesn't, based off the way this is going to play out. Not necessarily in MAGA country last night when we have the what was it, 54 to 43, something like that, numbers. So you knew that it would be higher for her in that area than normal. So that didn't catch me off guard. What caught me off guard was the way she was talking about it, and to your point about staying in. And I just think that continues to divide the party. Now, if we get a Trump conviction and she's the last person standing, then I don't know how that works or looks. I think she'd be a good president. I don't think she's incapable of doing this. I just think we need somebody to unite around and have a for sure winner. And I just don't think as long as she stays in, you're going to continue to have that division.
Well, I think she's staying in because in South Carolina next, and that's where she's out of.
It is.
So I think she's staying around for that because she thinks, hey, I can win that. And so I think it'll play itself out. But to your point, there is a lot of, I heard Glenn Beck yesterday talking about, the what ifs and if she stayed in long enough to get a few delegates and then something happened with him late in the summer or whatever, you just never know. Yeah. But it is interesting to see. I see where MSNBC muted Trump's mic again. And because of the fact checkers, they're obsessed over that. We talked about it last week when they stopped carrying CNN as well, but MSNBC and Rachel came on and said that we just have to cut his audio. We just can't. We can't broadcast that.
Yeah, there's going to be so much censorship as this goes on.
Yeah.
So
they did it again.
What concerns me, as someone that doesn't want to lose the election, I would be okay, and I'm being honest about this. I would be okay with either Trump or Nikki Haley in the White House, 100%. I can get behind both of them and be excited about both of them being in the White House. Either one. But here's the problem: the Trump supporters, the true MAGA supporters that Nikki Haley needs to win the election, will never get there. They're going. If Trump's not the nominee, they're going to go to the House and stay at the House. And I don't think it's the opposite is going to, like, if I'm a Nikki Haley person, I can go vote for Donald Trump because that's what I want in the White House as a Republican. But the Trumpers are not. They're going to stay at the House if he's not the nominee, and that's why I think we need to start uniting now. And Haley needs to take one for the team. If it's South Carolina when she bails out or after. Problem is, if she wins South Carolina, then she'll probably stay in, which creates more division.
Yeah. DeSantis did the right thing on stepping out.
He did.
And she needs to follow. But
I agree.
I agree.
Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you gotta go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Greg not with us. He does have COVID. He'll be back with us whenever he is feeling better. He's doing okay, but just did get that positive test from the doctor, and so we'll work that one as it progresses throughout the week. Rick has the Bible study live today, noon Central. Don't forget that. I know that's part of everybody's week, so make sure that you don't miss that. Starting at noon today, Rick and the Bible study. And we talked about it a little bit earlier in the hour. Bubba has a tornado recovery update today, and you don't want to miss that one either. And some good news coming from Bubba, and he'll share that today, too. That little tease for you.
I've got some good news for you.
What you got?
Sorry to take us down the New Hampshire primary.
Yeah, that's fine. I just broke it down for us.
We talk about our lives, and last night, I was kind of into it a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I hadn't even turned over to it. I just, I don't know. I'm just, by the time it gets to be late afternoon, dinner time, I'm so worn out with keeping up. Yeah. With that, I don't
watch. I really do not watch the news, but I do take a look at these.
Plus, I knew what was going to happen.
Yeah. You'd be so proud of me. I dropped my truck off this morning or yesterday to get new tires.
Oh my goodness!
At some point today, I'll get the truck back, and I won't have to do what I've been doing for 6 months.
That's really you're going to get some time back. How much time do you think you've spent putting air in a tire that had a slow leak that you never really had looked at?
Do you know what's funny is I looked when I was going through our bank statements. I kept having these $1.99 charges, and I'm like, what the heck? And I even got frustrated. I was like, is this something the kids have done on iTunes or whatever? Because the way it was labeling it, it was like something service. And I didn't know what it was. And I'm like, good night. There's like 30 of these. What in the world's going on? And the whole time it was me stopping and get air.
Oh.
And it was what was charging me at the gas station because I had this one little spot I would always stop at.
Okay.
And so that was the charge.
How about the ones
that I was about to get frustrated with everybody on?
How about the ones that only take cards and they don't take change anymore?
Which I'm thankful for that because I never carry change around.
All right, so we have a little.
I bet I've wasted 2 hours of my life in the last 8 months to answer your question.
Right. We have we have a little air compressor that you can kind of plug into your lighter.
Yeah.
And it's a small one that I keep in Terry's car, and then I've got the sure enough good one at the house. But before Thanksgiving, I was going to get my parents and bring them back, and it was cold that day. Man, it was cold. And so I go and I realized that her back right tire was giving me a low air sensor. And I knew it was because of the cold weather, but I didn't want to make the trip up to Huntsville without making sure everything was good. So you talking about can't have nothing. Okay, again, remember how cold I told you? It was freezing cold. So I stopped. And I put my card in.
Yeah.
All right. And then you press on like, okay, what PSI do you want it to hit at? And then it'll beep or whatever.
Yeah.
So I set that, and then I go to start it, and when I hit the button, it said error, and I'm like, what?
My.
So I'm like, okay, did it not take my card? But it just took my card, and it said begin. So that's weird. So I go inside because I try it again. And now I'm thinking, is it just charging my card multiple times? Because I'm not getting anything out of it. So I go in, and sure enough, I knew the owner of the gas station said, I have no control over that. That's another company.
Unreal.
But
I bet he loves having that conversation every day.
Right. And I asked him about that. I said, how many times you do this?
Yeah.
And so he came out with me, a little broken English, but we worked through it. He came out with me and said, look, on the side of here, this little sticker, call this number, but really the best thing for you to do, because they're not good on responding, download the app. Listen to all this. This is just for some air. Download the app and then report the problem, and they'll refund you the money. I'm like, I got to do all that? And I said, well, it's not worth all that. I said, I appreciate your effort, but I'll just chalk this one up and move on. And so I looked down, and there was a tire place right down the corner. And I pull up, and this gentleman is working on a car, and I said, hey, I hate to be a bip. He didn't know what that was, but I had,
I say that a lot, too, and I realize that most people that are not associated with the show don't listen to the show. They don't get it.
Right. He kind of tilted his head at me a little bit like, what?
Like, what did he say? Something very offensive?
Yeah. And I said, hey, I got a low tire sensor. I know it's because of the cold air. I can't get anything to work around here. Could you hit that tire just once or twice? He said, heck yeah, I will. He goes, check the inside of the door. Let's make sure it's where it needs to be. And he went, all right, man, see you later. He was very kind man. Yeah. So I thought, well, I did all that for nothing. So I had tried to report the problem just in case some kind of, I didn't want, some identity theft or whatever somebody had set up, because I was getting a weird reading on the display for the tire thing about the card.
Yeah.
It was kind of a strange little reading. And the guy even said at the gas station, he goes, yeah, I don't see that a lot. I don't know what's going on. So I reported it just in case there was somebody that had set up the card reader to grab my information or something. Yeah. So I got an email back that they had credited me my $250 back, which that wasn't the big deal. It was mainly making sure that nobody had stole my identity, because I wasn't sure, because you hear all about that through the little card readers at the gas station and everything else. But I was interested because I kept trying to find a coin place, because I had got my $2 I had got my $2 of quarters and went over there, and there's nowhere to put them.
Yeah, They are nice that you can throw that in there. Here's the thing: I've made a mistake.
God, it
I've
was
done
cold
this
that
twice.
day.
Done this twice, and it's okay to do it one time, but the second time it's clearly on you.
Right.
Some of them have that vacuum cleaner.
Yes.
With it,
yeah.
and you have to choose whether
Which
you're
one?
going to tire or vacuum.
Yeah.
Well, twice I did this where
no.
I put my card in and didn't change it over to air.
Yeah.
And so now you can't, once it starts, you can't change it. So I'm stuck with a vacuum cleaner running. I'm sucking air now instead of blowing air.
Right.
And so I just went ahead and started vacuuming the car, waiting the truck, just waiting on it to end so I could actually put air. So that was more time wasted and more money wasted.
Well, look, if you're going to spend the money, get it done, right?
But anyway, those will get you. You better watch out.
I got a story here. It's a little bizarre. It says here, a woman gives birth in McDonald's parking lot amid snowstorm. All right, so we have a woman in Wisconsin ended up giving birth to her child in the parking lot of McDonald's during the winter storm. Can you imagine that? We had a firefighter that came to the scene to help, and they do such a great job. But this is a little bit of a feel-good story, but hey, what a handle. I mean, a low air in the tire is nothing compared to, hey, I'm in labor.
So why are you saying feel good story because
it was a success?
A new baby.
Yes,
brought
and you had a
into the
firefighter
world.
come in to help, and a
had
woman
a Big
gave
Mac
birth.
in the middle of it.
Yeah. Here's the firefighter. Listen, this is from the Wisconsin woman that gave birth.
The baby was born right in the trunk.
She was crowning. They showed up and they ran
crowning.
in and kind of saved the day. It hit me like halfway through, and I just kind of laid my head back in the trunk, and I was like, I'm having my baby at McDonald's. This cannot be real.
Unfortunately, in this field, we see a lot of people leaving this earth, and it was nice to see the other side of it and help somebody deliver their child, which I think is super cool.
And so a firefighter came to the scene. I knew this would be special to you since your dad was a firefighter as well for so long. Firefighter came to the scene, saw the problem, and said, I got this. And they delivered the baby at McDonald's. Now, it was at McDonald's.
I wonder if Dad ever delivered a baby.
You need to ask him that.
I do.
All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. It can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. They say breakfast is the most important meal of the day, and HelloFresh couldn't agree more. That's why they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you're a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy tasty recipes delivered to your door, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free, because HelloFresh knows that you're not just hungry at dinner time. In fact, they're here to meet your every mealtime need with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, and desserts that can easily add to every order. HelloFresh also helps you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, making sticking to a routine easier than ever. This year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join today and get free breakfast for the life of your subscription with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. At HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, you know, Helmsy, I know we have something in common. We have a lot in common, but this one I know that we have in common because every morning we take our Field of Greens.
Yes. Game changer.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by Field of Greens. Look, a lot of you try to eat healthier. A lot of you are actually doing that, but it's not easy. Some of you go, you know, I need to really build my immune system. I need to have better nutrition in my life, and really research, and it's a no-brainer. I mean, one way to stay healthy is to build your immune system. And you can, wash your hands and do all that, and that's good, and stay away from folks and don't get in their face. But really, you need to build your immune system so it can fight.
You can't avoid all
that.
that.
No.
You're going to have to fight something off at some point.
Yep. And Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit each and every day. Join us and feel better and build that immune system. Save 15% right now if you go to fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com and use promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba and save 15% and enjoy what we're enjoying. And that's, feeling better, not. I know it's helped me with just my sustained energy throughout the day. I don't feel like I'm crashing as much, but and build your immune system and have better overall health. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba and save 15%. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors.
Look,
button.
for me, it's one of those things where I run hard from daylight to dark.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't eat the appropriate things that I'm supposed to eat throughout the
get
day.
that in there,
like the honey roasted pecans I was talking about from Buc-ee's.
Right.
And this gives me those nutrients. This gives me those vegetables. It gives me those type things that I need. And to your point, to sustain through a tough day.
That's right. And each superfood and vegetable is in the product was doctor selected. And for health benefits to what Helmsy's saying. So check it out. Plus, I mean, we come in contact with a lot of folks, and a lot of folks are carrying and they don't know it. They're sick and they don't know it. But to your point, you might not get sickness. You just might feel worn down because you're going so hard. And I know most of you listening now or watching now do go hard because that's why you're up and going. So check it out. Fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code Bubba. Save 15%. All right, I wish Greg was here. Not that I'm not enjoying you being here, but I wish he could.
I know what that means. That's fine. Most of America feels the same way that you do.
I'm just saying because I wish.
Look, I don't like being here without Greg either.
Look, that's not it. I just want him to be in trying to guess with you on this because I'm about to play some audio for you.
Look, I know what it does to the ratings when Greg's not here. I get
not
it.
what I'm saying.
I get it.
I just wanted him.
I don't worry about it, but I get it.
Well, there's another headline too that I want to share with you, but this one here first. I just wanted you to guess on who you think is singing. It's not it's somebody you probably wouldn't expect.
Okay.
And
somebody is singing.
Right.
Okay.
And he's in the sports world.
And
I'm giving you a hint.
It is a male sports figure.
Correct.
Okay.
And I just want to know, and he's drunk.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Well,
and he took the mic.
Is it the Kelsey brother?
Right. I say he's drunk. He seems pretty hammered to me.
Okay.
All right, take a listen.
Find out where you're from and we'll do this one.
Any idea so far?
Brett Favre.
No.
John Daly.
Oh, you go, boy. Well done.
The only reason I say John Daly is because John Daly actually performs with bands all the time.
Oh, I know. He and Taylor Hicks are good friends.
He was actually going to be my first guess, but I thought, no way it's him because that makes so much sense.
Actually wasn't too bad, but he was in Nashville and took the mic and sang. And the headline says, a hammered, drunk John Daly hopped on the stage at Kid Rock's Nashville bar and performed Knocking on Heaven's Door.
He can pick a guitar and he can sing a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, being drunk and doing it's two different things. Yeah. He didn't sound that good, but I've heard John Daly actually sound better than that.
Yeah, he loves music. I know that like during the Regents Tradition time and all that, he and Taylor will get together and jam a little bit and play the guitar and everything. And I know that John Daly and Kid Rock are good friends, and he was there at Kid Rock's Nashville bar performing Knocking on Heaven's Door. That was good, though. I was interested to hear you at first. You said Brett Favre.
Yeah. Saw a very interesting interview with Brett Favre the other day with Joe Buck. It's been a few years since it was recorded, but I've watched it and it was excellent. And so he was on my mind, and he almost kind of sounded like Brett Favre to me.
I got another one here too. That
sorry, Brett.
I want to give you a headline on if one Greg Burgess was here.
Did you stop talking about Greg?
Okay,
so
I'm
much?
sorry.
What's next? You gonna bring up Don Juan?
Disgruntled.
You want him over here next?
Disgruntled passenger is removed for braking large excessively on American Airlines flight from Phoenix to Austin.
What's a lot of wind if you've been removed from a plane?
Gosh almighty. The early evening flight from Phoenix to Austin, Texas was forced. Now picture if you're on this flight, how mad you are, to return to its gate and was delayed by 15 to 30 minutes.
Because of wind.
Yes. It says here that this person witnessed and documented the incident on January 14th. Another traveler claimed to hear a passenger saying, "You thought that was rude. Well, how about this smell?" and broke large before being removed.
So I got to know, is it something he ate?
I don't know.
Different.
I don't know.
And or is this just normal? Like if if his buddies, let's say that we're at dinner tonight and we're this guy's friend, are we going, yeah, I saw it coming? Like if you've been around him at a ball game?
Yeah. I don't know. One passenger says it was kind of funny and somewhat entertaining, but didn't film it. They said the passenger that they were pretty close to the situation, and the passenger was disgruntled about something, maybe even hung over after they boarded the flight. And as soon as they sat down, he was grumbling about something under his breath, and then I guess decided to let everybody around him know how he felt through smell.
Yeah. He sure did.
Yeah. They continue to write here that they didn't catch all the response, but they did catch that one. You thought that was rude. How about this smell? And went ahead, and when I say broke large, I'm cleaning it up a little bit from the story here. It says what he did, which is the same thing. I'm just using different ways to describe it. On social media, one user recalled that it was loud and constantly smelly, as one person put it. Every time I see something like this, I told you my dilemma, not this Friday, but next, on going down to Orlando. Yeah. JC's UAH baseball team opens up down there in Daytona and Orlando. They play in both places. And I've been begging Terry to fly. Can we please fly? Please, can we fly? And she wants to drive. And, hour and a half versus 8 hours. But then I see something like this, and I'm like, yeah, let's just drive.
Yeah.
Because, and now to her point, and it's a good one, hey, we don't know what's going to happen. I know we don't, and we don't run around being scared and worried, but she's like, man, the way airlines are now, we could get delayed and miss a game we're trying to get to. I got that.
Yeah.
We also could have a traffic jam and the interstate be closed, if you look at it that way. But let's just drive and make a trip out of it. That's what she wants to do. So she's going to win. But when I see something like this, imagine if you're on the flight and you're just trying to get somewhere, man. That's all you want to do. You just want to get there. And they turn the daggum flight around and delay it by 30 minutes because somebody's breaking large.
I don't want any part of it. You're speaking of travel. Do you know? So one of the things I have to fight through every day is how we get to where we're going with our matches.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We've got 2 matches this year. Well, several matches, but we got our end-of-year conference tournament that's in Florida. It's at Florida Atlantic International in Miami, and then we're going to Sam Houston and play New Mexico and Sam Houston.
Okay.
And so
you are going down to FIU?
Yes.
Okay.
And so I looked to figure out. We only have so many vans, and when the vans are already out to other teams. Then my options are charter bus.
Okay. All right.
Or me renting a van from a rental place like I did this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Or in this case, if it's further enough, I can fly.
You can.
So like Huntsville, Texas it meets that. I can fly there if I need to.
Okay.
Same with Miami. Do you know what the price difference? If I want to charter a bus right now, going rate.
Okay.
If I want to charter a bus for, let's say, 4 days.
4 days.
To Texas, to Huntsville. Do you know what that's going to cost me?
Probably what, 5?
Well, that's what I would have thought. I thought it'd be around $5,000.
Yeah.
Between 10 and 12 grand. I can fly there and fly back and get a rental van while I'm there for less than $6,000. So it makes no sense to do a charter bus.
No. Please tell
me
you're flying to Miami.
I am now because I was thinking, well, we'll do a bus. We'll save the school some money. I'm looking at budgets. I'm pushing for this indoor facility in the next 3 to 5 years. I can't fly everywhere.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to do that, I got to be sensible with the budget. Be a good steward of the university's money. And so, perfect example. When we went to Eastern Kentucky, okay, my options were charter a bus or rent a van. Chartering a bus to Eastern Kentucky was going to cost me $3,000. $3,000. Or I'm sorry, it was like $4,000. $350 for the van. It's not even close right now.
Wow.
So anytime, this Texas trip or Florida international trip comes up, Miami, there's no sense in doing anything but flying.
Tyler, when he played with Jacksonville State baseball, they one of their perks is they opened up at FIU a couple of years, and so we made the trip down to Miami. And there's some direct flights from here to there where you don't even have to lay over anywhere.
I could not understand why chartering a bus was so much.
Well, look.
You know what I want to do? Seriously, I want to do like Adler, but I want to get like a 15-passenger van and rent it back to the school when we need it.
You might could do that.
A little side business.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BREAK to 42424. That's BREAK to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix sleep mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Good Time Gang here, minus Greg. He is out sick. He'll be back as soon as he can, but we have told him, of course, to stay away till he feels better and it shows no signs or symptoms. He tested positive officially for COVID yesterday, and so he is away, but will be back as soon as he feels better. But I am here. I'm Speedy. There's Helmsy to my left. Adler will be here soon, and Rick and Bubba are already here, ready for the main show to start right after top of the hour. We have a tornado relief update from Bubba. The recovery update is in full effect, and he's got a tornado recovery update. He says no more rough patch, but there's still some plowing. And so we'll go through that today. Bible study at noon Central with Rick, so don't forget that. And we're just kind of going through a lot of the headlines of the day, some personal news as well. All of you would be proud of Helmsy. Instead of a leaking tire, he finally took it to a place, and he's getting new tires. And so I'm so proud of you for that. And that will be a one less headache in your day.
My daughter is not very happy about me being in her car today. And so I asked her last night, I said, hey, you need to get anything out of your car? And she said, yes. And I said, well, can you do that as soon? Because I don't want you to fall asleep. I do leave it.
Right.
And I know y'all don't realize it and appreciate it, but I leave at 4 a.m. And so I need to know. So this morning I got in her car to leave, and I made sure there wasn't like a book bag or phone charger or, something that. And you know what was in her front seat floorboard?
What?
An airsoft gun.
What? Why?
I don't know what it's called, but they, Vestavia, and I'm sure other schools do this too. They do this when they're junior year. Braden did it last year, where they have these teams.
Yeah.
And they go around and shoot each other with these airsoft guns.
Yeah.
And they, it's a huge deal. So I guess she didn't need her airsoft gun because it was sitting in the floorboard of the car, and I was close. If Greg would have been here today, I was going to bring it in. I thought this through this morning. I was going to bring it in and shoot him with it. But I just took it out and laid it in the garage floor because I really didn't want to ride around with an airsoft gun in the front seat.
That had to startle you.
But the other night, they've evidently knocked off one of the main teams, and I was actually proud. I think this whole thing is a mistake. In our society, I think somebody's going to get hurt at some point. Somebody's going to get run over. Something's going to happen. I don't want to be Debbie Downer guy, but it's only going to take one tragedy of this, because what they do is they'll set up at people's houses and their bushes, and when they come out, they'll do a sneak attack, and somebody's dog's going to bite somebody, or something's going to go bad eventually.
Right, yeah.
If they would show up at our house, I'm afraid Coco would,
Right.
And the other side of it, somebody kicks Coco or does something like that, then I'm going to get involved.
Yeah.
So you don't, there's just something.
You do have to be careful where you hide now.
Something is going to happen at some point negatively, but I'll tell you a good one. They got a good one. So evidently there was a team that was supposed to be the unbeatable team, and nobody could touch them. Well, they got some inside information that their main guy was going to be at a party in Homewood after some kind of dance or something, and it was a pajama party.
Okay.
So they all got the location. They were tipped off on where he was going to be, and so they loaded up, got in their pajamas, and went to this so they would blend in to the party.
That's not bad.
And they have to record it, too. So you can't just say you did it. You have to record it while it's happening.
Okay, for proof.
Yes. So they recorded them going through this house or wherever they were. It may not have been a house, but they record. And everybody's in their pajamas, including them. And that's where they got him with the airsoft gun. And,
Well
and that
done.
team was destroyed. And, like, nobody could believe it. They were like, you kidding me? They knocked off this team, whatever. And so that is in my world right now,
Okay.
and I can't wait for it to be over.
Did not know that.
We
till
got
now.
we got a couple more weeks, I think, of it, and
So there's a season for it.
and they take it so very serious.
To
I mean,
the point where
so very serious.
your oldest daughter has one just riding.
They will, yes,
riding
yeah.
in her car.
Oh, yeah. And you can't do it at school. You can't do it at team functions. So, like, for instance, if they have tennis
there's
practice,
rules to it.
yeah, there's not just rules. There's pages and pages of different rules. And so, like, they can't come out there while you're doing school practice, but they can actually, if you're at a private lesson, tennis, let's just take tennis. You're at a private tennis lesson at a country club that's in the city. You can actually go there if you know they're there and take them out there.
So you're saying they have to stay away from organized school functions,
Correct.
of any kind.
Yep.
But once you step out of that, it's game on.
Exactly. And you know, this went on with, like, there was a time last year where the dogs were going nuts in the house. This was when Braden was doing it. And I was like, what in the world? Is there a coyote out there? Like, why are they going so nuts? And I went out there and I heard wrestling around in the bushes. And I thought, here we go. They're waiting on Braden.
Did you make an announcement?
I did.
There?
I took my shirt off and I said, hey, does anybody want to challenge me? But, I mean, I'm seeing driveways blocked off, like with cones and all that. See, this is where it's gonna end bad at some point for somebody. But somebody's just going to step on the gas versus the brake. I mean, little things like that happen.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, it's real fun, like over the last few years.
So you gave her a little – did you give it back to her and go, hey, this was in the car?
No, well, she doesn't know. I put it in the garage.
Okay, in the garage.
Yeah, I just set it in the floor. I thought she might need it today.
Well, you don't want her to not have it.
I don't want her to have it.
She gets
it's
attacked.
just so serious. I mean, I don't – it is – y'all don't realize the planning that goes in. Like, they'll go to a place, a house, a bunker, whatever, and they map all this out. So serious.
So they have a war room.
Yes. Oh, yes. They have Instagram accounts about it. They have code names, nicknames, mission names, the whole thing.
I did not even know that.
I mean, listen, I can't wait for it to be over. But I was proud. Honestly, there was a side of me, I can't stand this whole thing.
Yeah.
But I couldn't help but be proud of my daughter in the way that they put the plan together to get this number one team out by blending in
with
at
pajamas.
A pajama party
Yeah.
and getting the main guy. That was pretty special.
Yeah, hey, you're all in if you do that.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It
really does.
It really does. So, you may have heard in the kickoff hour that Speedy's middle son, JC, has signed a letter of intent to play baseball at Wallace State, and they had the signing last night, and Bubba and I were there, and Betty came with Bubba, and they have food. I mean, there's food there, and so I had not had any dinner, so I got the food, and then Bubba got some food, and so did Betty, and then they broke out the celebration cake. I mean, it's a beautiful cake, and celebrating these two young men who were getting a great opportunity to play college baseball.
Great crowd there.
Yeah, it was a great crowd.
Yeah.
JC did a great job, and watching Speedy struggle through it. By the way, your whole head turned red at one point.
Well, I have secondhand embarrassment,
I know.
even for your kids too.
And he did.
It's
and then there came the emotional part where he's saying some very moving things to you, and that time your ears were red, and then he got through it, and I saw your natural color come back. But he did a great job, as did his teammates. So I saw Terry Wilburn, Speedy's wife, bring by a piece of cake for Bubba, and buddy, that was shut down by Mrs. Bussey.
Terry brought that home with her because she was really taken back by Betty's response. And I'll tell you this, and y'all saw it. A lot of the baseball moms that we've known forever, they stepped in and said, hey, we're going to serve food and all that, so y'all don't have to worry about it. But y'all were sitting right beside what I call the family table. Y'all were up front there, and Terry said, you know what? I want to make sure Bubba's taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah. So she said it will make Bubba's night for him to have a piece of cake from Edgar's Bakery, and it's that cream buttercream deal that you love so much.
Oh, come on!
And
you must be mistaken. I don't like cake.
And she was really taken back because Betty answered for Bubba that he will not have a piece of cake.
That is correct.
And Terry said,
Keep
I
in
was
mind,
standing there with a piece of cake, and I didn't know what to do with it.
Don't miss this. Please don't miss this. At that point, Betty thought his suits fit.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Probably didn't want this to happen. She thought this would
point.
make it not fit.
Yeah.
And so that's why she made that decision.
Right.
Have you tried the other suit on yet?
Oh, my.
I guess I will later today.
Do I need to fill your Jeep up?
Probably has the same measurements, doesn't it?
Probably.
Right.
Forget that. Take it in an inch.
Yeah, right. So, yeah.
But you got some sliders and chicken fingers
here's
and stuff.
the thing. Here's the thing. Betty had made taco soup, and I had a bowl of it before we left. Okay.
Y'all.
Because I eat at 5 o'clock, like I'm at the nursing home.
Right.
Okay. I'm already on the nursing home schedule.
Of course.
Right.
It'll be a smooth transition for me.
Yeah.
And we did that because, by the time you go to this and you get something to eat, it'd be late.
That's right.
And the later you eat, the worse it is for you.
Yeah, we had
yeah.
to study at UAB on that. If we'd all quit eating at 3 in the afternoon, we'd eat whatever we want to. We'd all be fine.
That's tough, though.
Yeah, it's tough because you get hungry watching TV. But so I'd had dinner. I wasn't even going to get anything to eat. Okay, I really wasn't hungry. But after I got there and I talked with Mayor Hall for a minute and all the moms, they were so proud. I mean, they had made some great food, and they wanted me to try it.
Are you about to do the I ate sacrificially?
Yeah, there was a little bit because they were trying to give me more. I said, no, I don't. Just give me something I can sample. Well, they filled my plate up, of course.
We want you to be
happy,
happy,
I went
Bubba.
to sit down, and look, it was great food. It was, you see, I mean, it's look, I was kind of working on it and giving them a little thumbs up because they put it.
He didn't make his plate.
That's right.
Put it
The
on.
ladies
they tried to
they wanted you to be happy.
They tried to give me one too. I just said
and they were super nice, and they all they listened to the show, and they were happy and glad to be there to do this event, and great cooks, and I appreciate them doing that. So I was trying to just kind of sample everything and check it out, and then the cake call came, and Betty was like, "Well, why are you eating? You just ate." And I said, "Well, I'm just sampling all this. They were so nice to do it."
Well, the cake had no chance.
No. Oh, she shut cake down.
Hard. It was a wake up call for me.
It was a hard pass.
It was a wake up call for me because I realized,
and I didn't need any.
I realized that's the reason why he brings it up a lot. See, Bubba, when he comes here, he's free.
Yeah,
but anytime he's not here, if he's at home, he's in fat camp.
Yeah. I think we saw that.
The way he acts here. Yeah, we see that now.
You're at fat camp at home.
Yeah, your behavior here makes so much more sense now.
Oh, it was like an epiphany for me.
Oh yeah.
I was like, that's a convict that got a weekend pass.
So you're saying that we're like
he's been on good behavior.
We're like
y'all ever seen the preacher's kid at their first college party?
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh,
Bubba, buddy. Well, it was uncomfortable, and Terry didn't know what to do with a piece of cake. She was confused.
Well, look,
and I would like to have had just a bite of it for JC.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, again, sacrificial eating. It's not about you.
Yeah.
You got him a real nice cake.
Yeah, it was a very good looking. It looked delicious. It really did. Yeah. But after Betty's response, I didn't go near it.
No. If you notice, Terry,
Fat Ward was in the tower. She had the gun. She was in the tower. She wasn't even sitting down.
Terry didn't even go back to the table. No. She was like, I can't go
I was like,
back.
wow, this is like being at Shawshank Redemption.
Rick and Bubba.
has begun. And we're thankful that you're here. Start with the national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes past. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. Another hour has begun. Hello, America. We look forward to chatting with you today. Greg out. The kickoff hour kind of told you that. He's done till Monday. So there'll be no Gregory this week. He is feeling okay, but he doesn't know whether he's contagious or not, so he's staying where he's at. And he'll be back on Monday. So Helmsy and Speedy knocked out another kickoff hour, and you visited with them. If you haven't, and you'd like to, catch their archive. The kickoff hour archive is available wherever you get Rick and Bubba content. Also, Eddie Van Adler offers you another option. It's the YouTube channel. You can watch us on our YouTube channel live, or you can catch the daily archive. Also, on the YouTube channel today, the Wednesday Bible study. 2 Corinthians is the study. And we are studying that again today. So it'll be at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. That's the live option. And if you're a subscriber, you'll get an alert that we're live with the Wednesday Bible study. If you'd like to catch the archive, Adler puts that together. It's available on our YouTube channel probably about an hour after it's over, sometimes less. And then also the audio version on our podcast channel. So all of that is happening today. We're missing the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Good morning, Rick Burgess. Good evening, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, and welcome to another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 years worth, huh?
Don't want to see me all alone. The world's greatest garage band, Mr. Lucky. She gone.
She gone.
Bubba, how are you today, sir?
Rick, we're hanging in there.
We're hanging in there. You're upright, and we'll take it.
That's right. We're always good.
Yeah, so the saga of Greg Gregory continues, little baby brother.
He's had a run of it, hasn't he?
Well, it's one of those things. What do you do if your wife or family members are sick? You go to try to help take care of them. You try to stay out of the fire best you can. But Greg has caught what his wife had, which is COVID, one of the whatever the version of that is now, and he's doing fine. He's not having too terribly a tough time with it, but he does officially have it, and that was confirmed again. So we'll see Greg on Monday. So there you go. So it serves no one for it to come here and bounce around just like if he had the flu, just like if he had a stomach virus, whatever.
You don't need that bounce.
Yeah, there's no sometimes greater love you can show everybody else. We scream, I feel like I should be at work. Yes, but we don't. So it's a hassle, and everybody does have to pick up your slack, but that's better than, hey, Greg was here, and now we're all sick.
Yeah.
And I know all of you out there miss him, but Greg's minions will have to wait till Monday. But he's doing fine. He seems like he says now just his sinuses are bothering him, but other than that, that's it. No real high fever or anything like that. Now his wife, on the other hand, she had a real hard time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I mean,
better safe than sorry.
Yep. There you go. Also, we will try to update you today on the stories around the world. I heard the guys in the kickoff hour. So last night was New Hampshire. New Hampshire. And the running theme is that everybody doesn't understand why Nikki Haley won't leave. Everybody else realizes that unless Trump goes to jail, he will be the nominee. For some reason, she still thinks she can win. I don't know why, but that seems to be baffling people a little bit.
Yeah. And there's this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, there's this new thing too, and we'll play some audio of a CNN interview today where Democrats are actually voting for Nikki because they want her to defeat Trump, and then they'll switch back over and vote for Biden because just to get her in.
Well, why would they not vote for a woman of color?
Right.
Why
because they're Democrats and they just don't want Trump.
Why would they not vote for our first female brown girl?
And not, some of these states you can't cross over and vote.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Some of them you can. And the ones that are, you have your basic, as Rush used to call it, Operation Chaos.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So you're not necessarily in MAGA country in New Hampshire, and so the numbers last night were favorable to her more so than people thought, but she still got beat by 10 or 11 percentage points, and I don't know if she's waiting to get through her state of South Carolina before she drops out.
Yeah, probably.
Or
so, yeah.
I don't know, and there is a lot of talk of if she's sitting here with being the number 2 person and picking up electoral votes, and there is a conviction at some point, she would be right there for the taking.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know, but
Okay.
I feel like for the Republicans to win this election, we said this last week, you better start uniting now. And as long as she stays in it, there is a ton of division.
Yeah.
So is Nikki Haley, Bubba, doing the late Mickey Dean? I'm over here if y'all need me.
I'm not,
is that what it is?
At this point, she may be waiting for Trump to offer her a deal. Say, I'll make you the VP.
Yeah.
Go ahead and drop out.
Yeah.
Her speech last night sounded like she won. Like if y'all get a chance to watch that, it's almost like she's a little delusional about what's going on.
Yeah, I wonder, is she doing the thing like teams do sometimes, moral victory?
She is.
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what she was doing.
And Biden wasn't on the ballot.
No.
So you have a lot of Democrats voting for Nikki Haley. This is all just political gamesmanship.
Yep.
And so
Easy alt-right Adler.
a lot of those votes that Nikki Haley got, she would never get in a general election.
Correct.
So a lot of people are calling what happened in New Hampshire an actual general election because you had Democrats voting against Trump and Trump still won.
Yeah. That's true. And then the write-in votes, Biden won for the Dems.
Okay.
All right, there you go. All right, we'll come back. So there's your update on that. We got plenty to cover today. Your phone calls, obviously part of it. Have you shopped the Rick and Bubba store? 30th anniversary swag in full swing. Got some more that's still to come before the year's out, so grab it. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so phone calls, all the lines are full now, but you can get in because we're going to start trolling here. 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, you're going to hear this. Meaningless shout-outs. You'll hear this. Shameless plugs. You'll hear that. So we'll keep the phones moving. We start with Greg out of the great state of Mississippi. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. If you could have only got a picture of Bubba asking if this is fashionable with his tight hips and the barn door open, don't you know every big and tall men's store in the country would love to have that picture for an advertisement saying, don't let this happen to you?
Oh, yes. Gosh, it'd be picture of the day today. I'll tell you that. I mean, there's no doubt about that. We continue. Bubba's Pants are calling on line 10.
Oh, really?
Hey, Bubba's Pants, how are you?
Whew. Hey, guys.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good.
Well, let me tell you about this morning, man.
Yeah.
I was so excited because I finally got to come off the hanger and be worn. And then he slid me on. Man, I'm going to tell you what, I couldn't breathe. I was like, what the hell is going on? Oh, we're going to talk.
Oh, man. Hams, I got to have a different color flag.
Okay.
All right, so.
What if I just throw the tuba hat? It's big and red.
Yeah, that is. John in Huntsville. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
We're great.
Good. I'm on my way to Green Acres today, and
thank you very much.
It just hit me that Bubba's Suspenders have a theme song.
Okay.
Please release me, let me go. You don't love me anymore.
Thank you very much. We continue. We go to Michael in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Michael, go ahead. 30 seconds.
How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Michael. Hope you're good.
I'm doing it. Hey, y'all need to get the station up there around Chattanooga there. I can pick y'all up when I get up that way.
I think there is one. I think there's an AM station that carries us in the Chattanooga area. If you'll go to listen at rickandbubba.com, not listen live, but just where you go there where the affiliates are, we have the radio and TV options. I think you'll find it there.
All righty. Sounds good. Y'all have a good Christmas.
Hey, thank you too. Appreciate you listening.
We continue. Sally, Gunnersville, Alabama. Sally, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all have got to pull up the Saturday Night Live skit with Will Ferrell and Jimmy Fallon, Tight Pants, and that's Bubba's new theme song.
Okay, I'm not even familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm not either.
That's okay. We'll look
I bet it's a dandy.
We continue. Nathan out of Jackson, Alabama, listening to 94.5. Jason, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys. There's a eel in some marine zoo or something like that, and they found a way to hook it up to their Christmas lights outside of their building so they can store the charge every time that eel shot something. It stores those amps, and that powers the Christmas lights for Christmas.
How about that?
Bubba, where are you on this? I know Greg's R&B's flinging
Look, I'd love to see the demonstration. I've seen people take a voltmeter to them, and it's pretty impressive. But I don't know that they have enough power to continuously power something. You know, we'll see.
So
is this the top band thing here?
Rick, I don't know that we can listen to it at all.
Is it got some?
Got my tight pants, got my tight pants on.
All right, I'm terrified where to go from here. I'm going to bring that down.
We might have screen.
If we just had that one, that one little clip on. We'll continue.
It's all about that.
Let's go to Mike in Eufaula. Mike, 30 seconds. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I remember one of the toughest things we had to do as a youngster in church was if they asked you to lead singing in a small church. I had a friend was leading the singing in front of the congregation, and he had a prayer in between songs. When he kneeled down, he realized his pants were unzipped. And so he quickly zipped them up, and then when the prayer was over, he stood up. He had zipped his tie into his breeches and only stood up half that.
That's pretty good.
That's making a bad situation worse.
Yep.
Let's go to Mike in Alabama. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hi, Mike.
You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas.
You, buddy.
Y'all need to lay off Bubba a little bit. It's not his fault if you meet him in the hall. It's easier to jump over him than it is to go around him.
That's right, baby. 20 minutes past. Thank you for being with us today. So, last night, Bubba had an opportunity, you know, as the kids grow up and they get out into adulthood, and two of mine sons were married this past year within 30 days. Thanks, guys. One in New York City, and then one where we all live in the Birmingham area. Of course, it had to be at the barn at Shady Lane. Everybody's talking about it. But so this is that deal where they go, and there's a cuteness to it.
Yeah.
And we've been married all so long, we might not remember it. But there's a cuteness to it. The first time that you kind of fix up your own little place you have together, and then you invite the adult parents to come over, and you, like we have all done many times as their parents, they serve you a dinner. They bring you into their home.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, that means that the women, the two moms, the whole presentation here for them is, come look, I've made the house cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the moms all assess how cute they think it is, and this is cute, and I like what you've done with this.
And she knows she's going to be judged either way.
Oh yeah, and then
broke down the criteria and looked at.
And you try to coach your wife all the way over there. Please do not. All your comment. Say it back to me again. That is, I love how you've done that. And
say it to me. They say it back to me.
Right. Let's say it back to me one more, because that right there, I don't know about that one. So anyway, it's and she's a great little, because this look at me. I'm making a little home here. And then the dads,
it's a proud moment.
Yeah. And then the dads, you just look into your son's eyes and you try to get some sort of signal. Hey, how's it going? Are you settling into this new life of there's a woman that's here all the time. Wonderful blessing. Yeah. Absolute wonderful blessing. And all right, you good? And
show me your home office.
Right. And so and they have a lot to talk about. And honestly, the men, we don't have a whole awful lot to talk about. Yeah. So anyway, the he a little bit of a step out. They served us tenderloin, coming off my performance at New Year's Day.
Ooh,
and
that was a little risky following.
That was
risky. It was.
Say it back to me, Rick. That was delicious.
I said, I'll tell you what, that's a good tenderloin. So you cook it in the oven.
Rick,
I said, well, that's one
Buddy,
way.
they're in an apartment.
The way you said that, was judgmental. Just so you know,
you didn't say it like
that. Was very judgmental.
You didn't say that.
That's a different way to do it.
You didn't even.
It's a different way to do it.
You didn't.
And and it was.
It is different, but the way you said it, if that's the way you said it, it was very judgmental. You had a
tone.
Yes,
you had a tone
and judgmental.
And your hands in the air.
Oh, so you just went with the seasoning that was in the pack. Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right. Now there's a definite.
That's one way to do it.
Now you're throwing shots across the bow.
That's one way to do it.
If you add anything to it, then it's homemade.
Right. That's one way to do it.
I hope you did.
And it was so good, and it really was delicious.
Doing it that way was good, right?
Right. The whole meal was great, and so it was a wonderful deal, and we're there, and so I'm going to ask y'all a guest etiquette, okay? So when we get out, first of all, where they live, usually. Not in every case, but in a lot of cases, your kids start out in somewhere they're renting, which means they have like assigned parking spots, and when you go to visit, so does everybody else.
Right.
And so you like, where do we park?
You don't have so many.
And I was told, Dad, find a spot that doesn't have a number. Where are those? Do those exist? He goes, well, Dad, I don't know where there's some that don't have numbers. If they don't have a number, you can use one of those. So I'm like,
so the numbers are like rented for apartments.
Yeah, taken.
Whatever,
that belonls to that unit, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah. Please tell me you weren't in a big lift.
They're townhouses, kind of things. No. I was in Sherry's little Subaru, so I was ready for anything. So I find a no. I find a no number. So anyway. A little further away, I don't want it, but we get out, and I see the Thompsons. That's the in-laws. I see them. Cameron's parents, wonderful people, and I noticed that like Sherry's bringing a salad, and she's bringing dessert.
Okay.
Cameron's mother.
Yeah.
And so we all meet and talk and go in, and the women start what I just said, and so we get down. We have the meal. The meal's fantastic. I will say something on a serious note. It's a really cool thing when you look to your son and say, "It's your house, buddy. Why don't you bless it?"
Yeah.
And
that is cool.
and for them
it's a big handoff.
Him to be the man of the house, and
awesome.
and all that was kind of cool. So anyway, we pray, we sit down. So we eat, and the meal goes great. Our conversation is great. It's wonderful. We're just having a blast. So I'm going to give you the exact time. So we finish dinner, and I think the next thing that's going to be said is, let's have the dessert. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you think that would be next,
and it doesn't happen, and I'm not the host, so I'm and all of a sudden we're all talking and conversation is going great, but I'm an eater, okay, and the meal's a big moment for eaters, and I was like, do I bring up that we?
Plus, you can't help it.
So you can see the dessert. You just
I see it in there.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
They're probably letting their food settle a little bit before they just jump right in it.
And you know what? Cameron's mom brought with it.
What?
Ice cream. There was ice cream in the freezer.
There was ice cream.
And so I was and I thought,
even with a runny nose, that sounds good.
And then I do this, which was chancy. I get over to Sherry and I go, mouth. I do. Y'all can't hear me on the radio, but if you're watching on YouTube, and I mouth like I'm mouthing to Bubba. I'm giving her the dessert. She goes, and she gives me the like.
Don't rush
ask
it.
for the dessert.
Don't rush it. Don't rush it, Rick.
They don't do dessert. And so and then I get pinched, on the table, and so I just sit there and I'm not exaggerating. An hour goes by.
Long time.
It's a little bit of distance.
60 whole minutes.
That's a little bit of distance. That's a little distance from the dinner. And so I don't know if I should have done this. I went back to the right, which is where my son is sitting, and I audibly say, not loud, just where he can hear it, "Hey, we gonna eat that dessert?"
Yeah.
Was that?
If you fed that to him, no pun intended, and he went with it, then that's good.
That doesn't embarrass the host.
No. Did you? No. You didn't announce it to the room.
I did not.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
But then he oh yeah, we got that dessert in there, and then I started doing that, like trying to wave him off. Don't you?
Yeah.
You came up with that. Don't say thanks for telling me, Dad. I said because I'm gonna get pinched again. I hate to be pinched. and look. So did I mess up? Now we all got dessert and seemed to enjoy it, and it was a wonderful dessert. But was I wrong to be the one? Should I have sat there and just let the night end? And
the ice cream had melted, but that's fine.
Well, the ice cream's in the freezer.
Somebody has to drive the bus. You got to.
Yeah. Look, if it's been an hour, you're good.
Well,
did you get in trouble?
Well, on the way home, I got one of these. I'm shocked that it took them that long to realize that we still had the dessert and we had not eaten it. And I said, well, what do you mean by that? She goes, well, I noticed it. Is your neck okay? Uh-huh. Well, the way you were straining like a giraffe looking in there in the kitchen at it, she said, I don't know who didn't catch that body language. And I was like, well, I was just checking on it. I said, one time I thought, well, maybe I didn't see that right in the parking lot. I thought maybe she didn't have
Maybe she didn't have it.
Right. Maybe I didn't see that
Look,
right.
first time hosting.
How about when Sherry asked me, is your neck okay? And I was like,
straining.
Oh, how many times do you think I looked in there?
All right, so what, after you kind of stepped back and looked at the night, did they forget? And you clearly reminded them, or were they wanting it to be a little delayed?
I want to believe that I had done a service to the gathering for how hard Cameron's mama had worked on that dessert.
Yeah, gotta have that.
I think I reminded everybody. I think it had been forgotten. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's true. It's true.
We continue. Let's go to...
Y'all gonna miss me at Fat Camp.
Jason in Alabama. Jason, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna get bagged and stuffed right in the van.
Yeah.
I hate Mama's boys out today. I hate that for him, but I think we need to call Betty and tell her about Bubba's pants.
No.
Hey, can I take
extra?
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he brings up.
Yet?
Oh, yeah.
He's got a response.
He brings up a good point because we've all done this. I've seen every one of us do this. We use the show to lessen the blow on whatever's going on. So
I don't really feel like I've lessened this blow.
I'm just telling you, if we had Betty on there and it's a funny little bit, and look, tell everybody, then by the time they meet to go today, that she'll kind of be over it a little bit.
Can I say I appreciate your effort to get that done, Speedy? But in my experiences as the co-host of this show,
I just think
the show has gotten me in more trouble than it's ever helped.
It will, but sometimes you can use it to your advantage.
I know what you're talking about, Speedy. I don't know that it's lessened the blow here.
Right. Because you can hear her speech because she's going to give you one.
Any chance I could read the text?
Well,
yeah, let's do that.
I mean, not on the air. I mean,
How about that hour in the car, Bub?
How about that? Boy, I hope Lori Loughlin takes a stand today. We have some other news out there.
Look, he's reading it. And he's got that serious look on his face. Too. He really isn't handled. She's mad.
Got my tight pants.
Well, I have several texts here.
Okay.
One says, well, do you think they need adjusting or do you think they're okay? Then do you have them on? Are you wearing the pants?
Okay, well, that's not so bad.
No.
I was.
Okay, he's typing back. He's a one-thumber, too, just so you know.
I am, too.
That's amazing.
Rick, that's only okay because she don't know the full story yet. She hasn't been listening to what's been going on.
Yeah, you can just say something was wrong with them.
Yeah.
If you want to blame it on
stupid Taylor.
Yeah. Dang
well, they got these right. Same one, same time.
Yeah,
same
but you
everything.
put those on and they simply just made them shorter, right? Did you put these pants on? And
Well, okay.
Did they
but
fit when
still,
you put
okay,
them
let's
on?
go with that logic, though.
Okay.
If they're all in the same order, you think somebody go, well, look at these jeans here, the size of them. Why are we doing these 4 inches smaller?
Yeah. Did you put those pants on there though as they were doing? Did they go
Both
a
of
little?
them.
Did they go a
both
little
of them.
snug?
Yeah,
Let's
but
let
these
those
jeans
out.
are a little bit more relaxed fit.
I was going to say,
Those-
blue jeans fit in the waist a little
those
different than
slacks.
suit
Yeah,
pants.
Well, you think the people that make clothes know that, too, right?
You're right. You're right.
The goal is for them to hit me not hit them, right? I mean, what a target are we shooting at here, right?
Yeah. I would have allowed for Thanksgiving. They didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
Was that you practicing on us for what's coming?
Yeah.
Because we're not mad at you.
Yeah, I like it. That's good.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Scott Dawson is back.
Big Scott.
He's been on the show. Our history.
I like to call him S-Dog now.
Yeah, S-Dog. You know, there's so many things, and this just feels like another one to me.
No.
I'm sorry. I mean, we're all certainly in prayer, and we're covering this in prayer, and certainly we just something about.
I'm already getting a blessing from it.
Yeah, something about the fact that Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association, something about the location of Gatlinburg Pigeon Forge, and then me walking up and throwing into that delicious stew the ingredients of Kanye West. I just sense that there's going to be stories.
I felt pretty good until I walked in here, and I've got this sudden nervousness that I've not had in quite a while on the show.
Right. Well, it's why we're here.
I guess because the entire future of our conference is hanging by a thread, and it's one of those deals
Or
where
a text in this case.
or a text. Y'all know me. I mean,
We
know
do.
Scott, and
We do.
this all took place. This is a God story because we had a headliner. We would have sold out anyway, but because of a moral failure, we had to remove the headliner.
And that was John Christ.
Well, yes,
Well, it's been talked about on the show.
right. Yeah, it's common, but that left a big hole in our schedule, and this was 6-7 weeks before the conference. Can you try to book a major Christian artist? Everyone's either already got radius clauses on other conferences, or they've already blocked it out.
That's like a non-compete.
Yeah.
So they won't take from both events. Right?
Absolutely. So I was there looking. I knew the Lord wasn't going to kind of
The fact
leave us
that
out.
Christian artists have those is somewhat funny to me, but I won't go into that today. I understand why they have it.
Yeah, the entire Christian artist industry is, it's
It's very businesslike.
It is, and so had.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back. Thanks for being with us. Rick and Bubba's show. Excited about an active week coming up. And we'll talk more about that a little bit later on. Right now, simplysafebubba.com. Let's talk about that. Now more than ever, unfortunately, you got to protect your property, and nobody does it better than simplysafebubba.com. And right now, you can try 60 days risk-free. You're gonna love the product. I mean, it's the comprehensive protection, and there's no place where you can be vulnerable. You can put a sensor anywhere. You can take it with you when you move. If you're renting, you can use them. You install it yourself. And now the Live Guard protection, this is phenomenal. Monitoring agents actually seeing, speaking to, and confronting intruders And you can get it right now by going to simplysafebubba.com, and they'll monitor you 24/7 for less than $1 a day, about half the price of a traditional home security company. Why don't you go to simplysafebubba.com right now? There's a link at rickandbubba.com. We'll get you 20% off that new system with Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There is no safe like Simply Safe Bubba Safe. Bubba, you were mentioning in the break the world, it's ever changing, streaming, app, and Netflix. The Netflix saga continues. What's the latest?
Rick, and we have learned the only thing that is constant is change.
That's correct.
And
always going to be changing.
It's constantly changing.
Somebody said
Netflix had the big crackdown on password sharing.
Yep.
And apparently it has paid off for the streaming giant. They added 13 million new subscribers and now top 260 million worldwide, cementing its place as the most popular service in the world.
There you go.
Now, at one time, if you wanted to stream and cut the cable, so to speak, even though that same cable was bringing you internet, won't go into that. I know what you meant. Okay?
Right. Yep.
That you could go, and pretty much everything that you got streaming was on Netflix. I mean, that was the place you went to. All the Disney stuff was on there, NBC, all these networks. Well, it was
almost like where we're from. If you any soft drink, you say I'm going to get a Coke.
Right.
When you said what you would say is I watched it on Netflix. That just meant streaming.
And then all of these companies that had produced these things started seeing what was happening and said, "Hey, wait a minute. Why don't we have our own streaming service? We can have the Peacock, we can have Max, we can have, whatever. And they started breaking those off onto theirs. So now I find it very aggravating. About the time I'm ready to actually go to streaming and cut all the cables.
Yes.
It's got so fragmented. It's very difficult to watch stuff and go between shows. I mean, now if you're gonna lock into something and watch 30 episodes of it, fine.
Yeah, sure.
But if I like to sit down every now and then and just flip through channels and see what's on, and it makes it extremely difficult.
Well, I will tell you exactly what I do in modern time. Now I'm going to be atypical, to a degree. I understand that because I'm not as savvy with it as the people that they grew up with.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, on that learning curve, this is, if let's say there's just I get the word, hey babe, I'm working on this thing. Sherry's got a project going to the house right now, and I don't have anything to do. I'm caught up on everything. The farm's not an option, and I say, you know what? I think for the next couple hours, I'm just going to go watch something.
Yeah, relax.
I will sit down and I will begin with cable. I don't know why. I just do. And I'll pop around and realize that I'm not interested in Alaskan people. And so I'm not interested in game wardens of various states. I'm tired of seeing shirtless people be arrested.
Yeah.
And
you have that pretty regular.
Right. And I realize that's pretty much all there is. And then I'll panic and I'll go to Axis and see if is there anything in the music world that's of interest. And then I don't like top 10 lists, so I'll bail off that. I'll jump to the next channel right next to it, which is HD Net, is a movie channel.
Yeah.
See if I might pick up a movie I hadn't seen in a while. And then once that's exhausted, if that doesn't work, then I jump to Apple and I see what are the latest movies that are out. And then I say, well, no, same old ones were there the last time I checked. Okay, then I'll jump from there. I will jump to Amazon Prime.
Okay,
and I'll see
that's another app.
And I'll see what they have.
You're moving through a lot of apps.
I'll see what they have going on.
Right,
and then I jump from there to Netflix, and I see what they got going on. So that's how I do it. I treat it just like channels.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So there's really two segments of this.
Yeah,
there is to Bubba's point. There is I want to treat it like a traditional cable package, and that's your YouTube TV, your Sling, your Hulu.
Yeah.
I use DirecTV streaming package. There's Fubo TV,
Mm-hmm.
and all of those have most of the same things, but then with one of them may only have the Bally Sports Network and the Tennis Channel and Golf Channel. So you got to figure out which one of those you want. Most of them have the locals now,
as well.
One of them's always missing the channel Betty wants.
So,
you know what I mean?
So you have that. That's a must when you're.
Yeah.
To me, when you're replacing cable, this is what you're looking for. Because this still gives you the opportunity to do what Bubba's talking about is channel surf.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And some apps are better than others about making that easier and more user friendly. Yeah. I get that because I've done there are some, Bubba, that I'm like, it's hard to change a channel and just channel surf.
Yeah.
So I get that completely. But then you have your whole other categories of your Netflix and Amazon Prime and HBO Max and Peacock and all these. And
Jimmy
so
Jam channel.
I think there's almost two different conferences, if you will.
There is.
And
because my college son and really Tyler too, they don't even have the YouTube TV, Hulu, whatever. They just have, I'm going to Netflix or I'm going to Amazon Prime or whatever. They don't even need the other.
Tippy Canoe and Tyler too.
Yeah.
How about?
And if you don't watch out,
still remember that.
What
from
about an
school, by the way.
off-air antenna? Or do they have that so they can pick up the local channels in high def?
No, but
and all the sub
every time
channels?
we bring this up, people do email recommending that.
Well, to me, like you said,
You'd be surprised with all you
I know.
do.
One thing I do like about modern time is you can pretty much decide what you need.
Yeah.
And to me, if I can watch, I keep the cable, and I could just go to those things and get the same thing. I got that.
Yeah.
But I keep the cable for live sports events, basically. That's really it.
Where they're getting us.
And I know I can. There'll be a time I could watch those on apps if I wanted to. I'm just talking about. I'm like that's almost like my foundation that I go piddle around with when something's on live and I don't want to hassle trying to find it. I just want to turn channel on.
Yeah.
But and then what'll happen when I do my apps? I always do this every time. I'll be exhausted. Say, well, there's nothing on. There's nothing on an app. There's nothing on cable. And then I'll remember. Wait a minute. I think I have Paramount. And so I'll check it, and I'll see if there's a series that interests me there or whatever.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I work.
Reacher's on.
I think where they're getting us
That's
now,
prime.
and this is the frustrating part that Bubba, I think you're speaking of, is now we're taking NFL games and we're putting them on a subscription service only. So, like, if I'm not a member of Amazon Prime, I can't watch Thursday Night Football.
Right.
There was a football game on Peacock, and I'm not a member of Peacock, and if I wanted to go watch that game, I had to subscribe. And so I think that's what it was. Whatever it was we were
Peacock.
watching. But
Yeah.
But I think that's where they're getting us now is the traditional cable can be replaced by streaming, and you have the best of both worlds with that. But this is where it's changing and getting us on these secondary deals where you don't know what they're going to put up there from time to time that we actually want to see, that we would see traditionally on the cable package.
And where you're going to have trouble, and they're playing games with it right now. They're just trying to get their numbers right. This might have been when you had already that might have been the day you were traveling with the team. We were talking about. Were you here the day we said the numbers are in on how many people they got to go to Peacock?
Yes, I was.
And it was a big number.
It was a huge number.
It was a big number. So what's going to happen? You would go, yeah, but is it bigger than what it would have been back when it was on? Well, but those kind of shares aren't around anymore.
Right.
So because there's too many things. So what's going to happen if they look and say, I'm just grabbing a number. My number may be way off. Okay, we had 45 million people go to Peacock and watch the playoff game, and somebody says, well, you had more than that back when it was just on. Yeah, but we made as much money, if not more, that way.
Yeah.
Well, we had the
and
numbers.
that's all that's going to matter.
Exactly.
You know, we had the round numbers, and if I'm not mistaken, they paid about $100 million for it, and made 120.
Yeah.
I think it was about $20 million, about 20% return.
So if they're getting 20% return on that
That's not
investment
bad for a Sunday night.
on one game,
And see, here's the thing that they get you with, and this is just good advertising and marketing, is they get you to that game, but then you go, oh, wow, they got a bunch of other stuff over here I can't get anywhere else. I think I'll stay a while. And that 110 million, 120 million turns into double that because they've stuck around the next couple months paying those monthly fees.
Most of the back before any of this existed, one of the things in our show, I know airs at different times, different places, so pardon me for that, but when we started, we got moved to what used to be the most sought after time on a radio station was morning drive. Well, you hoped you could get a morning show, even if it wasn't reflective of the rest of the day, to get people there that they might just still have it on, and then they hear what you do the rest of the day.
It was a lead-in. Lead-ins were important.
This is the same thing. And like the lead-ins back during just regular. But I will tell you what's sad for the major networks. You know what I never do, unless it's a live sporting event? I never turn on the major networks.
Yeah.
To see what their programming is.
Right.
I don't either.
Never.
Yeah. Frugal guy here now. And on the other side of things, if you have cable and internet like I do, the prices keep going up, and you're in the mid 200s just to have cable and internet. Whereas if you take the cable out but still keep their internet, you could save $100 and still pretty much get the same thing. And that's where they're losing a lot of people.
Until you spend more than that getting the other apps.
Yeah. You pile up.
You got to be careful with that. Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of mine that said, "Hey, I got this crazy idea. I'm going to reach out to someone if you think it would be." And I was like, "Sure, go ahead. What's it going to hurt?" Well, the guy called me back and said, "I've talked to the mediator, and he thinks that Kanye would be interested in it." And I was like, "Seriously?" And so he called me on a Thursday night and said, "I'm going to be with Kanye on Tuesday. And I'm gonna talk to him again about it, but he's very interested. If you don't hear anything from me, I don't have any news." So on Friday afternoon, I was sitting at my house, and my phone rang, and I thought it was a telemarketer. Seriously, I promise you, I thought it was a telemarketer. And I went, "This is Scott," and the voice on the other end of the line said, "Hey, Scott, this is Kanye West." And I was like, "What's up? What you doing?" I mean, I think because of the run for governor that you guys have walked with me in.
Yes.
The spirit of intimidation was just gone.
Yep.
So I was able to speak with him. And he was at that point in Houston speaking in prisons. And he asked me, he said, this Sunday I'm speaking at Joel Osteen's church. And he said, some people think that Joel doesn't preach the gospel.
I'd be one of those.
Well, and the way I responded was, I'm an evangelist. I want the gospel preached every time. So why don't you just make sure this Sunday it comes strong?
That's right.
And so we had a great conversation. He told me his testimony, told me what he had walked through, told me some of the things that he was struggling with. And I kind of thought to myself, if more Christian leaders would be that authentic about their struggles, we'd probably see revival in our land. And then he said, I thanked him for calling, and I said, "Man, I appreciate you even considering this." And that's when he said, "I'm not considering it. I'm calling you to tell you I'm coming. You can bank on it. We'll be there." And that's when on the inside I was screaming like a little girl, going, "What have I done? What have I gotten myself into?" But we talked about certain logistics and things that are going on, and we said we'd talk about it later. And then I hung up, and I realized it's me and Kanye. It's no agent. There's no lawyers.
If there's not an album that comes out that's called "Me and Kanye" and has a picture of you and Kanye on it.
Scott, when I first heard, can I tell you the vision that I got uncontrollably? It just jumped into my oversized head here. That I saw you and Tara and Kanye and Kim walking on the streets of Gatlinburg, watching taffy being made. Yeah. That's what popped into my head.
Yeah. You couldn't help it. You couldn't help it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe getting a pancake together.
I don't know what's more bizarre about that visual. Whether it's you and Kanye or Tara, your wife, and Kim. I may go with the latter.
Yeah.
But still,
It'd be great. Be a great conversation.
Yeah, there's, but here's the deal. I've probably vetted Kanye more than any other Christian artist outside of friendships. I mean, I've actually spoken with Kanye. I've never spoken with some of these other artists. And so I'm convinced I was speaking with a brother in Christ. Now, he's still in that process of sanctification. We all have a long way to go.
Lots of work.
Many steps.
But, I mean, he's being discipled on a weekly basis. And to see where he's come from just a couple of years ago has been phenomenal. And everybody says, "Well, what happens if something goes on, if something happens?" And I go, "Well, I can't live in that part, but this is what he says. This is how he's acting. Can't you just imagine how they felt with the Apostle Paul when he first came to know Christ?"
Yeah, it's not like he's been killing people.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those deals where
this is minor compared to that.
But I've got his pastor, Adam Tyson, flying in, and he's going to speak that Sunday morning. Kanye's just going to be there with his he's going to perform his Sunday service with us, and no doubt, hopefully, tell his testimony. But he's performing and Adam's speaking.
So I had so he's not, Kanye won't be speaking at the event. He'll just be doing the music.
He's doing the Sunday service.
Right. The one thing I want to clarify, because I want to be sure, because I can feel the emails right now, and there's actually a debate about this, whether this is really what the Bible is saying or not. about the Apostle Paul. Are you of the school that Paul went away for 3 years to be prepared for his ministry? Or are you of the school that that's not really what the Bible says? Because in one case in Acts, it almost looks like he started quicker than that, just going out saying, here's what's happened. Which one of those do you think is accurate?
Yeah, I've always thought that he went away later for 3 years.
Right.
But I think that he started immediately and then went away.
Right.
But, again, I wasn't there, and there's different schools of thoughts. And quite honestly, Rick, when I walked in, I was ready to talk about Kanye. I didn't know I was going to get a Bible lesson. So
no.
I'm like,
Listen, let me tell you something.
The radio host is now schooling me on theology.
Listen, and you know this, but let me tell you this. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Coming up this weekend, hello, Nashville, Tennessee. To be specific, Hendersonville, about 20 minutes from Nashville. Long Hollow Church this weekend, the Long Hollow Men's Conference. I'll be there with David Pollock, Scott Dawson. If Dawson's there, I'll have stories on Monday. He just seems to find his way into those. So he'll be there speaking as well. Robbie Gallaty, the pastor. Also Chase McGrath, Brew McCoy, and Dylan Sampson, all from Tennessee football. All speaking this weekend. Looking forward to being there. TheManChurch.com be in the lobby. We'll have all of our resources out there. I'll be gripping and grinning. And looking forward to seeing all of you this weekend in the Nashville area. Bubba, a little shout out.
Rick, let me just say this. Hello, Wetumpka.
Hey, baby.
Lovely Wetumpka.
Yes.
A big shout out to Taylor, Ella, Harper, and Henry Hilliard. And I know their granddad, Ron. Ron helps me with some tree planting and other things, and he's a good guy. And that's his grandkids. Wanted to tell them a big Bubba hello.
Well, hello, kids. Bubba says hello, and so do the rest of us. Did you? How's the tree project?
It's good. It's good. Got that done.
Finished.
Yeah.
Disruptive?
No, I don't think so.
Not bad.
Not too bad.
Think you might push a couple good ones over on you.
You never know. They'll be back.
Well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. You gonna get after them this weekend?
The weather is not looking good.
It does not look good.
Oh, it doesn't. This is we're in the 2 weekends. We really need it to be better.
Yeah, I've come to the conclusion. I think I may be done. I don't see me getting back out there. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you sometimes you just look over, you just look at your schedule and you're kind of like, I don't know. I don't know.
Probably out tomorrow afternoon.
Sure.
Yeah.
I probably won't hunt again until today.
Right.
But no, the weather's horrible where we are. It's going to rain all week. It's going to rain all week.
Thank y'all for that reminder.
I've seen some of the biggest deer I've ever seen during rain.
Not that guy. Please don't be that guy. Don't do that. Do not be that guy.
You know why? Because nobody else is out there.
We all know that guy.
Yeah. I'm that guy.
He always
I'm that guy.
If you're sitting around, you say, it looks so rough. Let me tell you something. It's 1978, I think it was. Pouring rain. 20-mile-an-hour wind. Then no one won't go out. Saw the biggest deer I ever saw, 1:15 p.m. To me, in the deer hunting world, there's I went out in bad weather and saw the biggest deer ever, and then there's that you'll never see a deer of any count if you don't hunt in the middle of the day. There's that guy.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you where you're messing up. You need to get out there in the middle of the day. Yeah, but that's when we do our camphouse breakfast and stuff.
I know. One of the, with the exception of Speedy, who walked out and 20 minutes later shot one of the biggest deer we ever had taken on our place.
Come on. By the way, I've noticed too, just like a friend of ours, I told you, he said the more he tells a story, the more obscure it comes, and it's dealing with you and me. You remember me telling that the other day? He's now got us with no shoes on in the same car.
Right.
But anyway, I remember when Speedy killed that deer an hour sitting out there. It's now down to 20 minutes. It's now down to 20 minutes.
I thought that when he said it, I thought
we all do that.
It was bright daylight. You know what I mean? I mean, it seemed like 20 minutes.
By the way, in 2 years,
how long were you there? Really,
Speedy out there 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I don't know how long I was there.
It was short though.
Climbing in the shooting house.
Yeah,
and I saw.
What we mean by
1 foot on the ladder.
What we mean by 20 minutes is he went out there.
No, he wasn't out there very long.
Right, early in the day.
And the other one of the other largest was during lunch. Somebody wanted to stay out, and we were all putting our clothes on to go back out in the afternoon. It's about 1 o'clock or something, and we heard, it was a biggie.
How about when I was down hunting this past weekend? One of the other hunters from Florida, he was getting down and was walking back, and a doe came out, and he actually got his phone out because it was staring like straight like where Big Boy is, and to take a picture, and then he realized over the shoulder, here comes Big Boy right behind her, and he had a shooting stick and just propped up, bam!
Really?
Took a nice one.
1983, tornado on the ground.
Sirens going off.
Sirens going off, wind blowing sideways. I went out anyway. Killed the biggest deer ever killed. And I told y'all the story years ago. These kind of stories of it's not what should have happened.
Right.
That I go out into the deepest part of the land because I'm gonna hunt hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Deep.
I'm gonna hunt hard.
Deep.
And I sit out there and I see Zippo.
Oh,
Zipperoo. And so I'm easing back in. Now I'm back to where camp house is, the barn, all that, and I'm in the side by side. I've transitioned, by the way. I'm calling them that now. I know I was supposed to a long time ago. And I'm sitting. And there's a clump of trees about the size of this studio. Seriously, include the part where the call screening room in Adler is. No bigger than that. And the rest is just pasture. And I hear the awfulest noise, and I look over in that clump of trees, sitting in a side by side by the barn, out in the big pasture, and a doe comes running out of that clump of woods. Not one, but two bucks chasing her toward the side by side. And I'm like, what a neat! And you start. So there, if I'd really been better off, I just sat on the porch.
Yeah.
But there's always that guy.
Yeah, I usually
y'all ain't going out
judge.
because it's raining.
What?
Shot the biggest one I ever saw.
I usually judge when the rut has started by how many deer I see in the median of the highway.
That's true. Yeah. There's a lot
in
to
the
that.
middle of the day.
I talked to someone, Bubba, about your idea. Since deer are they want to investigate everything.
Yeah.
Just put
Curious. They're more curious than a cat.
Put an empty box in
The
middle of
Bubba box
green field.
idea.
Yeah,
The Bubba
I was
box.
telling somebody about that.
was
this
the
past
dude
weekend.
came up with that.
Yeah. The dude came up with that. What a statement.
I don't think that's illegal to put cardboard out there, is it?
I don't know.
Adler, you ever gonna kill that one in your neighborhood?
I already have. I'm not going to talk about it.
Okay, good.
On the air. Yeah.
Hey,
Adler,
congratulations.
You would be a good one to test this because the camera, the way it's set up.
Yes.
I wish you would put a cardboard box out there, put a rock in it so it won't blow off or something,
That's
and
hilarious.
just see if the deer will go up and look in it.
Okay. You talking about the swamp donkeys?
Yeah.
I like calling them swamp donkeys
Yeah,
because it sounds cool.
Yeah.
Swamp donkeys.
I really am going to put a light out by my feeder, though.
You got to.
Speedy,
They don't like that.
you said that
No,
it's not
they're
going
fine with
to.
it.
It's not going to hurt my numbers. Speedy said it's not going to hurt
It's
my
not.
numbers.
Speedy's wrong.
Rick,
Well,
I spent 14 years
Hey.
at a house with that, and
No.
all I did was see deer.
I'm just telling you.
Who
Who watches more
bucks.
Animal Planet?
The big bucks won't like it.
Well, I saw some giants, and it's just at the
Nope,
house. It's
coulda
not.
seen bigger ones.
I didn't say put it in the middle of your green field when you're hunting. I'm just talking about on the side of your house where they eat.
Yes.
And I had a feeder, and man, we would look out and see all kinds
I'm
of
telling you, I
deer.
wouldn't do it.
Y'all, I check this Moultrie camera every morning.
I know, you're obsessed with
I'm
it
like
now.
all into it now.
I
Yes.
wish you'd actually hunt sometime.
I wonder what it'll be like to hunt sometime because I haven't gone yet this
You're
year.
not in a good season for that.
And my child was born early February, so that's going to mess things up.
You have the perfect shooting house. It's your house.
I could just do it on the deck.
Right.
It might end up in my sweet old lady neighbor's front yard.
You're not going to get to hunt again really on a regular basis till you can take your kids with you. Then your wife will say, yeah, go have fun.
Okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Your brother right now. Hey, I sit here every day.
Oh, I know.
And everything you bring up biblically, you better be ready for. Say, well, now wait a minute. Wait a minute. The Bible says that Paul went away for 3 years. And so I'm just going ahead and taking that on now.
Okay.
Because you were saying, well, you compared him to the Apostle Paul, and we're talking about Paul murdered people, which he did.
Right.
But I can already hear the email. Well, then Paul went away for 3 years before he started preaching, too.
But I'm more of where I've put myself as Ananias when he was coming over to Saul.
Oh, yeah, and he didn't want to go
talk
see
with
him,
him and go, my gosh, what in the world
Right.
have you done? I kind of feel like the Lord's put some people in his path. And with Kanye, he's being discipled, and he was not using vague. Here's what I think is so unique, and it needs to be noted. He wasn't speaking in vague religious terms.
You're right.
He was speaking scripture. He was talking doctrine. And I just was like, man, he is growing.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
He is growing.
Well,
he's passionate.
I talked about this on the show when it was first brought out, because I think it always will take care. Because here's the two schools, and it's just human beings. You're not vetting him out enough. You're being too critical of him, and both of those people both think they're right. And I've heard you get the same thing. We had the audacity. You wouldn't believe the backlash that we got by saying the first day we heard it, all I said, which was I thought there couldn't be a safer statement. I'm cautiously optimistic. Well, you would have thought that I was the most self-righteous, I mean, sanctimonious. How dare you say caution? Well, how about the day I said, Rick Burgess, I've come to know Christ. Everybody, if they were honest, said, we're cautiously optimistic. Because you know what? Rick had a lot of stuff that was going to have to change in his life, and that process doesn't happen overnight. And so, it's okay to say, Billy Sunday, you and I have talked about this before.
Right.
Billy Sunday, he would do an event. People would come forward to the altar, and somebody say, Billy, we had this many people come to know Christ today. And Billy Sunday would say, we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bible says you'll see if it's real or not, and you don't really know till you see. And like, I look back on things in my own testimony that I thought were okay in my walk 5 years ago that I've learned, hey, that wasn't the way to handle that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So the sanctification process goes on.
It goes
on. But
on.
you're going to make some mistakes along the way and go, ugh, if I could have gone back, I didn't know as much as I knew about Scripture as I know now, or I didn't have the Holy Spirit. I wasn't sanctified to the level I am now. So there's going to be a process. So what I'm saying is I think we have to keep this Kanye thing in a level-headed thing where we're not saying, oh, there's no way he's redeemed. But at the same time, you got to be careful not to give him too much responsibility too fast.
Right.
And I say that about myself, too. Because I've been through that process. Because when you got a platform, his is much bigger than ours. But when you are someone who has a platform and suddenly you came to know Jesus and you're back on the air the next day or the next week and you're like trying to figure this all out, it's a process.
And I'm praying that God will bring like-minded people around him that are going to walk with Christ, walk him through this relationship with Christ. Again, everything I've seen, it is a different world. Because we just announced it to our churches about a week and a half ago, and then all of a sudden the news picked up on it yesterday.
And the other one is I've been with you guys a bunch of years, not quite 25, but I was going to tell Bubba probably the best radio was how he and Speedy handled the show after the death of your son.
Oh, thanks.
And they came up to the plate, and I mean, it was just, I didn't know what to expect, and they really handled it great, and just that whole event has just taken your show in just a total different direction, and it just shows you how God can use a tragedy to bring glory to himself. And I just really appreciate you guys. And y'all been a lot to my life over the last 20-something years. I remember that you had an intern named Flamin' Amy when I first started listening.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long ago that was, but it was a bunch of years ago.
Well, thank you for that. And, that's one of those things, and you brought it up, when you're saying, let's go through the last 25 years. Look, we all know that we're talking about usually the funny things that have happened, and that certainly is the heart. But if you want to look at an event that is probably the most impactful and the most life-changing for all of us involved, including the day that Speedy and Bubba, and I think even Dawson and Span helped out with that a little bit as well, the day they took that on and that moment in the history, in the last 25 years, there's really no way to get in, and I appreciate you talking about, when you're talking about, let's go back over the last 25 years. I mean, that is certainly the most impactful of the last 25, and the way you guys handled that, and we've talked about it in the past, but it's good to be mentioned again, especially if you're looking back over 25 years. That was a difficult task. It was handled well. I hope that makes a lot of people who maybe didn't believe that the guys could come on and just say the Holy Spirit has got to do this today because we can't. And people pulling off on the sides of the road and giving their life to Christ. Look, and the good news is, what I love about it the most is those out there and in here that have never been the same. Just like with anything, sometimes people make proclamations and they kind of fade back to who they were before. But those that were forever changed, including me, It cannot be ignored if you're going to look back over the last 25 years. New hour. Thanks for being with us. We'll get some of your phone calls in this hour. Got a true coming up, tornado relief update from Bubba. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Helmsy, Speedy, Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. We're so appreciative, and we thank each and every one of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
These are the days
of America. Bubba, political update. America votes. An election year 2024.
Sanity, I've got too much time on my hands. It's hard to believe such a calamity. I've got too
Oh, those politicians.
time on my hands, and it's
If you want to make a room feel greasy, just let one in.
much time on my hands. Too much time on my hands. And I don't know what to do with myself.
Bubba, I don't know what's going on here, but it appears that CNN has complimented Trump supporters. This could be in the revelation.
Yeah, is this
I
one
don't
of the
know.
signs? Do you know?
I don't know what happened here. I don't know if they realize, and we'll play a clip in a minute that may confirm that they too would prefer that Biden not be president again. Or they think that Trump getting in gives him the best chance to win. I don't know. But when you hear this.
And it actually aired on CNN, Rick, but it was Dean Phillips who said it.
I know, but
I can't believe they didn't cut his audio. To your point,
but don't you think twofold? A Democrat said it, and CNN aired it.
Yeah.
I mean,
they must not have known what he was going to say.
All right, so here it is.
We have a crisis of participation. And I got to tell you guys, I went to a Donald Trump rally a couple nights ago. Never been to one. I had an event across the street. I saw the line of people waiting in the cold for hours. And I thought, what the heck? I'm going to be a leader who actually invites people, doesn't condemn them. Met probably 50 Trump people waiting in line. Every single one of them, thoughtful, hospitable, friendly. All of them so frustrated that they feel nobody's listening to them but Donald Trump. A diverse crowd, people who had never been to a Trump event before. My party is completely delusional right
What?
And that got out.
Yeah.
Not only did he say it, CNN aired it.
Now, this is Dean Phillips. He is a Democrat running for president.
Correct.
Which you probably never heard of him other than that clip.
And they went on in the interview to ask him, do you think you're hurting Biden by running? Like, why are you not? Some of the questions that they were asking so focused on Trump, of course, not their own party. Just sad. Very good interview.
Sounded like he handled it okay.
Yeah, did y'all know this guy was running?
I did not.
I didn't either.
Point, no.
Yeah.
And I think the point that this
Never
is,
heard of him.
I think what he's saying, which is very clear-headed, he's trying to say to the party, the Democrats, he said it. You're delusional.
Yeah.
You don't understand how frustrated people are, and you're not understanding. You're trying to demonize them. You're trying to put them down and talk like they're stupid. You don't understand what the draw of Trump is to them, and you better understand it.
Yes.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yep.
Now,
and as the election results came in last night, I happened to be watching CNN. They had their panel, and some of the things they were saying about us as American citizens who vote for Republican and will vote for Trump was so demeaning.
Of
like
course.
that's how they spent 30 minutes just talking down to us.
So next, if you wonder why Dean Phillips is staying in the race, it may be because of clips like this.
Yes.
Here is the president. He said he's going to teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson, but we don't know what it is.
Hard to make it out.
We don't know what the lesson is.
Y'all enjoy.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
What is first time? Is this first time you're seeing this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he speaking?
Run that again, please.
Is he speaking of a creature of some kind? The Jabberwocky? Is it from that poem?
Oh, Rick.
Oh, it might be from the poem.
Yeah.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
Okay, I got it.
Don't
Don't mess with the women of America. Let's see if that's it.
Unless you want to get a benefit.
Or something. Oh, let's see here.
Isn't that what,
I don't know.
what he said?
I don't know about that.
That's what he said.
I do think it's
That's what it sounded like.
I'm not trying to be funny.
All right.
Right. Let's see. Roll that tape.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
That's what he said.
He says get a benefit. That's what he says.
And honestly, you know what?
He says get a benefit.
You know what's happening? So
I didn't make that up.
Somewhere Bill Clinton said, "Oh, wait a minute, that's my line."
Wait a second.
Adler, one more time. Let's just
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
Oh my God! What?
Why does everybody clap behind him?
Thank you.
Unless you want to
That's
get a
the most
benefit.
disturbing part of this.
There should be more people puzzled.
And the crowd goes wild.
And go, what he say?
That was mine. That was mine. That was my saying.
Benefit.
That was my saying.
Is he talking about voters with benefits? What is he talking about?
That's good.
What's so funny?
Membership has its privileges.
But no, this is what you have to understand. Okay, this is so important when you realize the situation. He knows what he needs to do. It's one thing when someone is not putting any effort in. What's sad is when he knows what he needs to do and he still can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He knows he needed to get up there and deliver a line. Don't mess with the women of America, so he could play to that women who don't like Trump. And vote. I'm the voice of the women of America. Which, by the way, you look at his family and look at some of his behavior, and this thing where the Democrats have convinced women that they're good to women. I don't know how they did that to y'all. I don't know if when you get a resume, check it. But he can't even deliver the line.
Well,
he just can't do it.
And that's Dean. Is it Dean Phillips? The guy previous.
Right, yeah.
That's one of the points he was making too in that interview was, I would support Biden if he'd simply get into the game. Right. Like he's not in the game. Right. He's so lost. He doesn't want to debate. He doesn't want to do the things that it requires in order to be the president.
He wasn't even on the ballot in New Hampshire, right?
Right.
I don't think so.
He was right. He was right.
Because the Democrats have already said he's going to be the nominee.
Correct.
They're kind of nullifying their.
Right. I want you to picture me.
Anyway.
I will now play the role of whoever the handler is and the speechwriter that had it ready to go. All right, we're back. We're backstage. You got us. He's out there. Well, so what do you got for him tonight? Hey, this is going to kill. He's going to say that we're going to send a message to Donald Trump, and I said, really, I'd like for him to say we're going to teach Trump a valuable lesson if he can get that out. And then they go, what lesson? Don't mess with the women of America.
All right.
And the guy said, man, that is awesome.
Let's see how it goes.
All right, so here it is. He's going to do it right here. All right, here it is.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson.
That's pretty good.
Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
No, and I think he looks then to whoever's beside him, and he or she says this. That went well.
Hey, go to the last 4 seconds.
Where's this benefit
past the
thing?
women of America, and let's see if
He
we
is
can
saying
really examine
benefit,
it.
is he not?
I think he is.
Unless you want to get the benefit.
Hold on. Let me
Unless
see.
you want to get a
Mess with the women in
benefit.
America unless you want to get the benefit.
You want to get a benefit?
Mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
That's right. I agree, the crowd says.
What is it? Because all the people behind him cheering, apparently they can see the teleprompter, so they read what he was supposed to say.
They're cheering when he stops because they think that's what they're supposed to do.
Is that what we look like some days when we can't speak?
Yes. Sadly, yes. Because we're not leading the free world, so be comforted in that.
Right.
The whole crowd behind him just
don't mess with the benefit of America when you receive the benefit.
You know we're aging older, Rick. I don't know if you knew that.
Yes, I did. That made very clear to me. Made very clear to me.
How about
I am not gray on that.
It's like he's got
no pun intended.
It's like he's got a cold mouth. You ever been in freezing temperature?
Don't
and you're trying to.
Well, if that was the first word he tried to say, but it looked like he had a little get warm time.
But wouldn't you look at the speech and say, "What's that thing?" I have nothing in here about benefits. I think what I want him to say
about the benefit?
Is if you mess with the women of America, you'll reap something.
You'll reap the benefit. Maybe he'd say that.
Maybe that's what he tried.
Did he say that?
Did you put that in the speech? I don't know what he said. I was so sad about how he said "women of America." I didn't hear the rest of it. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's just too big. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you. Very kind of you.
You, Helmsy, Adler, and I have an issue today.
Oh, we do.
Well, it's your birthday.
Yeah.
Which is your birthday's tomorrow or today?
Today.
So, and then Adler's Sunday, right?
Correct.
So there is a beautiful birthday cake from Edgar's Bakery here. The details on it are phenomenal.
They really are.
They're recognizing your move to the Cove.
Right. I got a lot of.
I tell you, the artwork on that one is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Really, I guess Helmsy and Adler are not as in a tough a situation as you and I are in because they didn't see it. They weren't there. They've heard about it, but they didn't see it. It's pretty obvious to me that Betty has done a birthday cake ban, and she looked at us as if, are we letting this go on?
I got in trouble yesterday from Betty when she arrived during the podcast that you guys were cutting, and it'll hit Saturday morning. And she was upset about his whole outfit and couldn't wear, and the pants don't fit, and all this kind of stuff, and started ranting a little bit on cakes and everything else. And I felt just a little bit responsible because I don't stand up more and go, no, you can't have this.
Yeah, I can't, but I can't.
But he's a grown man. I can't stop him from doing
He's
stuff.
double nickel. I mean, what am I supposed to do about it?
I know.
Yeah. So, would you like? So here's the deal, and I want you to know this, Bubba.
I think the law says you can't stop me from doing it.
Right. So here's the deal, Bubba. Men got to stick together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
so good, what?
If you would like for us to go into and I hate to go Bill Clinton here.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of similarities here because both of them involved things. Should we go into the mode here and officially, when it comes to birthday cake and Bubba, don't ask, don't tell? I'm just going to act like I don't see it. I'm act like I don't know anything about it.
I've also got a conspiracy theory.
Okay.
If Greg was here, he would be so proud of me.
Mm-hmm.
What if Bubba has sabotaged the YouTube feed so Betty can't see him?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, good.
Now, what is the update on that, by the way?
Oh, see, well, hold on. He's trying to change subjects.
Don't let him change the subject.
I didn't do it.
Diversion.
I know so little about that YouTube
Well, there's
feed.
a couple.
I'm so out of the loop.
That would make you apparently like everybody else, even the people running YouTube.
Yeah, which is very frustrating.
I told y'all, we're not in control. We're not in control.
We could do the don't ask, don't tell. Back to the cake. We could just do away with cakes in general and say we're grown men. We're not going to get birthday cakes.
They do fruit too.
Yeah, we get fruit
No,
baskets
we're not going to do that.
Or we could get the cake and then put it somewhere where he can't get to it.
No, I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I don't either. So those are your three options.
Why don't we just eat it and everybody be happy?
So that's the don't ask, don't tell.
That's but I just,
option one,
which is kind of what we really normally do.
Right.
Really, to be honest with you.
Well, look, it's
look, I don't have to eat any.
I know. Well, how about this? It's your. It's like what I said a minute ago. How you got. It's your decision.
Yeah.
You do what you think's best.
I will.
Okay.
I will.
Right.
Adler's asked that we cut it a little bit later in the show, but I don't know what that means. He's leaving early.
Seriously,
that was a joke.
There's some days you're hungry for stuff. Some days you're not. Today I'm not really having a sugar buzz.
So you're not going to eat any today anyway.
Okay.
So we're fine.
That's good.
I'm not
he
like
said that. Look.
I'm not craving it. Let me put it.
All right. If right now, I'm talking about something important. Something that would be devastating to you, and somebody said you have to get this right, or you're going to lose it. Will Bubba eat cake today or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Ain't no way I'm gonna write anything important on him.
Look, let's do this. Y'all want to put some money down?
No,
on it?
no. What I'm trying to
Well,
have
if it's a challenge, then you know.
and that'll be an
that
entry.
changes the game.
Yeah, it's not gambling; it's an entry fee,
Right,
for
yeah.
the prize money.
Yeah,
It's a totally different deal.
Yeah, I think if
because the skill would be involved.
I
here.
think if there's something not in it, now something like that, you would go, well, I'm not going to do it because I want to win.
Right, yeah,
I can
exactly.
get that. But as far as you doing it because you're concerned,
Yeah.
Well, that would make me more concerned.
yeah, it would. You would think other things would, but yeah, that's I.
Let's go to the phones. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we want to chat with you. Find out what is on your mind. Plenty of lines available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn. Line of phone calls up, ready to go. Alan's out of Arab, Alabama. Alan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
I'm fine. I was going to say how you're talking about how Biden's always what he's saying and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he was saying he needed to run because Trump was going to run? Well, of course he's going to have to run if he's going to pardon Hunter because Trump's not going to pardon him.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a good point. Here's somebody saying, here's things he might have said. I don't hear this one. I'm sorry, Chris. Maybe he just speaks that badly unless you're willing to accept the consequences. I don't get consequences out of that. Do y'all? Out of benefit?
He said benefit.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
Another person saying, is it possible he said, don't mess with the women of America or you'll deal with the men of America? Still benefit comes at the end. I don't. He gets we know we identified he's saying women of America.
Yeah.
What we don't know, even though it's chewed up.
He must be at a women's rally or something because
Yes,
there are
yeah.
some choice, pro-choice.
Yeah, something
signs.
Who knows? He's talking to women. There's no question about that.
Well, the whole abortion thing, that's what they're centering the whole election on. It's terrible.
Well, they have that option, and it's settled at the state level.
You talking about like it's supposed to be?
Right. I mean, that's really there's two arguments here. One, are you pro or against?
Right.
Okay, and whatever your conviction is on that,
Sure.
or whatever your thinking is. The other thing is the actual way the law should be, and they corrected it. It should be decided at the state level because it is not addressed explicitly in the Constitution.
So you want?
So it goes to the state.
So you want to deny women health care?
No, I don't. I want the state to decide health care.
Right.
Because it doesn't give the national government the authority to do that. I know it's kind of crazy.
Joanne,
why don't we go by what it says?
Joanne, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. There's a concept. Go ahead.
Hey, my take on it is don't mess with the women of America unless you want to give them benefits. It's what it sounds like he's saying.
That's as close as I think we're going to get.
Unless you want to, what do you mean by that? Give them benefits.
I guess back to the right to abortion on demand.
But you're saying don't mess with them unless you want to give them benefits?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. All right, here we go.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
It sounds he's saying get a benefit. That's
unless you want to give a benefit.
So I guess what she's trying to tell us is it's not communicated well, but he's saying, I think in some bizarre Jabberwocky way, if you care about the people of the women of America, you'll give them the benefit of abortion on demand. I'm just guessing.
And I
think that's where Joanne
makes
was
about
going.
as much sense as anything
Well,
at this point.
what she was saying would be like, okay, so if we give you the benefit, then we can mess with you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That doesn't make
flip
sense.
it back the other way.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense.
No.
It doesn't. We continue. Let's go to Jay, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jay, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. One, I got to tell Biden to stay away from that open bar before he gives speeches.
Yes.
When the Dean Phillips comment that you said, it's kind of surprised that CNN's running that. I think that almost everybody understands that Biden has lost it and he's too old and you don't want, Kamala Harris running. He's running on that independent ticket, but he's smart enough to go out there and say, hey, let me warm up to some of these Republicans who, feel like they're not being listened to and all that, and trying to pull some of that sway vote because, he may pop up and come out of nowhere for the Democratic Party because they don't have anything really to run with if they go Biden to Trump, you know?
Jay, I don't want you to be accused of being a racist. It's Vice President Kamala Harris, not Kamala.
You know, I don't think there's any way, you know, with this super delegate thing that the Democrats do and all, I don't think there's any way anybody else can win.
No.
I mean, you know, we saw Kennedy, he's declared as an independent now. And I mean, he was the only one moving the needle at all, and it was way down the line.
Luann in Indiana. Luann, go ahead.
Luann.
I'm sorry, Tuscaloosa.
Tuscaloosa. Yes, sir. Now, I have an idea for what Biden was trying to say. My husband had like some stuff going on with his brain before he passed away, and he was struggling with words like Biden's doing.
Yes.
I believe he was supposed to say, or you'll deal with the consequences.
That's what
or
I
you'll get the
thought.
consequences.
That's what I thought, yeah.
But he messed up and said benefits instead. It's a little bit of aphasia.
Don't mess with the women of America, or you will face the consequences.
Unless you're willing to face the consequences.
Oh, let's hear it again. Let's see if we can.
But he couldn't think. But he couldn't think of consequences.
I think that's what he was supposed to say.
Let's just see if it'll even fit.
Yeah.
We'll teach Donald Trump a valuable lesson. Don't mess with the women in America unless you want to get the benefit.
It just doesn't work.
Unless you want to get a benefit.
Yeah, I think what she's saying is his mind was told to say he couldn't come up with consequences, so he went with benefit.
Which is scary knowing you're reading it.
No, it is.
He didn't have to think about
Hey,
it.
guys, we're just giving him a pass. I said this on the show the other day. It's so bad now. Notice we're not even landing on him chewing up women.
Right.
He couldn't even say women.
Yeah.
And we're letting that go. Him slurring words and mumbling words, we don't even comment on anymore.
So he said, get the benefit instead of saying suffer the consequences.
Right.
I think that's
Just
that's
a
what
confusion.
happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, a B12 shot will only get you so far.
Right.
And there's only so many you can take.
Brandon in Ohio. Brandon, go ahead.
He's the president.
Yeah, I'd have to say that you are 100% correct, and get benefits is what he's stating, or give benefits. So.
Yeah, the benefit is there, but we're thinking that's not what he was supposed to say because it didn't make any sense.
Did they put transcripts out of these things?
I'd love to.
I thought they
I've been
did.
trying to search for that.
Yeah.
Matt in Selma. Matt, go ahead.
Do you want it out, what he was trying to say?
With this
Probably
president,
not.
you should put it out so everybody know what you meant to send.
But then you'll see how much he couldn't say.
Well, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Matt, go ahead. Matt?
Hello?
Yes. Did it sound like to y'all that he is saying don't mess with middle America?
Don't mess with middle America. No, he's not saying that. No, he's saying women.
And he says benefit.
Yeah, it's just so bad. Robert, South Carolina. Robert, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
The question I have for y'all today is I keep seeing all these commercials about Nikki Haley is the one that can beat Biden, and they talk about how the Democrats want to run against Trump because he's the one person Biden can defeat. But last night, CNN said about independent voters that they were going out and voting for Nikki Haley, and then they were going to switch back after the primaries are over. And with all the different commercials that are being shown, it seems like they really don't believe what they're saying.
Did you follow that? I didn't.
I do think
I'm
CNN,
still hung on benefits.
Yeah, I think CNN is trying to tell you a story that's not there.
Right, and I think that's what the caller
Trying to lead you down a path.
And that's what the caller was saying. I see. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Thanks for the phone calls. Good work.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you trying to talk me off the high wire?
I hate to say this. Well, now we've established what you are. Witness negotiating price.
Negotiating price. No, I'm just looking for some motivation here to make it interesting.
Right. So,
y'all probably win.
15.
Trying to give y'all some money.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
With Joe, but
Big Hearted Joe. Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
So when did Joe Biden? You remember him talking about he's going to take the president out behind the woodshed? And,
oh yeah.
You know him and Cracker Pop or Pop Crack, whatever all that was, and like he was part of a gang one time or something. And
really likes to.
And he thinks he's really kind of, and so we have it again now. You know, Joe Biden is this thing with his son Hunter Biden, which we'll play some of that here in just a minute. Now, keep in mind, this Iowa voter brings it up when he's trying to have one of his little everybody gather around to hear him talk. And there's a Marine vet there and a retired farmer, Merle Gorman. He's 83. Now, Biden is 77. And he says to Joe, first of all, that it's something about his son. And then Biden gets, upset with him and calls him a blank liar. And then then Biden goes on that aggressive thing he's doing now, where he starts going toward the guy.
Yeah.
And then the guy makes a comment about his age, and then he wants to do physical challenges with the guy. It's just. I mean, when did Joe Biden decide that he's Chuck Norris? But anyway, so we have the video, Bubba. If you got something to say before we go to it, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this guy, like you said, he's a retired farmer. He's a former Marine.
Yeah.
I mean, he served the country. And let's just look at it, and then we'll talk about it.
Here we go.
I've been around a long time, and I know more than most people know. And I can get things done. That's why I'm running. And you want to check my shape on, let's do push-ups together here, man. Let's run. Let's do whatever you want to do. Let's do Number two, no one has said my son has done anything wrong, and I did not on any occasion. And no one has ever said it. Not
I didn't
one.
say you were doing anything wrong.
You said I set up my son to work in an oil company. Isn't that what you said? Get your words straight, Jack.
That's what I hear on MSNBC.
You don't hear that on MSNBC. You did not hear that. But you heard.
Because they're in your pocket.
Okay, I'm not going to get in an argument with you, man.
No, I don't want to.
Well, yeah, you do. But look, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
It looks like you don't have any more backbone than Trump does.
There we go.
Yeah.
Who let him in here?
Yeah, all right. I'm not voting for you.
Well, I knew you weren't, man. You think I thought you'd stand up and vote for me? You're too old to vote for me.
So at the beginning, he's wanting him to do physical challenges to show.
I wished he'd have popped him right in the nose.
Oh yeah, sure.
No, Secret Service would have hauled him out.
Sure.
And he'd have a long Christmas in the big Stony Lonesome, but boy, it would have been a good one.
Oh,
to
yeah.
shut him
Oh,
up.
it would have been great. Yeah. Well, you're 83. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have much long left anyway. Even if they put you in jail, you don't be there long.
And Joe gets highly offended when you bring up his son's job in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Who Joe bragged about getting a prosecutor dismissed and fired who was investigating the corruption in his son's company that he was on the board of directors, making $50,000 a month. We know he's very valuable to that company because of his ability in the oil fields.
Yeah. So
never walked through one.
No. But so that's what the guy's bringing up. But
so let's hear the video because Joe says this didn't happen.
Yeah,
but it's been viral.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard it, but Joe acts like it's not out there.
Unless this isn't Joe, but it surely sounds like Joe.
Well, it is Joe.
Yeah. Take a listen.
I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion.
Video, please.
They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch.
Oh, well.
So that is your Democratic nominee, Joe Biden. He is doing a quid pro quo and bragging about it.
Yeah, he clearly said that if you don't do something about this, you're not getting the money.
And he wanted the guy fired.
Right.
That he says was corrupt, and his reason for being corrupt was he was investigating his son.
Did we just hear Joe Biden say, if you don't get rid of the person who's investigating my son, you will not get the money?
Can we see the video of it?
And call him an SOB. Did that happen?
Yep, it did.
Okay, all right.
Let me see if I got to find it here. Let me get it.
I mean, is that because that's. We're back. Thanks for being with us Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Have you ever thought about having a mattress that was customized for you, the way you sleep? If you want to sleep better, one of the ways you could do that is have a better mattress, and one of the ways you could have the best mattress is to have it customized for the way that you sleep. Do you sleep on your stomach? Do you sleep on your back? Do you sleep on your side? Do you like a firm mattress? Do you like a medium mattress? Do you like it to be soft? All these things they want to know. Big and tall, they want to know that. Is this for a child? They want to know that. So they customize the mattress to specifically meet the sleeping needs of you or the person you're getting it for. And it just takes a few minutes to do that. Then they ship it to you, and then you get to sleep on it for up to 100 nights and decide if you want to keep it. Now, does anybody think that they're getting a bunch of mattresses sent back because this would not work very long if that was happening? Well, it's not happening because people love it, and it's really common sense. Why do they love it? Well, it was made for them. Well, there you go. So go right now. Let's get you some savings. Go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. That's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You'll save 20%. 20% at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Your new mattress will ship right to your door. You also can find that link by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You know, little Gregory, little baby brother. Little baby brother's got COVID. He's been snuggled up in that bed, until he can come back. All right, so Adam has a question, and we got some stuff, some clips on this today. Adam is in Tennessee, where I'll be headed, Lord willing, this weekend. So, Adam, tell us your topic, and then we may have some stuff that try to answer some of your questions. Go ahead.
All right, I was wondering. One, how close do y'all think we are to civil war?
Okay.
And two, if I wonder if the Democrats are going to use that as their Alamo, because if civil war breaks out or martial law is enacted, there's no election.
Yeah, I don't think that we are there. Civil war. First of all, if we follow its definition, that means that there's a group of us that want to go to Washington and we want to replace the sitting government with our own choice of government,
right?
Person,
right. By definition.
By definition.
Yeah.
Which
is why the other one was mislabeled. But anyway,
right.
I'm not going to go down that road.
Now, I don't know that if you've seen, if I want to use Civil War jargon, and I know it can be, people get upset and they just weep if you start talking Civil War. But I will say that let's just use the term, the sitting government. I guess if we were trying to take over the government, we'll call them the Union again if you want to. Okay, I know we're not building a confederacy, but I'm just saying that the sitting government. Let's just call them that. They pack quite a punch. They've got some really impressive weapons, an impressive military. Now
we've moved beyond muskets and cannons now.
Right.
And, the likelihood you're going to see that, I think, is very slim because you just, I hate to say this. I think Biden even pointed it out one time. What are you going to do? They've got helicopter gunships. That's going to outrule your ability to shoot.
So your only hope is that you could get the military to go with you, or at least enough of the military to go with you that you have a fighting chance.
You have a nonviolent revolution.
Right. And that's
where people march and protest, and that people with a conscience cannot unload a gun on somebody who's marching and singing. And that we've seen that in our country too.
Yeah, well, but the caller makes a good point with this open border and these people flooding in. That hope, if you're the sitting government, you hope that they see you as the source that gave them America, that gave them a check, that gave them a house, that gave them health care, and you go, so I forever vote for you, forever and ever, amen.
Right.
And so then you go, all right, well, the way it's set up right now, the problem that you have, caller, Adam, the problem that everybody in here has to a degree is our fellow Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're voting for something that they don't seem to be informed. Some of them think they want a giant tyrannical central government. They think they want that. They think they want to destroy our economy with this saving the world of man-made climate change. They think they want all that. Now, they don't know what the end result's going to be. By then, it'll be too late. So we got to do something to convince people that the way we're going has to change. And that's kind of the kind of movement Bubba's talking about. You bring awareness to it, you march, you know, of course, you'll be called an insurrectionist. Make a note of that.
Yeah.
Especially after you've done something dangerous, like take a selfie with a security guard. So anyway, no, that's part of it. But one of the biggest problems that I think we all have, and we've all been there with individuals, people we love, people we've had to try to help, and you're kind of this way with the country. The thing that always is so confounding is I can't make you want to do it. I can't give you the will to do it. I can only suggest it. I can only make my case that this is what should be done, but I can't make you do it. So the only force out there that can change someone's heart, we believe, is the one and only living God and the Holy Spirit. And I think we're to the point now, Adam, we're not trying to win an argument. We're trying to save the country. Mm-hmm. And see, now be prepared for this. The very people that we factually see are destroying the country, they're going to turn right around and already have and say, no, you're destroying the country.
Right.
We say save the republic. They say you're going to end the democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
yeah.
So there, but you just go. You almost kind of try to have the attitude, and they're doing it at the border, maybe. But you almost, of course, their numbers are much bigger. You almost have to take on that little boy on the seashore thing that we have all heard all our lives, and it is a great story, you know, analogy that he's, you know, throwing the starfish back in that are all dying on the beach, and there's tens of thousands of them, and the old man says, you're not making a difference. And they throw the starfish in and says, well, I did for that one.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and so and I think sometimes, Rick included, it's so hard to have the resolve and the staying power to work through the frustration of it. I don't feel like it's moving as quick as I want it to.
Yeah.
But you can't let that be where you just give up.
And
you keep making your case. You keep pointing to why it's true. You keep pointing to this is the wrong direction and why it's the wrong direction. And it's going to take a generation to do it, and it's going to be like an ocean liner. We're almost working now for the benefits of people that'll be here when we're dead.
Well, and I hate to bring this up, but to your example, if you're going to throw starfish back in the ocean and be that little boy, just from my personal experience growing up, don't throw them so hard that you tear an arm off. Because that really doesn't help them if you're holding their arm and they're flying through the air back into the surf.
That's so true. Yeah. So here's some clips. All right. So here's some clips. This is the kind of lunacy that we're dealing with. Okay. This is Kirby is being asked a question about why the razor wire has been removed on the border. Listen to this.
Does razor wire work?
Does razor wire work for what? Does it work for the Border Patrol to allow them to have the access they need to be able to better process people that are trying to get across the border? I don't think so, and that's why we asked for it to be removed.
Now I want you to think about that statement. We don't think it's an obstacle, so we made no obstacle.
Yeah,
that don't even make sense.
Well, he's trying to have it both ways.
I know he is. Yeah. So you're saying that it doesn't help them slow people down. So let's just don't give them anything.
Well, and the key is
let's let them come through. Let's make that problem even worse.
Yeah. The key is we want to process them. We want to bring them into the country. We want to do some paperwork and send them on their way with a free cell phone and a bus ticket. So it does hamper that.
Yep.
If that's your thing.
Here's the follow-up. Why are you making it easier for people to enter the country illegally? Here we go.
Why are you guys making it easier for people to enter the country illegally?
I believe we are. Why do you think we are?
Well, you guys sued to cut razor wire that was put in place by Texas officials.
So that the Border Patrol could actually do their jobs. But keep going.
They could do it behind the wire.
You won in court, so now what? The Border Patrol Union president is saying the Supreme Court's decision is going to undoubtedly encourage more illegal immigration. Do you guys know better than the Border Patrol Union?
The Border Patrol needed access, and that's why we sued to get rid of that razor wire so that they could do their jobs. And you know what would also help them do their jobs, Peter?
What is their job?
More Border Patrol agents. There's an idea. And if you go back to the supplemental request that we put in, there's money in there for some 1,300 additional Border Patrol agents. We want to help them do their jobs. We want to give them more resources. And the answer we keep getting back from House Republicans is no, no, no.
But you took the wall. You could have had a wall.
Yeah.
You could have had a wall.
And it was not as easy as the no.
He's implying that Border Patrol agents will stop illegal immigration. But by what he also said, they're just there to accommodate it.
Right.
And to process it and to help them into the country.
Right.
They're not stopping it.
No.
They could do their job behind the razor wire.
Yeah, of course. But there's not enough human beings if you don't have the border secure somehow.
You can't count on conservatives in the Supreme Court.
Rick and Bubba.
Heard. And it sounded like the same guy told the guy he wanted to do push-ups.
Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, no, I know it's Joe Biden. I'm just making a joke. But
I know what you're saying.
Now, Joe can't say what Trump allegedly did is a quid pro quo when he did a quid pro quo. By the way, have you noticed that word has disappeared from the discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know why? It wasn't testing well.
Right.
Nobody cared.
Right.
Nobody knew what it was, and nobody cared.
Right. They must not have watched Silence of the Lambs.
Now it has turned to bribery.
Yeah, that's
now it has turned to obstruction, abuse of power.
Right. And
I don't know if you saw the one guy who, we've had these so-called experts who were testifying about impeachment. And one guy yesterday, and I thought he was dead on, he said this is the quickest rush to an impeachment vote we've only impeached, by the way, 2 presidents. Neither one was removed from office. Okay, neither one. Nixon never was impeached. He quit before they took a vote. He would have been, but he was not. So by the technical definition, we've had 2 impeached. Neither one of them was removed from office. And this guy was making the point that on the 2 that was impeached, there was a long investigation. There was a lot of facts. There was a lot of charges. He said this is the shortest time we've ever investigated. There are fewer charges. There are fewer facts. He said this is the most tightly, focused attempt to remove a president we've ever had, usually because of a whole bunch of stuff. And he said it's going to set a dangerous precedent for future presidents. And I agree with him 100%.
Yeah, you're right. Here it is.
The next Democrat that shows up with a Republican House is going to face impeachment hearings the day he's elected.
And you've said it 1,000 times, and nothing's getting done with that's going on. Nothing.
No, nothing.
Nothing the American people care about.
Right.
Prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. Said, "No," I said, "I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion." They said, "You have no authority. You're not the president." The president said. I said, "Call him." I said, "I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion." I said, "You're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here." And I think it was 6 hours. I looked. I said, "I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money."
I mean, everybody's seen that video. Joe acted, and when somebody asked him about it, he's highly offended, like that never happened.
It would be like me bragging that, that I won at the dirt track at Talladega on every video, and somebody says, "I just don't know if you are focused enough on your job. You keep going to the dirt track." And I said, "I'll tell you one thing, you're a dang liar." And everybody said, "Well, you keep bragging about winning at the dirt track."
Yeah.
I mean, how about this? Again, in this same video, the older one we just talked about, where there's clearly quid pro quo. Clearly. Okay.
He's bragging about it.
But once again, there's that. When did Joe Biden think he's a
I know.
Who has Joe took down to get to this level?
I'm trying to think of another word, but everywhere I grew up, it was either called a hard or a B. Yeah. It was either a bad A or a hard A.
Right.
So is there another word for that? When did he?
Some people put Billy in front of it.
Did everybody? Who does Joe Biden think he is?
I mean, who's Joe Biden took down to claim this high level of abuse that he can dish out?
Wait for it. You know what he sounds like? A bully.
Oh, he is a bully.
Oh, yeah.
That was a bully right then with a quid pro quo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Joe Biden's a bully. He's a bully BS.
The whole bunch lies, just like his son lies.
Oh, yeah.
Said he didn't know the girl. He's a daddy. It's already been proven in court.
Yeah, it's on record.
And now she's going after your tax returns.
To your point, you know what's on the record? You cannot take the Bidens at their word.
No.
No. We'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Calvin Speedy Wilburn turns 51 years old today.
Good night.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Calvin Speedy Wilburn. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. You're getting old.
You have no hair. You have no hair.
Smell like a skunk.
All right, so
Who put that there? Who did that? This is a family show.
So there's a picture of Speedy in his new house in the Cove since he is downsizing, and one of the candles, one of the guys put in Speedy's mouth like he was smoking it.
That's good. That's fine.
Since he was 51, we did 5 and 1.
Yeah.
Well, aren't you
There
sweet?
you go, 5-1. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thanks, man.
And Edgar's Bakery, thank you for another delicious cake.
Can I say the artwork on that one is
it's
just
fantastic.
unbelievable.
It's
The
almost
time
like-
they went into that.
You know, I never. You know, I know Ryan Greenwood tried it. I never really thought that by smelling something you could taste it.
Mm-hmm.
But when you smell a cake from Edgar's, you almost taste it.
Oh, yeah, you do.
know what I mean?
Yeah, especially if you'll lick it while you're down there smelling it. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. It's time for a truth. Tornado relief update.
Recovery.
Bubba has a tornado relief update for us.
Or recovery.
What did I say?
Relief.
Relief. Well,
that too. We'll take that.
Last
I'll
time
take relief. Trust me.
Last time you talked to me, you said, got to have some relief.
Right.
Maybe that's in the back of my mind.
And for those of you unaware that have maybe new to the show, we had a home that was hit by a tornado on March 26th of this year at Lake Martin. And
last year.
Well, yeah, last year. I'm sorry, 23. And Rick, the winds probably lasted less than 30 seconds.
Oh, Bubba.
By the cameras that we had.
Yeah.
But the waves we've seen, it looked like the Poseidon Adventure, looked to be 6 to 8 foot tall. Pieces scattered all over the place. Several other neighbors got hit too.
Ugly.
Ours appeared to be ground zero though, and you have to go back and hit Job a little bit after that.
Sure.
And,
or talk to Scott Dawson.
Yeah, and start examining everything.
yeah,
which I think is always good. Let's do an inventory here. What's going on?
Sure.
But for the winds to only last 30 seconds, the pain and anguish of the tornado recovery effort. Yeah, you got me saying that. Has lasted many, many months as we sneak up. Coming up soon, 1 year.
Really?
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, it was. I came in, and that morning I got the call during my birthday from one of our neighbors.
That's right now. It's my birthday.
So, and there's so many people been involved with this, and some of them I have thanked. I'm going to thank a few today. A lot more to come. We'll probably have hopefully a grand finale when all this gets done, and we're hoping to be done end of February, first week in March, move in during March, and we have a spring break that we're off, and hopefully we can coordinate a lot of that and just make a dent in getting back where we were. So I do want to thank a couple of people. Chris Jackson, who does our HVAC. Chris did our HVAC before the tornado. And bless his heart, he's had a year-long job that seems like there's no end because you have to do it in stages.
Right.
He had to come in and tear all the ductwork out because it had water in it. And I thought, surely we don't have to tear the ductwork out until I smelt of it in a pile outside.
There you go.
And it smelled like a donkey.
Right.
Okay, so it was
my goodness.
it was horrible. So, you have to do all of that. He has done a great job with that. We've got HVAC going again. I want to thank Chris Teeter with ServPro. They're in Kellington, Alexander City. I talked with Chris yesterday. And Chris even admitted, he said, this has been one of the more stranger and difficult jobs. He said, I've never seen so much damage done that you could actually rebuild from. He said it would have probably been easier if it had just been wiped out. And I have trust me, I've thought that same thing myself many times.
Absolutely.
And Chris has done a great job with that. We're still in the process. He's going to have a lot to do in the end as far as getting us back in and all of his folks. I want to thank James Rogers, who's done our cabinets. James is big time. If there was an artist who did cabinets, it would be James Rogers.
Note to self.
Many people have, when we even mentioned that he was doing our cabinets, it got a second look.
Oh,
it's like you said Michelangelo painted our gutters.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
You got James wrong.
Right. People stop. There's a moment of silence.
You
People
mean
ponder.
The legend?
Right.
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Yeah. I mean, he took out time from a very busy schedule that he has here in town with some very upscale homes to take care of our project. And man, Rick, you know how you love somebody that gets after.
I love it.
The day he said he's bringing the cabinets, he brought the cabinets. Which, let's face it, in the building
times,
industry, that's not always a guarantee.
No.
And listen, it was raining that day. There was issues come up. He said, I'm coming to town. I'm getting a hotel room. We're putting them in 2 days. And when we leave, they'll be perfect. And they were. And I appreciate that.
Wow, that's what a breath of fresh air.
That's one
what
you want on your
breath
side.
of fresh air.
We have
the cabinet
appliances are in, and I'm gonna need to get with Betty about everybody. I need to think about that, and we'll get back to that at a later TRU Tornado Recovery Update. Surface One out of Pelham has done our countertops. They're putting those on today. Betty's been really involved with that. Betty has been wonderful. I really need to thank her on this because she has been the person that had to be there.
Oh yeah,
day in.
That's
day
a lot
out.
of work,
and it's stressful, and it's not her normal thing.
Yeah,
and she has allowed me to be able to fly at 50,000 feet and try to keep eye on everything, but yet concentrate here on work, what we needed to do, and be here at work. You know, I told you when it started, I said, there's no telling how many days I'm going to have to be out for something. And she has made that minimal. I think I've been out one day and left an hour early on one day. That's all we've had to do so far. There may be one out there yet. But we're getting there. So I want to thank all those folks. And there's many, many more that we will be listing now as we begin to get done. We'll have this. But they're all doing a great job. They're doing the best they can given the situation. You know, you've had weather, you've had... just like here, everybody's missing somebody sick right now. It ain't just us.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, sure.
And between flu and pneumonia and COVID, people
RSV.
are RSV. So just getting people there to get it done. And we still have a lot to do, but, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's for sure.
Do you see it? That was my question.
We do
see the light?
We do see the light. I hope it's not a train coming.
Right.
That is my prayers.
So good.
And good. Still praying about meaning in all of this.
Sure.
Fully to understand it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's out there. And, we'll hopefully dial completely in on that later.
Yes.
Other than tearing down idols.
Right.
And we don't want that one to be the final resolve in this. Maybe it's patience.
Yeah, it could be that.
And really, the process has... We're not supposed to worry. We're not supposed to sweat the little stuff. And, Betty is she's such a trooper. And we've been joking. She said she thinks she has an ulcer now.
Oh, really?
And, it put me in the hospital once with high blood pressure, and I had to get a heart cath. But, other than that, other than those minor physical challenges, it's all went pretty well.
Yep.
And we have so many people to thank, and we'll get around to thanking everybody and our contractors. Joseph Russell's doing a great job. So and he's got a whole bunch of people we got to thank. So we'll get to that. But thank you guys. You're doing a great job. Thank you for picking up the pieces, literally, of our life and putting it back together.
Yes. Oh man, you got.
Some of it was in trees. By the way.
Yeah. There it is, your latest tornado recovery update. Even though I hope it is bringing some relief too. Yeah. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So,
oh yeah, Bub, this is gonna be so good. I hate it.
Y'all enjoy that.
Hold on, wait. Straight up, Betty just texted me. Hold on. Happy birthday. Don't you dare let him have any cake.
No, he's not eating cake today.
I really don't want
He's got to see the Mighty Eagles.
He hates cake.
Yeah. He's done with cake and ketchup.
He hates it.
The Mighty Eagles must fly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
How about you?
Look at that. The old cove.
They're lighting up Speedy's candle.
Helmsy. He can't see it. Oh, there it is. There you go.
I don't know
that
why
slides off.
I don't know why that owes me, but it really does.
That's good stuff.
51, can't believe it.
Yeah.
Sure.
I know. Shocking to us, too.
So thank you, Edgars. And anybody in the Golden Tickets this day want cake, we'll cut you a piece of cake if you want it.
Right. We got plenty.
You got plenty. All right, so especially, by the way, somebody made this clear to me in the break, since you're going to see the mighty Golden Eagles today. It's 11 o'clock Central, but it is Eastern time. You know what it is, don't you? I got a little nooner today. They wonder if Beth Mowens might be calling that game.
Oh, God.
Now, somebody just texted me. Beth has got the Bengals and the Browns NFL that Sunday.
Okay, she's gone to the NFL.
Yeah.
NFL. Have those two
Bengals and the
franchises,
Browns.
have they not been punished enough?
I know,
and I'll be trying to watch that.
Beth
but not now.
Mowens. A little NFL. This is the big guys.
Rick, did you see this crazy
Bubba,
car chase shootout yesterday?
Y'all were telling me about this.
All right, so get this: we have jewel thieves that go into a jewelry store on the Miracle Mile in Coral Gables, Florida.
Okay.
One of the employees set off a silent alarm, which alerted police that something was going on. It turned into a shootout there between the store owner and one of the robbers. A female employee was struck in the head by a ricocheting bullet fired by one of the assailants. She is in stable condition. The jewel thieves then fled the scene in a U-Haul, but ditched it a mile away before abducting a UPS delivery truck and its driver. The driver was on his first day on the job and was killed in the shootout that ensued.
Killed. First day
he
on the
leaves
job.
behind a 1-year-old daughter.
Oh, no.
In the UPS truck, they led police on a 23-mile chase before the truck got stuck in traffic, and other police officers, as many as 19, were surrounding the truck, and they sprayed the vehicle with more than 200 rounds.
Yeah, I saw we're looking at the footage in here.
A bystander, the driver, and the criminals were killed.
Yeah. Did you see that poor driver then pushing him down the steps of the truck?
Was that him they were pushing down?
Yeah,
I don't know who that was.
It was. I'm going to come out of this real quick. Osama bin Noggin. Big Noggin.
So what they did is they had the driver actually driving it with just them in there.
That's what it looks like.
And he ends up getting shot in the firing?
Yeah, I'm going to go back here. This is the UPS truck in traffic. And looks like a helicopter shot here from Sky 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to zoom in on the door, and it looks to be, all right, so you see it's hitting, just bullets hitting hard, and it looks like that's the driver there, there.
Is he trying to get out?
They're dragging him by the back of the shirt, pushing him down the steps.
Was that one of the assailants? Were they trying to use him for cover?
Yeah,
where were they going, though? I don't know where you're going to get away there.
Yeah, and plus it looks like where they tried to flee went right into traffic. They're stuck in traffic.
And I'm sure they're going to look at how that all went down. I don't know. You had them surrounded there, so I don't know. There'll be questions about how that all came down.
Well, especially since the driver got shot, that was actually just
bystander.
First day, y'all. First day. Golly,
that's crazy. I mean, it sounds like some movie, scene.
Well, yeah, look at it. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things like if you're in traffic, you can't believe it's real. I mean, they started doing those smartphones videos. I mean, there's people like out of their car and laying down beside it, and there's a lot of firing going on. Hey, a lot of shooting going on right there. And did you see those bullets hitting the UPS truck?
Yeah, well, they said that like 200 rounds fired in. But if you had 20 police officers, that was, 10 each.
So
get that number up there.
Yeah, so they had already, though, the reason why the shooting began is that the robbers had already shot people back at the jewelry store.
Yes, right. Yeah.
So they'd already shown that they would shoot.
Yeah, and they led them on a dangerous chase, 23 miles. So I'm sure they were justified in what they were doing. You just hate it had to come to that.
Oh, no,
because
no doubt.
Driver and the bystanders were hurt.
And to the credit of the police, they may have thought that the driver had been taken out of the truck. They didn't know who was driving it or whatever. He just got called in the crossfire in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Boy, did
on the very first day of work.
Unbelievable. What are the odds?
I'm going out to make my first round of deliveries today.
And somebody jumps in my truck, hijacks it.
I mean, and think about, too. I mean,
you got the door open. Those guys, they're in and out so much. They just, No way to secure that situation.
No, you're right. Yeah, I see them all the time. I saw some the other night. They're working, and he's probably been brought in. They need some more people. He's gonna get his shot first day to go out.
Oh, I know.
He gets his chance to be part of the team. And
crazy.
Well, a sad story, and you know who ultimately got everybody killed were the evil people that tried to knock off a jewelry store.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That's where blame will finally come to rest.
No, it should
on them.
Yeah,
because they're the ones who put everybody in this situation. So anyway, sad story. We'll be back 16 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. Much to still do today, including. All sing it together. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A brand new hour. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler all here. Greg out. We should see Gregory back on Monday, I would think. So there we go. We'll update you on things going on this week. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming out this weekend. We'll record that tomorrow. Wednesday Bible studies back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We do appreciate it.
Ho! So, Tyreek Hill. This story is strange because they're reporting, and honestly, how anyone would doubt this marriage. I mean, they have been married for 76 days. I think they've proven that they're together forever.
Rick, this was true love.
True love, 76 days. Now, the story is that Tyreek Hill and his wife of a whopping 76 days are separating and moving toward divorce, but he's putting out on social media today that that's not true, right?
Correct.
Okay, so hopefully it's not, but he's saying that they're happily married, and he doesn't know why this story is out there. So let's dive in just a little bit. They said what's bizarre is that he's denying it because they said Broward County court records show the Dolphins wide receiver who is the subject of paternity lawsuits, by the way, plural, from two other women, is now filing for a divorce almost 11 weeks since their big day. So Broward County says, well, the paperwork's here that you're divorcing her.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got a couple paternity suits with a couple of others, and then he goes out on social media and says, no, we're happily married. That's not true.
Yeah, the Sun Sentinel Dolphins reported what you just said, Rick, from the county records there, and he replied, boy, no, the heck we didn't. So don't put that in the air. We're happily married and going to stay that way. That was his exact quote.
Tyreek Hill is one of the fastest men to ever step on the football field. He's amazing to watch, but I have serious doubts he can outrun these paternity lawsuits.
Well, he's real fast because he fathered three children with three different women in the space of 4 months.
He is very fast.
He's really fast.
Very, very fast.
Is he trying to catch that guy for Seattle? What was his name? The DB?
No, they didn't know the name of all of his
kids.
He had so many.
Wow.
Rick,
this is where we need Greg right now because Greg knows the story by heart.
Yeah.
Rick, seriously, it was like he had 12 kids by 9 women. You remember that?
Well, and look, the walking dog right now is what's the guy that does the game shows and all that? I mean, he's
Mariah Carey's ex.
Yeah, he's got him strode everywhere.
Oh yeah.
What's his name? Doggone, I can see him.
Yeah, I can see
Nick
it.
Cannon.
What's
Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon. Well,
early on.
Nick Cannon is. I mean, his numbers are growing.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah,
Incredible. I don't see how you can financially, the obligation you'll have there, ever keep that up.
One woman says she just gave him a side hook, and now she's pregnant.
Yeah, I know. You don't even want him in the room.
No, so
Antonio Cromartie was his name.
Yeah, thank you, Ron.
Greg, you ever seen Greg? Greg can give you every detail on that story.
Yeah, I know.
He loves
he follows it.
They asked him
Ron.
if he could name all of the kids.
Yeah,
and he didn't. Did he pull it off?
No,
I know he got about 6 in, and then it got confused.
Right. So Tyreek Hill, we know we got 3 babies in 4 months, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then are those born? Are these 2 of the women that are after him?
Yes, apparently so.
Okay.
Looking at the story, the way it was written is, let's see, according to DailyMail.com, they revealed last month that he fathered 3 children, and hold on, where'd it go? It just the story jumped on me here. I apologize. Give me just 1 second. Let me go back to it. He fathered 3 children in 4 months, and with 3 different women, which led to paternity suits from 2 of his former flames. So,
so these are all the
if
same
you're trying
people.
to figure out how many catches we've got here.
So 2 are after him on some kind of lawsuit that he's not supporting the children. Who's the third? The current woman he's married to?
No, they're apparently, according to him, they're happily married. I know on Hard Knocks.
But I mean, is there a child with her?
Well, I don't think so. I didn't see it on Hard Knocks, but I mean, they showed them doing business, and she was like his manager, and not doing business, like straight up.
Well,
I got you.
I got all that. What I'm saying is, he's got to explain why Broward County has the paperwork that he is divorcing. Does that mean he takes it back? Because the court records are the court records.
Right.
He can't really get
Somebody
around
brought them in there.
Yeah, right.
Unless they're fake.
Yeah, and it even gets weirder. It says while 2 of his former partners are suing Tyreek, one of them actually rushed to his defense last month amid the latest controversy surrounding his personal life.
Right.
Look, I know he's fast, but he can't outrun this one.
No. It's
man.
So it's
women.
just a strange story. It has that.
Speedy, what did you just say? Well, that's a lot of women.
Well, that's a lot of them. It says here, one of the ladies blasted Hill for offering her $2,500 a month after their son Sol was born in February, dismissing it in court filings as just a small sum for an NFL player that makes $30 million annually.
Yeah, that seems low. I think.
Don't they have a formula they work?
According to what state you're in. According to what state you're in, the state's different. States vary.
What's Florida's deal?
I don't know, but
because I mean,
and you don't know where his official residence.
Let me ask you this: if it's a percentage of income, let's say, do they take into consideration how many, or how? Because at some point you could have more obligation than you got money. No matter how much you make.
I know the formula in Alabama.
Like Nick Cannon's getting close.
Yeah, what the formula in Alabama was designed to do, and I can only speak to Alabama, which I agree with, is they were trying to say, these children had no say in any of this. Now, if adults want to act like, foolish and make bad decisions and all that, that really shouldn't affect them. That we should do the best we can to give them access to the life they would have had if both parents had stayed together.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they look at the income of the one that they're not living with and say, well, some of that has got to come back here at a certain level because they really had no say in the situation they found themselves in. And of course, you would think that any man worth anything would just stand up and say, I'm going to overwhelmingly take care of the children since I'm the one who produced them.
Right.
And it takes 2 to tango. Got that, but you got to do your part.
Right.
And without, and you try to make that an easier process, not a difficult process.
Yeah.
Man, and I would say that to both people.
This sounds like a soap opera. I don't know if they could write this. Apparently, when he was with the Chiefs, right after they kind of suspended him for some type of allegation that he was a part of, One of his partners took him to court in Kansas to prove he was the father of their twins and to establish child support.
My goodness, there's more. Let me ask you this. If you're one of Tyreek Hill's or any NFL players, multiple children, okay, with multiple women, do you always just wear the little jersey of the team they were on when you were conceived? Or does your jersey move with their free agency?
Yeah, that's a great question.
I think that's a legitimate question.
It's a great question.
It's a little bit of a sting question, probably,
Right.
but I think it's and that way you kind of keep up when they were conceived. That's when I was with the Chiefs. Because that little kid has number 10 in red on.
Right.
Over here, the aqua ones, that's when I was with Miami. You know what I mean?
It helps, yeah. Keep them in. Well, it helps you tell what city they were from.
Right. Sure. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of peace on earth.
Show. It does not affect the daily documentaries or anything like that. You can see those with no problem. It certainly doesn't affect Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, or any of that. And yesterday, Bubba and I had the honor to interview pediatrician Dan Trumbull. He has written a book called Loving by Leading, A Parent's Guide to Raising Healthy and Responsible Children, and also including from this pediatrician is a time-tested infant sleep program. It's almost like we were talking about Baby Wise a little bit off the. We didn't talk about this during the. Did we talk about Baby Wise during the podcast?
I think you mentioned it.
I don't remember.
You mentioned it
because we use that program, and it certainly is good. But he said they've even learned more about some of the things that Baby Wise did that may not have been as good as some of the things they found out since research has continued. So that's in there too. But it was a fascinating interview. I think you'll take a lot away from it. It'll be posted and ready to go tomorrow when you wake up. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And really, if you look at the heart of it, this is this is what Bubba and I love the most. I don't really like when people write parenting books when they don't have children. Dr. Trumbull has 5 children and has raised 5 children. So he certainly can tell you the things that work, didn't work, mistakes, and none of us do it perfectly. And it might be very helpful to you. I think you'll love it. The book obviously is going to go in more detail, but we talked, and the bottom line is he said there's been a swing that has been not healthy for children. Sometimes what the road to hell is paved with, don't you?
Good intentions.
The best of intentions. And he said this child-centered child rearing, where the child is the center of the universe, and actually everybody follows the child doesn't follow the parents. Mm-hmm. He said this has led to if nothing else, certainly we don't know as much as this doctor does, but I think being professors at Rick and Bubba University, we talk about the superpower of common sense. I think that's a lot of pressure to put on a kid to let them lead your house. Yeah, I think that would breed a lot of anxiety to say, well, just do whatever you want to do, and we're just here to make you happy. So anyway, that may be something that you get something out of tomorrow. I heard Helms talking about it earlier, and Speedy and listening to it while they were preparing to get it ready for you. And I think there's a lot there.
Yeah, there is.
There's a ton there
for people to take away tomorrow's Rick and Bubba University. And the book is available wherever books are sold. Loving by Leading, a parenting guide. So,
and I saw Eddie Van Adler actually meeting with him a little bit after the podcast there in the old kitchen.
He may be a chapter in the next book.
Yeah.
The sleep part was really big for Adler. Let's go over that sleep part.
Well, you need to do that. It's how about this? Children thrive in structure. Mm-hmm. There's structure is good, and it's hard, it's difficult, it's exhausting, but it pays for itself in the long run, especially when you have a new baby in the house. But he said there's been some upgrades. Baby Wise was he said maybe a little harsh on the front end, and so they've kind of taken that and looked at some of the things, still the same concepts, but kind of bringing those up to date a little bit. So anyway, I think you'll enjoy that. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Look for it wherever you get your podcast. It'll be there, and it'll be ready to go tomorrow. So the ongoing thing right now with the YouTube has nothing to do with daily documentaries. Doesn't affect that. Doesn't affect podcast archives. Doesn't affect Rick and Bubba University.
Not yet.
Doesn't affect TuneIn app. Doesn't affect anything to do with the affiliates and anything. It's just the viewing option is the only thing that's being affected right now. So, and we'll continue to figure out what that is. Again, it's impossible for us to follow rules that no one seems to show us they exist. I can't follow instructions that aren't given.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought out there, a lot of conspiracy stuff. I don't know. We don't allow them to sell ads on our feed because our people do that, and so I don't know. Since they may look at that, since they're not making money on it, adios. They may not like our political stance. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know what it's.
Or it may be a legitimate thing. Nobody can tell us.
Yeah, nobody. All we can tell you is what we see on the complaint, and the complaint was back at August 8th, and it took this long for it to happen. And it seems to be a complaint from a publishing company. If it's from a publishing company, that would lend itself to some song we play.
Rick, a couple other things. We had some breaking news of an active shooter at the Pensacola Naval Base in Pensacola, Florida. We're seeing reports now that the shooter is dead.
Yeah. 21 minutes now past the hour. It's the sound of a climate change, global warming, climate disruption, fill in the blank updates. And, of course, if we don't get to net zero, Bubba.
What are we going to do?
Oh, my goodness.
What are we going to do?
What's going to happen to us? Here we go.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn.
All right, so, Bubba, as you have been told by your favorite politician, John Kerry, that even though he looked sad about it, he was going to step down as the climate. What was he? What was
czar?
As the czar of climate.
Yeah.
Yep. But we should not see that as him giving up on the task. He's just moving to where, of course, he's needed on the front lines of getting Joe Biden reelected, which I know that's something everybody wants on your resume. I helped the current state of Joe Biden get reelected.
So what's he going to go out and stash some ballot boxes?
Right, Bubba, that's awful. They said they found 3 hidden under his chin.
Yeah.
So anyway, we have people exposing, because this is the debate, and I hate to keep repeating this, but if you don't do reps, sometimes people just never hear this. Don't ever think that we're saying that climate change does not exist at all. Because it's existed, we think, since the fall of the Earth, however old you think the Earth is. What we are not sold on is what role, if any, and to what level that human beings play in changing the climate of the entire Earth. Okay? That's where we are. Well, and we also question this new cult of climate change. And what is the true motive behind all this? Because we do see, we pointed them out, grave inconsistencies in people who claim the end is coming, we are doomed if we don't do blank, and then they don't stop doing blank. Or they don't do what they tell us to do, nor do they stop doing what they tell us to stop doing. And that confuses us. We're bothered by that. Like maybe they might not really believe it. So here is a Representative Thomas Massey, who's going to expose John Kerry's man-made global warming propaganda, which is built upon net zero. He's going to take that little net zero foundation, and he's going to really lay it out for you. So here we go.
Isn't it true you have a science degree from Yale? What's that?
Bachelor of Arts degree.
Is it a political science degree?
Yes, political science.
So how do you get a Bachelor of Arts in a science?
Well, it's liberal arts education and degree. It's a bachelor.
Okay, so it's not really science. So I think it's somewhat appropriate that somebody with a pseudoscience degree is here pushing pseudoscience in front of our committee today. Let's get back to the science of it.
But it's not science. You're not quoting science.
Well, you're the science expert. You got the political science degree. Look, let me ask you this. What's the consensus on parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere?
About 406 today.
Okay, 406. Are you aware
350 being the level that scientists have said is dangerous.
Okay, are you aware? 350 is dangerous. Wow. Are you aware that since mammals have walked the planet, The average has been over 1,000 parts per million.
Yeah, but we weren't walking the planet. Let me just share with you that we now know that definitively at no point during the past 800,000 years has atmospheric CO2 been as high as it is today.
The reason you chose 800,000 years ago is because for 200 million years before that, it was greater than it is today. And I'm going to submit for the record.
Yeah, but there weren't human beings. I mean, there was a different world, folks. We didn't have 7 billion people.
So how did it get to 2,000 parts per million if we humans weren't here?
Because there were all kinds of geologic events happening on Earth which spewed up.
Did geology stop when we got on the planet?
Mr. Chairman, this is just not a serious conversation.
Your testimony is not serious. I agree.
But the points that cannot be ignored. First of all, these numbers of how old the Earth is and how long ago, they're all speculation. Okay.
Let me tell you, neither one of those guys can vouch for more than about 70, maybe 80. Right. That's all.
And but Kerry walks into a couple of traps there. He claims it was much higher because of geological events, and then that walked right into the trap of Maxie saying, "So did those stop?"
Yeah. So what you're saying
what role do we play in this?
It was higher.
Right.
There were reasons in the universe and in our climate to cause that. And then it got lower, and it's still lower than it was back then, but we are causing it to go. It's just you're having, Rick, you can connect dots, but there's I mean, it's one thing to draw a dot to a dot on a piece of paper. It's another thing to shoot a bullet and go look for it.
I love the fact that he also exposed, you're throwing the word science around kind of liberally here.
Yeah.
You're a political science.
Yeah.
And that was a Bachelor of Arts.
Yeah.
Okay. How does that come to be science?
John Kerry doesn't know any more about it firsthand than I do, because I'm not an expert either.
No.
We have to rely on what somebody said, who isn't quote unquote expert.
Well,
and there is a disagreement. It is not 100%.
And you also see something that these movements are masterful at. Did you see he thought that they're looking at the number, and because it's so much lower than what he was able to produce, they keep taking the danger number and bringing it down. He goes, "Oh wow, now it's 350."
Yeah,
you know, but because at first it probably was more than what it is now, and they're like, "Well, that's not going to work. We got to get it down below that." They're just playing games. I mean, this is the biggest gobbledygoo. It's nothing but a propaganda tool. And I know there's some people that really do believe it, and that's okay.
Yeah,
but
have a nice
but
day.
I'm telling you, the people that keep telling you, those of you that believe it, the people that keep telling you that they're with you, they don't believe it. I'm telling you, they would not say.
They wouldn't do the things they do if they really believe what they're saying. And Rick, here's the thing: I think they ought to. I think they could come and find a common ground with us and a lot of other people when they say, "Let's get the air as clean as we can. Let's get water as clean as we can.
Absolutely.
Let's address pollution.
Let's watch sewage, all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all important.
Run off of this.
All
and that.
that's important.
Look, we will join you on that. We can work together on that. None of us want smog.
No.
Which, by the way, we don't have anymore.
Right.
None of us want pesticides and heavy metals in our waters and all that kind of stuff. Nobody wants nanoplastic in their water bottle. Mm-hmm. Why don't we work to get rid of these things that are really a problem instead of chasing Casper the Ghost?
I think that based on the life just that I've been on the earth, to your point, Bubba, everything is a lot cleaner now than when I was a little boy.
Oh, I know.
I mean, we live in Birmingham. I remember going to see my grandparents in Birmingham, and I would go, "What is that smell?" And they're like, "Well, we just got to Birmingham." I mean,
I don't like pollution, or I don't like trash. Yeah. I wish we upped the fines for littering. Three times. It'd suit me fine.
Yeah.
I don't want you littering. Keep it in your car. Find a trash bag. We've all had a Coke explode on us and had to throw it out. I got that. Yeah. But overall, you know what I'm saying.
No, yeah.
That's common ground. We can all get behind
You're talking about
that.
being a conservationist.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
And being a manager of the environment.
Worshiping the earth and thinking that we're going to destroy it is a little lofty. By the way, you brought up something about litter. I want to ask a question and get the response from the audience on something that I was told last night. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We don't know what he did or didn't do, but that's just all the information we have right now. I'm sure more will be coming available shortly.
All right, so help me out because I know this is just now happening, so it can't be the same thing. Am I just struggling, or do I not remember that it seemed like within the last week there was also a shooter at a Navy yard, at a shipyard? Didn't we have that just
That was in that was at Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, didn't that just happen recently?
Yes, it did. Just the other day.
Yeah. So,
but they're saying authorities say the shooter back to Pensacola, Escambia County, Florida, was shot and killed by deputies at the base. The sheriff's office confirmed there are multiple injuries being reported, and the area is currently being cleared. And that's really all we know right now.
It just seems,
it's the naval
the military
station
tied to
in
both of
Pensacola.
these, and it just seems like.
Well, we don't know who this shooter is.
We don't.
But we'll know more.
So, what was
shortly.
the Pearl Harbor cat? What did we ever find out about this person?
Oh, Rick, I don't have it in front of me.
Because all I saw was the headline. I didn't read the story.
Yeah, he opened fire in a park and then killed himself. Right, Speedy? I don't recall exactly. I don't have it in front of me right now.
Let's see here.
While he's looking that up, have you? We talked about the Peloton ad.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
And this thing, it was declared that it was sexist, and all
of course
this,
not.
and it was just a nice ad about a husband getting his wife something she asked for, apparently.
Thank you.
And it has been turned into this huge thing. They had to pull the ad. They lost almost $1 billion of worth in the company on the stock going down. And now the actor who is in the commercial says that he is getting death threats and that he fears for his future as a school teacher, which is his primary job. His name is Sean Hunter. He's an actor, part-time, school teacher in Vancouver, British Columbia. And he said that he is now fears that he will not, obviously not get any other acting gigs on the side, but his teaching job may be also threatened.
Guys, are we really? Am I really hearing that because the mob and the maniacs that we're now having to deal with, these mob mentalities, that they targeted a commercial that they don't even have right?
Right.
That it's sexist. They don't even have that right. But they've declared it sexist on behalf of the woman in the commercial who knew it wasn't, and they're making so much noise, and they're so maniacal, and they're so crazy that the commercial's been dropped. This company's losing money, and now this man may lose his job that was just in the ad because of all the threats that are coming after him. Is this really going on?
Yeah, I mean, people are using his picture.
What kind of nut jobs are you people?
Yeah,
people are using his picture as a meme now, and the online quotes that people are posting, nothing says maybe you should lose a few pounds like gifting your already rail-thin life partner a Peloton.
It's a commercial.
Yeah.
They're used a person in a commercial that was in pretty good shape because they want you to think that, that this thing will continue to keep you in that kind of shape.
One lady posted on here, after a year, the Peloton wife looks exactly the same as she did before, so it's an insulting gift and completely useless.
Guys,
speaking of insulting and completely
there's
useless.
so many stories.
Can y'all not figure this stuff out?
You can also say this: she's a mom. In the video, it shows her and her kid, meaning there's a kid at home.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't have time to go to the
yeah.
gym, so my husband has given me. I love working out and riding bikes, so my husband has brought this into our home so I can be more efficient. All these things,
guys. This is like your wife
stupid.
Likes to run, and you bought her the shoes she really wanted that are great for running.
Right.
Can nobody figure this out? I mean, this is not difficult.
Rick,
this is not even hard to figure.
Rick, Sean
Hey,
Hunter.
listen. Hey, people have lost their minds.
They have. They've lost their cotton picking mind.
He cited a number of viral tweets, including one that says there's absolutely a 100% chance that this husband in the ad is abusive in real life.
So guys, we're living in fantasy worlds. Hey, we've lost touch with reality.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of y'all out there are so crazy.
Y'all are bullying him to what you're doing.
Hey,
bullies.
They are bullying.
They are bullies.
Nut jobs.
Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. We are back, and we thank you for being with us today. All right, I don't want to be Debbie Downer. Don't want to be Debbie Downer.
Well, don't.
Bob, I hate to bring up, there's people out there that still have tax issues, and they went into the holidays, they're kind of fired up, they tried to get it off their mind. Here comes 2024, and guess what's still there? It's still there. Won't be long. Tax day is going to be here. I'm sure many of you hearing my voice never expected to have a tax problem, but it's happened. Now, it doesn't feel great how they're making you feel like a criminal. That feels great. But how about this? You're not. Sometimes you're a victim of the system, and you're not sure how to fix the problem. The one thing that I can say with certainty is we all know that. The problem's not going to go away. It's only going to get bigger, okay? The IRS is currently mailing, you may already have them, millions of pay-up letters. They've added nearly 20,000 new IRS agents, okay? And they're looking for you. Why target you? Why would they go after you and not the wealthiest people in our country? Well, because the wealthiest people in our country have tax lawyers, and they know you're going to have to pay up with interest and penalties. You're going to be an easy money grab. You need Tax Network USA at tnusa.com/Bubba, and you need them now. They have proven war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like the preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with, and they know which ones to avoid. And something that Tax Network USA has asked us to make you aware of is they've learned of a special limited time IRS offer to get you out of your tax problem. In short, the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So let's schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. So why don't we do this? Let's make 2024 a positive year where you can put any tax issues behind you. Let's be done with this. Call 1-800-245-6000. I hope this brings you hope today. 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/Bubba, or just look for that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick, let me add to the past discussion, last segment on pollution.
Okay, good.
We got an email here from one of our smartest emailers. We hear from him a lot, Matt Neighbors.
Okay, so I knew when you said one of it couldn't have been Democrat Danny.
No,
right,
no,
yeah,
it's
right.
Matt Neighbors.
Right.
And he said, I was just about to send you guys an email on what you said. Focus on clean air and water. He said, here's the numbers. By the way, 0.04%, 0.04. of the atmosphere is CO2. Of that 0.04, 97% is naturally occurring. We can't do nothing about that.
No.
So we're arguing about the other 3% of the 0.04%.
That's important information.
And it seems like we're a lot of upheaval for that tiny, tiny amount.
Yeah, well, but that shows you, see, what you just talked about is a fact. But that doesn't get in the way of emotions and manipulating people through propaganda and getting people to do things you couldn't get them to do any other way. Okay.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you, Matt. Talking about pollution. So I told you earlier in the show, some of you may miss that, had a great evening last night, got a chance to be hosted by one of my sons and his wife over to their new place. They've got it all set up, and Camtastic has decorated it, and it's just as cozy as it can possibly be. And we were over there. They made dinner for us, and I talked about that earlier in the program. Well, I was chatting with the in-laws, and Cameron's father is a big runner, and so we immediately have a lot in common.
Right.
And he's lean. Look, he's lean. He runs.
He's lean.
He's one of these people that can just run forever. And they have they have a dog that he takes running with him. Okay.
Oh.
And we were discussing this and talking about running, and he told me about a phenomenon that I said, I'm bringing that to the show because I agree with him. I don't fully understand how this is happening. And I bet a lot of people who walk their dogs and run with their dogs out on sidewalks and whatever are having the same issue. He says, I've been running and had the dog pull themselves out of even the harness to go into a bush. And he says, this quote, "This does not happen every now and then. It happens often. They come out with chicken bones." He said, "Who's throwing chicken bones everywhere?" And he goes, there are chicken bones everywhere. He said, the dog is constantly going after chicken bones. And he said, all I could think of is, who throws chicken bones out?
So they're eating wings and tossing them out?
That's what I started saying. So Sherry and I started chiming in, and we made it a family discussion.
It is biodegradable.
But where's it all coming from?
Right.
And he says, can people drive and eat wings?
It looks like this is the way to do it.
How are
toss the bone?
how are they
chicken?
Well, I mean, but can you drive and
Yeah.
And I came to the conclusion you can only do the little drumstick version.
Yeah.
There's no way you can do the double bone and slide that through. Do you think? Are people eating wings as they drive?
Man, you got a greasy steering wheel.
I think I may give it a shot.
I think so. I think people are attempting it.
Well, no, he said don't. He kept almost like coming back.
Yeah.
Don't think I'm telling you this is a one-off event. I have to deal with this every time we run. It's as if there's chicken wings everywhere. Where did all these chicken wings come from? Or he said chicken bones. I don't know what part of the chicken is. I assumed it was wings.
Okay.
That people, because what else would people be eating a big old piece of chicken and throwing it out?
Well,
I don't know.
maybe.
I don't know either.
Maybe the drumstick.
It may not be a big, wide geographical area. He may just have a chicken wing lover in his route.
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Maybe so.
So
he's
he
in a
may just
high
have-
chicken area.
He may have a certain guy or maybe a certain business that's close by.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, my dad for a year said he evidently, our house was one beer away from the convenience store.
That's funny.
Because he would find one beer can about every other day.
That's hilarious.
So maybe he lives in an area where he's 1 or 2 wings away on his route.
Adler, you're an active dog person. You take dogs out.
Number one, remember, chicken bones can cause dogs to choke because they can break and splinter. So this is number one. We should be talking about dog safety during this segment. That's priority number one.
Yeah. Well, now you've got my attention.
First of all.
Right.
Second of all, I think it might be a guy on his way home. He's
Yes.
having double dinner.
Yeah.
He's going chicken wing dinner on his way home, throwing out the bones willy-nilly. He
Right.
gets home. Oh, hey, honey. How's it going? What's for dinner?
Right.
Don't give me a
Like-
kiss because I smell like barbecue. You know, I smell like chicken sauce.
Like you think he's on a diet at home, so he eats like a little meal on the way home so he can survive.
Yeah, so we're going to do a phone segment next when we come back. And I guess the question is, so we can rule out that option, and that is it just his area? And I know the area where he runs. He does. I did ask you, run in the same area. And he said it's as if where I run, there behind every bush, there's chicken wings.
Good night.
He said the dog is just grabbing chicken wing everywhere he goes. He's grabbing chicken bones, and like just breaking the running and going after chicken bones.
So he's thinking it's not just one chicken bone guy. He's got multiple chicken bones.
He's wondering, is this why do people throw out chicken bones so much? You know, if you saw it one time, you'd be like, well, I mean,
Are they hitting the bush, or are they just?
He said they're all over the sides of the road, up in the bushes,
Wow.
the landscaping.
Good gracious.
People are just throwing chicken bones, and I thought I don't
It's
see many
not
people.
part of the fertilizer.
Yeah, and to me, I don't see people driving and eating chicken wings a lot.
Yeah.
I think I'm
Do
going to give
y'all?
it a shot.
I'd like to know if they're finishing off that wing real well before they're throwing it out.
I
Are
don't
they
know.
leaving
The dog
you know,
is
'cause sometimes
thrilled.
people
Rick,
like I'm
the
telling
dog is
Terry,
thrilled.
You got a
Rick,
lot
what-
more you can eat there.
What? I guess is it his yard?
No.
He, it's a 4 mile radius. He runs about 4 miles a day.
Right. Ooh, look at me.
And he says, well, apparently in the running world, he was almost like apologizing for that.
Oh.
Well, I only run about 4 miles. Was it what?
Yeah.
And but
to the average person, that's
right.
a lot.
But I think he runs so much, he's kind of known. Like Cameron said, that people say, "Is your dad the runner?" You know, in that area, they see him running all the time.
Yeah.
And by the way, he said he got bit by a dog the other day. But anyway, Drew Blood issue. But he says it just if this was a one-time thing, it's happening so much. I don't know where all this chicken.
But is it a
throwaways-
yard or is it just
No,
the
it's
side
everywhere.
of the
Yeah.
road?
Is there through the town?
We have
up in the
sidewalks all
landscaping?
over. Are they in Vestavia?
Yes, the
All
side
over
off the
place.
sidewalks.
Huh.
Are there tattered wing boxes too, or just the wing?
No, the
bones?
dog's just going in there and coming out with chicken bones. And I guess they're wing bones. I should have asked that because we did begin to discuss, are people eating chicken wings while driving? So that made me think maybe they seem to be wing bones. But that seems like a lot of, that shouldn't be like everywhere on your route.
No.
Yeah. Is there some mad chicken?
Maybe that's part of his
eater?
routine every day.
I don't know.
Throwing out bones.
All right, are other people experiencing this? What's going on? We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Second gift of the 12 working days of Christmas has not happened yet. It could happen at any time on the program, so be paying attention for that. Bubba has left. He left early to go see his former high school in their first ever state championship appearance. But sadly, they have to kick off at 11 o'clock local time today. What's in Eastern time? That's a nooner. Yeah. So anyway, so he'll be back on Monday. Greg will be back on Monday too. Obviously, Greg's father-in-law passed away. We had the funeral yesterday, and he is staying and spending time, as he should, with his wife and family, trying to get everybody kind of back on their feet from that, death hospice situation, which went on for days, and they're all exhausted. So anyway, he'll be back on Monday. The things you need to know tomorrow when you get up at Rick and Bubba University, the podcast will be there. We interview pediatrician Dan Trumbull with his new book, Loving by Leading, A Parent's Guide to Raising Healthy and Responsible Children. I think that'll be a helpful conversation, especially for young parents or parents-to-be. You can check that out. It'll be there tomorrow. Also, a daily documentary being put together by Adler. That'll be going on today, too. So phone calls standing by. Let's go to Amanda in Pensacola. This thing that's going on in Pensacola, we're getting information about that. You're there. So kind of, Amanda, tell us what's going on there with this active shooter that has been killed, but obviously there's people that have been injured. Have anybody else been killed? What's going on there?
I know that we have 2 confirmed dead, and we all awakened in the Navy Point area to sirens and announcements to stay indoors and take shelter. It was quite alarming after the Pearl Harbor, and we knew something was going on the base. Since then, again, 2 have been confirmed dead. All hospitals are on alert, and I know that 5 have been taken to one local hospital here. And it looks like a parade route outside the base. They have all the employees and military evacuated from the base, all lining the streets. We have the city, the game wardens, the county all coming together to protect our city down here. But we just need prayers, and those that can stay away from that area really need to, so that they can do their job.
Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate that update. I'm so sorry you guys in that situation, and we will be all praying for you. We really will. And
thanks for taking my call.
No, thanks. I'm actually coming to Pensacola to speak at Olive the 19th, which is a marker for our family too. Ted Traylor honored me with that request. So I'll be coming down there here, in a little more than a month. So look forward to being with you, and we'll continue to work through it, okay?
All right. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you. Let's go to Michael out of Starkville, Mississippi, listening to us on 96.1. Michael, how you doing, buddy?
Hello.
Hey, Michael, you're on. How can we help you, buddy?
Hey, got a question. Green Acres, first off. And,
thanks for calling.
Yeah, a lot of people depending on me today. But got a question for you. I've been married to my wife about 15 years, and she come down with breast cancer, and her wedding ring would not fit anymore.
Understood.
After paying, and the jeweler couldn't resize it.
Understood.
Well, for Christmas, she said she wants a new wedding ring. Well, we went and found one. Well, she doesn't know it yet, but I have purchased it. I got to figure out a grand gesture way to deliver it to her, because of my original proposal was very awesome.
It was. So you're saying you're actually in competition with your awesome self.
Okay.
And you've set the bar high.
I hope she also doesn't listen to the show.
Yeah. Is she hearing you right now, Michael?
She may be listening. I did it at a parade right after we come back from Iraq. I did it at we were grand marshals, and I was in the military.
Yeah.
And I did it right in front of a parade, and it was on TV and everything else. So I got to try to figure out how I'm going to top that.
Well, you're doing it now, I think.
Michael, here's the only thing that I'm trying to reason through right now.
Right.
If we tell you a good idea and you say that's what I'm going to do, isn't she going to know now?
I think she knows
now.
Well,
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think.
Hopefully, she just got to work, so hopefully she's not listening.
Okay, so there is a chance she's not listening.
Right. There is a chance. What's that? 1 in a million. There is a chance.
Yeah. So you're telling me there's a chance. So all right. So what are things that she loves? What are things other than you?
And you're also.
Well, she's Hawaiian, and she absolutely loves, this authentic food type stuff.
She
Hawaiian food.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speedy. No. I've got one. It's going to sound terrible, but you could give her a lay.
Oh my gosh.
That's the Hawaiian, right?
Right.
Isn't that the thing that they
sound terrible.
and then like
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Your phone calls are coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so we're trying to solve, for my son's father-in-law, there's a chicken bone mystery. And some of you seem to be willing to weigh in on it. Let's go to Richard in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I don't know about this guy's particular neighborhood, but sanitation picks up trash on my street twice a week. And we've got a couple of houses over here that's got, a pack of dogs that live in them.
Yep.
And so I guess not to have to deal with aggressive dogs when they come to get the garbage, they feed them scraps out of the back of the garbage truck.
Yeah, but they
they'll
should
dump
be.
The can into the, they'll dump the can into the garbage truck, but then as they leave, they'll toss out scraps to the dogs as they're driving. And as they come through the neighborhood, there's a pack of about 6-7 dogs follows them for like 3 or 4 blocks.
But don't you think that then the bones should be gone? Then my in-laws' dogs
almost,
should not be able to find any bones.
It's almost like they're fertilizing things.
Right, yeah. All right, Steve would like to openly admit that he drives and eats wings.
Mm-hmm.
Steve?
I do.
All right, so how does that work?
Do you throw the bones out?
Oh, absolutely. You're taking care of the stray animals. At the same time, you're getting your mouth full and your belly full, and you're feeding the dogs too. I mean, come on, it's a win-win.
What's the format? So I'm driving, and you get the wing. I guess they'd have to be, because I do know in the wing world, and I'm not a wing connoisseur. Wings are about a 5-6 with me, but I know there are wet wings and there's dry wings. It's got to be dry, right? There's no way you can eat wet wings like that, right?
Well, you can do the wet wings. They're a little more complicated, but the dry is my favorite. Dip it in the ranch. You got to
while
dip
you're
it
driving.
in the ranch.
While you're driving?
Oh, absolutely.
Are you concerned?
You can stick the little ranch.
Are you concerned about Adler's warning that dogs can choke on chicken bones?
Nah, man. I grew up in the country. I'm old. I'm 51. But we had dogs.
That
and
really
that's
hurt.
what they ate.
You just said you were old and you're 51.
Right. Yeah, heck, I'm 54.
Okay, right.
Look
all right.
at me.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Donna in Alabama. Donna, go ahead.
Hi. I have chickens, and if people have chickens in their backyard and stuff, and there are raccoons around, they will definitely kill those chickens and drag those bones all over the place.
Okay. All right, Donna, I like it. Now, this place is a little bit of suburbia, but I know chickens have come to suburbia.
They have.
People are starting to have chickens more and more. And so, that's becoming the new trendy thing. I got myself a chicken coop.
That's it.
So that's possible.
Yeah.
I like her saying they stroll bones everywhere.
Yeah, they do.
And that's kind of what he was describing. Michael in Enterprise. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? So I started thinking about how I would eat a chicken wing in a car while I was driving. I've eaten that second dinner, as you guys were talking about before, depending on what my wife's cooking. But
I've heard of it.
I was thinking with these new Teslas and all this autonomous driving, that's the only way you could start eating those flats or those wet wings.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
But driving a regular car, I don't see how you're doing it unless it's just drones.
Right. Well, how do you explain that this man is experiencing chicken bones with his dog on his run everywhere? What's happened to the chickens? I
think you got more than one culprit in this situation.
Are there just a lot of people? It's either the raccoon theory, or just a number of people, that many people eating.
I don't see how. To me, eating them, like you said, anything other than just a dry, one bone piece of whatever would be very difficult. I mean, some things you can put in a cup. We've talked about that. Pizza, fit in there. Cereal, you can do that. A lot of things. But I would think eating that on the road would be about as messy and as hard as eating an open taco.
Are y'all that way on the eating while I drive? The food has to work.
Yeah.
But back to you inventing pizza.
I like
in a cup.
to eat while I'm driving.
But also
it's relaxing.
The food. If I'm going to go with something that's a hassle to eat while I drive, it's got to be something really, really good.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like I can't do without it.
Emailer says my husband says the gas station chicken wings are eaten constantly by most men while driving, and the bones are chucked out the window.
Okay, maybe
he also says everybody knows that. Which I didn't.
What the volume, Mac in Birmingham.
Like
Mac
eating a banana.
Mac, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Look, I can speak from this. I can almost guarantee it's landscape crews.
Okay.
I have worked landscape guys, and depending on what area this is, I don't know if y'all share. I think I heard Vestavia. They'll finish up one job. They'll swing by a grocery store, get a hot plate lunch, and it's usually bone-in chicken.
Okay.
Next, they'll pick a spot, sit, eat, and they will throw bones into the bushes or whatever, just kind of get them out of the
So now
I like that.
I like that. Matt, let's take.
I think that's a more viable option than anything we've heard.
Well, which also I think, Mac, what you're saying is foundational.
Yeah.
Then we add in just the random. I'm eating in my car, throwing them out. And maybe a raccoon here,
dragging them around.
and I think we got it.
Yeah,
I think we realized that this is likely how they accumulate.
I would like to know too from those chicken bone throwers. Do you throw them as you eat them, or do you put them in the box and then chunk them all at once, where there's multiple
don't throw
bones?
The box
no,
out
not
there.
the box. But I'm saying, do you sling
the whole
like
thing?
4 or 5 chicken wing bones?
Do you build them up like on a little plate next to you in the car?
tearing them up and then slinging them and tearing them up, slinging them,
Okay.
or do you eat whole? Pile them up and then sling them.
It's a good question.
I think you tear and sling.
Robert in Florence, WLAY. What do you think, Robert?
Well, trash in the roads is not right no way. All of us stop at Quick Marts, get stuff. I put a bag over my gear shift in my vehicle, and that's where my garbage goes. At the end of the day, I put it in my garbage can at home.
Yeah.
I don't throw nothing out. I smoke. That's a bad habit. I get a cup of coffee. I drink half of it, and that's where my cigarette butts go the rest of the day.
That's a good man right there.
We're trashing the country.
What about it's biodegradable? What about these things will eventually go away because they're
Like
chicken?
chicken bone.
Well, you still got dogs, animals that's eating them, and like one guy said, they'll splinter and they can choke them to death, and it may be your dog.
Of course, then you got fewer stray dogs. Rick, no, I'm just looking. I want to think it all the way through.
I normally carry it.
Let's go to Kathy in Florida. Kathy, go ahead.
Yeah, so the way I do it is if it's good weather, I'm going to roll the passenger side window down halfway so they can go out the window. If it's bad weather, I'll wait till I get home and toss them. But you get it between the thumb and the ring finger, so you got your first 2 fingers still clean if you need them for something.
Okay.
Okay, so
yeah.
And are you eating and throwing singles or accumulating some?
If it's good weather, I'm tossing them out the passenger side.
One at a time? One at a time? One at a time?
Yeah, one at a time.
So you're that talented. It takes talent to go out the side window.
It really
passenger
does.
side
Only the
window.
great ones can go out the passenger side.
Rick, if I was throwing out one at a time, I feel like it's biodegradable. If I throw a whole bunch of them at one time, I might feel like I'm littering.
Any issue at all with the splintering of the bones? Do you care about that at all?
Well, I mean, yeah, you would worry about that with anything.
Right.
I don't want anything to choke on.
I know, but would you worry about it enough not to throw them out?
I don't think wings is something I've ever eaten while I'm moving.
No, I haven't either.
I just thought that looked too messy. I've had so much bad experience with tacos, I didn't even try a wing.
Yeah. Well, you're trying to be the person who did it. No one's ever done that. They eat a taco while driving.
One time I was really dedicated. I was only going to get one taco. I was told I took one bite out of it, and the whole thing fell on the floorboard.
Yeah, sure.
It's like, good night. You can't have nothing.
Been there.
Rick and Bubba.
A little something from the lay and the ring be in it.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
It was uncomfortable to walk through that with you.
Right.
But that's not a bad idea. Speedy has every now and then, Speedy will throw one in the end zone and somebody will come down with it. That's not bad. Because if you put it in a pineapple, you might eat it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Or act like you're hanging an ornament on the tree, and somehow be able to put the ring, in or attach to the ornament, and it drop, and say, "Hey, will you pick that up for me?"
You're on
or
fire.
Something. She picks it up. She's like, "Ah!"
You're on fire, Speedy. Tied to the Christmas tree. Tied to a lei.
Right.
Ohana means family. Mm-hmm. These are not bad ideas. Maybe have some of those fire guys come in, that bring it to her where they're spinning fire sticks and dancing.
Or let the mystery elf do it. You know the little elf that they move around the house with
Elf
the
on the
kids,
shelf.
whatever it's called.
No, don't we doing that?
That was a bad idea.
Yeah. You might as well put another one.
You were 2 for 2.
Hey, put a beret on.
Right. I was trying to read what Hash Brown Hero was saying. That's what he suggested.
You were trying to run up the score
Michael,
and it didn't work out.
Michael, those were great ideas.
Yeah.
I mean, any of those work.
But I think she's listening, and now she knows. So it was this idea that worked.
Well, look, he kept asking. I mean, I guess he knows what he's doing. He was awesome the last time. Bottom of the hour.
Or a cowbell. Attach it to the cowbell. He's from
Starkville.
Put it inside the cowbell and go, man, this thing won't ring. Why won't it ring? Look at it, honey.
Is that how he talks?
Yeah, and then she looks at it and goes, there's a ring attached to the ball.
Is that how she talks?
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who has the crazier eyes right now, Adam Schiff or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
That is, I'd love to stare down.
There's your state championship.
I'd pay pay-per-view for that. They just stared at each other.
There's your conference standoff.
Wow.
All right, so, again, when you're dealing with emotion, and look, learn this because it's helped me a little bit. Now, you saw me lose it a minute ago on the Peloton thing, so there's moments, but I have to remember politically, if people have declared to you that their worldview is emotion-based, within facts, truth, logic, those are out the door. Because I want to make an emotional statement, and I may not check the facts. I may not have, may not see the logic. So here we are again, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat, New York. People have clarified that she was incorrect yesterday because, as you know, the Trump administration, they have said that we're going to dial back on how many people are getting food stamps, and people that will no longer get food stamps is if you have no child, you are able-bodied to work, and you're under 50. So you're going to have a tougher time getting food stamps if you don't have any children. It's just you. You are under 50, and you're able to work. So now keep in mind, all of us pay for those food stamps. That needs to be good news for all of us that are paying for people who could go to work if they just would. Or they can find a way to get something to eat because it's just them. So anyway, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she said that her family might have starved to death under the Trump administration's tightened requirements for food stamp recipients. And she said if this had been in place when her father died in 2008, they would have starved. Uh-oh. Well, the only problem is their father was not childless, right. So it's over right there.
Yeah. Right.
And so that is incorrect because even though he died at 48, she's left out the part that he had children. She said, my family relied on food stamps. When my dad died at 48, I was a student. If this had happened then, we might have starved. Now many people will. It's shameful how the GOP works overtime to create freebies for the rich. Right. Now, where are those? The freebies for the rich, and that I can never get that defined, and I can't get the term, and Bubba and I have talked about this ad nauseum. I acknowledge that. Can somebody give me this fair share? Does it have a definition? Does this fair share thing everybody throws out, does it have a definition? I tell you what doesn't seem fair is that a tiny percent of our country pays overwhelmingly the lion's share of taxes. That seems like, is that fair? I think the last time I saw it, the top 2% pay a little over half all the taxes that are paid. 2%. So anyway, the problem with her emotional talk about her family starving to death is that they would have met the requirements for food stamps even under the Trump administration. So that's just not true. Well, I mean, it's people with no children that are able-bodied to work and are under 50. It's not just because you're under 50.
Right. And she was 19 when her dad passed away of lung cancer, and I do hate to hear that, but she was a sophomore at Boston University when her dad died, which left her mom still alive and claiming her as a dependent at the time, so that would not have affected them at all. And also a lot are slamming her because spreading like the fake news, because she was implying the new rule prevented children from receiving benefits at all, and we know it's 18 to 49 that we're talking about.
Well, don't forget, not only are they saying that, the rule applies to saying you can't get food stamps anymore. You would have to be able-bodied,
right?
To Speedy's point, between 18 and 49. Here we go. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us today. Wednesday Bible study back again today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. We continue our walk through 2 Corinthians. The archive will be soon after to the YouTube channel or the podcast channel if you so desire. Speedy, Helmsy, Adler here, Greg out, still sick, be back on Monday, Lord willing. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us at the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yes. Bubba, I want to ask you, you and I have been talking about this, and we've been cutting up about it a little bit. Not sure our wives are thrilled about it. How's everything going with you moving into the king stage? I've had other people email me. We hadn't had an update on you and Bubba considering moving into this phase that men move into.
Betty said she thought I had been in it for the last 20 years.
Okay, so that's a fair deal. That's a fair deal. Well,
when do you know you're in the king stage?
It's when...
Oh, you know.
You know. Well, the king stage, let me tell you when you know it happens.
Okay.
And when you start seeing it. You're willing to do what you want to do.
No matter the consequences.
There it is. No matter the consequences.
Oh.
Yeah, they come in and they say, hey, I'm thinking about, let's do this. You go, no, I'm doing it. No, I don't think I'm going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going? No, not going. And in the past, you would have been, oh, no, I can't withstand what that's going to cause for me now.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're in the king stage, you're like, you know what? I think I've been here a while. I think I'll survive it. And I'm gonna start doing. Now, this doesn't mean you become mean and you don't do things on a date. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the things that you could be talked into to do that you didn't want to do in the past. It's much more difficult.
So you only do what you want to do.
Well, not all the time, but you pick moments that normally in the past you wouldn't have picked.
Okay, there you go.
Right.
Yeah.
And now Sherry was kind of suggesting, and I was telling Speedy we were going to the bathroom. I think she's starting to suggest that it's one thing for you to do it here. I'm not crazy about that, as you know, but I think you're starting to do it everywhere. And I was like,
I've kind of seen a little of that.
Yeah, and I was like, what are you talking about? And she said, I just want to prepare you that the world is never going to be the way you want it. And she goes, I know that you're going to have to adapt to things like low talkers. I don't think, Rick, you can rule, like hand down an edict that everybody must speak at a volume that you would be more comfortable with. You know, she said, I think you're just going to have to.
But you don't have to listen to low talkers.
She said things like,
speak up, you want me to hear you?
Like I've been telling you. She goes, the thing where you try to organize the line everywhere we go.
Right.
I think you're going to have to adapt that people don't do lines the way you want them done, and you're just going to have to push through that. You know, it's things like you don't like the fact that you think that it's our turn to be seated. And you think the way that they're operating that could be done better,
right?
Or when you're picking up a ham,
yeah, right. And she goes,
you're thinking, how does Chick-fil-A do it?
So it's almost like I get pep talks in the car now. Like, all right, now what we're doing tonight. Understand, there may be low talkers, there may be people that don't, the way we're parking. You may find that to be disorganized and not done very well. The service may not be great, they may not have on the menu the things you're looking for. And I thought, really, I said, it's just, I don't know what it is. I guess when you're getting older, I think, I told her, I said, I know this comes across like, you just don't care anymore about anything that annoys you or bothers you. Yeah. I said, but I think it's actually deeper. And she says, what? I said, I think we all know we don't have much longer to live.
Yeah.
I said, I think we realize, my goodness, if all I've got is a decade, why would I spend that decade, things being the way I don't want them to be? You know what I mean? I mean, it would be like, if I can control, but right. What she's saying is people will always You know,
King stage is different.
There's certain things in life, Rick, that are always going to be there, and they're never going to be completely right. And just do the best you can with it. And she said, "I'd like to see you not care about it as much." I said, "Okay." But then I could head into the I don't care about anything stage,
Right.
and
then everybody loses.
Right? We don't want that.
Right.
You know, it's just like I guess what I need to get into is to the world. I'm here to contribute. I'm here to help if anybody wants it.
Yeah, let me do what I do.
Right, and then if you
Maybe it'll help you.
if you don't like, me to be. She says that she thinks the king stage could turn into that I'm turning into society's life coach. And she said, and if that happens and you think you can get society operating the way that we all wished it would, and I think that y'all would, I really think y'all would like the world that I would create out there, the things, because it sounds like y'all get hassled by the same things I do.
Yep.
The same things annoy you, the same things bother you. And I think that I keep trying to fix it. And Sherry said, I'd just like to see you go with it.
Let me ask you this,
You know,
is there a stage past the king stage? Like where you sit on a bench and feed birds and that kind of thing.
I think that is king stage. That is king stage.
Well, it's only the king stage that you wanted to do that.
It's a version of the king.
If that's what you wanted to do that day, yeah.
Well, maybe you ought to open.
I was thinking more. That's probably all you could do.
Yeah, maybe you ought to open a king stage counseling or king stage strategies LLC, almost like a Friends for Hire, where guys come to you and you counsel them on how to be king. Maybe that's it, but also I think that you want things to be done right. Is that also king? I mean, because
I think that's just high standard.
That's just a high
standard.
That's just bad driving.
That's just a high standard. Stuff like that. I mean, that's just you don't have to be a king not like that.
No, that was something. The reason why that feels so foreign now, that used to be called excellency.
Yeah,
people seeking things to be excellent and to be really well done.
King stage is when you can actually behead people for doing those things wrong.
Wow, right.
Yeah.
That's king stage.
Yeah. Well, like the point, it's one thing, like kind of the things, and Bubba had a good report today, but when you're in things where people are trying to finish products that you're financing or things that you need, she goes, that's actually normal for people to want those projects to be finished. So that's not abnormal. But you want people to finish projects that have nothing to do with you. And she goes, you're just bothered by the fact they won't finish it.
You're bothered by the inefficiency of it, not the fact that you're
there. You go. You just hit it. She goes, so if you're going to be bothered by inefficiency, you're not going to be able to live here. This world is going to be a hard place for you. So let it go. So only be involved, be concerned about the things that you have a right to. Like you want your project finished, and you have a right to that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's normal. It's abnormal for you to be concerned about this guy that won't finish this thing in our neighborhood.
Okay.
Why do you care about that?
Just go on.
And the other day I saw you slow down. I think you were about to suggest something, and that's what worries me. And that's
Would a king go to Costco with his wife?
No,
absolutely not.
Under no circumstances.
Unless he wanted something, and he needed her to carry it out.
Her to carry it out?
Yeah.
Now that's royalty right there. Put the train on. Let it go. Let it be behind. I like that.
I'm definitely not.
He might be older and be down in his back or his knees or something.
Like his wife
and he needs a new barbecue grill.
See, I see myself. A lot
of younger wives don't mind doing
that. I don't know how to break this to everybody. Now he's perfect.
Get you a country girl.
Yeah, the great I am is perfect. But I got news for everybody. We're living under a benevolent king. That's not a constitutional republic.
No, it's not.
So what I say is, I think I'd be a good king. I think y'all would like me. I think I'd be a benevolent king. I think the world I created around you'd be very pleased with, and everything would run so much better.
Okay.
So it doesn't bother people when things don't get finished.
Oh yeah.
It does. Sure it does.
Why doesn't it bother them?
I don't know.
I mean, it was just,
maybe they're just beat down and give up. Right, maybe they're not a king. Maybe they're a knight.
Right. Right. But the point is, they don't need my help, and that's what I have to understand. I'm almost like that commercial that's now turning into your parents.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, did you see the latest one when the guy has kept the crown molding, and he says he's trying to get them to throw things away so they don't become their parents. And the guy says, "Well, I may need this one day." He goes, "I can tell you when you're going to need it. That's never. Throw it away." and then the woman walks up and says, "These things are not for my leftovers. They're just trash." And he turns and he said, "Guys, that's a big one right there."
Those are funny commercials.
Look, I think it's one of the best campaigns we've seen. And have you noticed Geico on this trying to go back to the Caveman series a little bit?
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad they are.
That was
fun.
pretty good.
Pretty fun. We'll be back. 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show is still coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A good no dependence.
Correct.
It also wouldn't apply to parents who have minor children, as we said, or the elderly or a disabled person.
Correct.
So can someone break it? I know this emotionally, this sounds like a great thing to say. It's just not factual. You know, it's like many times we've talked about this. If you get to the point where you're, growing in your faith, and there's a lot of things people say about Jesus that sound great. They're just not biblical. No. It's just not true. But so this is one of those things that man, that's a great speech. That's a dandy, and flaring your eyes and crying and talk about your family starving if Trump had been president. The only problem is it's just not true. Yeah. But now other than that, I mean, it's really something to run with. It's just not factual. Nope. 15 minutes past the hour. Of course, do you think you'll hear her come back and correct that?
Nope.
No.
Not at all. Anybody?
No, she's just trying to throw it out.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Most don't research, Rick. They just look at headlines and move on.
Yep. So we have a number of things to do. Bubba's not here. He's gone to see his high school play in their first ever state championship game. So he had to leave the show early. Greg is not here. He's with family as they continue to, they've been through a grieving process with the earthly death of his father-in-law. He'll be back on Monday. So it's just Helmsy, it's just the Speedy, and Adler, Hash Brown Hero, and Osama Big Noggin. Oh, my goodness. What? On hold. And what's your first name again?
Susan.
Susan from Fayetteville, Tennessee. She takes home gift number 2 in the 12 working days of Christmas. All right, I got her on hold. And now we continue with what is somewhat cruel, but we love it. And
we do.
Rick and Bubba's show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I know I'm not 125. I'll be doggone.
Do you know what number you are? Do you know what number you are?
I bet you I'm 126.
You are correct.
Yeah.
126.
She's the smartest listener we've ever had.
That's right. You
most,
are.
Most everybody else is like,
Do you realize how close that is? That's so close.
So close.
So close. I've been listening all morning at work. Oh, my gosh.
Now that means our promotion's working.
Yeah.
Well, listen. Thank you very much. What's your name again?
It's Erica.
Erica. Doggone it, Erica. Where are you from?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Purvis, Mississippi.
Yeah, I knew you from Mississippi.
Yeah, you could tell. So smart. Good phone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for calling, and try again on Monday.
Yeah, better luck next week.
Gift number 3.
I will.
Thank you
Y'all
very much.
have a great weekend.
And because of Bubba's mishap, we've added a 13th gift, and that's 2 custom-sized suits. So we'll be giving those away as well, which is apparently good news for Santa Claus.
Yeah.
All right, so let's try again. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Charlie in Phoenix City.
Oh gosh, you guys lost the state championship, and now you were caller 127.
Oh.
So close.
Very close.
I mean, that's close. I mean, you almost got it. So Monday, let's try again, okay, buddy?
Absolutely.
All right, be careful
Can
out
we
there.
stop this?
Have a good weekend.
We got to have one more.
You want one more?
Yeah,
I'm making my
more.
head hurt.
Hi,
I
Rick.
get so much joy out of this. I
Rick
don't know
and
why,
Bubba Show.
but I do.
And where are you calling from? What's your name?
Big Wayne from Flowery Branch, Georgia.
Golly, I
man.
wish a guy named Big
So how do you
Wayne
get the
could've
show
won.
in Flowery Branch?
I'm listening right now on TuneIn Radio.
TuneIn Radio.
Usually watch it on my TV on YouTube.
Well,
he can't even have
see,
that.
but you adjusted. You know, it's a little setback. We're gonna get that resolved. We'll bring that back.
Step out.
So you were caller 128. You missed it by 3 calls.
Oh, thank you.
Man.
Okay.
Hey, look.
Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas.
How about
buddy.
that joy?
That's a kind guy.
It
right there.
is.
No wonder he lives in a place called Flowery. That's a kind guy. All right, so let me. Then this is always for me. So the just hounds of people that are still calling.
Still on hold, Rick.
There's a couple of different things.
Tell me what's going on with them.
It's going to be hard to explain, but the way they listen, there could be a big delay in the show. And so right now they're calling, they're not on hold, so they can't hear the show. Some turn it down, and some get texts from relatives saying they're doing it, and they start calling, but they're not listening.
Got it.
Oh, I needed that.
That's
right
good.
there.
Boy, you've thought about that.
That
right.
last one I needed.
Some could even be at a cubicle at work, and they're just having to turn it down and call, and it hadn't hit
That
them
came
yet.
to you in a tree.
Some of them are using it, like you said, as a team approach.
Yeah.
They
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. We're back. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Our number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up before the hour is out. So everybody's having a good time. Now, what do they say, Bubba? Hindsight's 2020, or as the late Pat Dye said, 50-50. But anyway, so now it is fun to look back after the pandemic. And Bubba and I were even talking about this earlier today. I think all of us will agree. I mean, I commend us all for trying to, pull up our bootstraps, get back to life, try to have you got to live, and we learned a lot of valuable lessons, but you can just feel there's just been a fog over our society since COVID. I mean, it just really has never lifted to a full degree.
And I heard somebody say yesterday, and we've been the same way. Every year when we get to January, we think this is the year we're going to get back. It's going to be normal.
Right.
Now we all want a better normal than we had.
Yeah.
But it just seems like we're not clicking on all cylinders.
Yeah, and just like there's a little. I think we hit it. That everybody understands what we're talking about. But we're looking back now. And we're just learning all kinds of garbage that we were sold, and I think we understand why we were sold it. And some of it people are still hanging on to, and I think that's what concerns me. Look, all of us make mistakes. All of us can be uninformed. But what is not good is when you get fully informed and you keep making the same mistake.
Yeah.
That's when it doesn't make sense.
You're not helping yourself.
You're not helping yourself. Okay, now, but you still won't move off. When you can have something that you thought was true, it's been proven it's not, and you won't let it go. So we see some of that out there. But here's an old clip that's circulating again of Fauci when he was, of course, the high priest of health, and he could not be questioned, Bubba, under any circumstance. And you remember when they started trying to force the vaccine on everybody, of course, all the claims they made about the vaccine, just about all of them have turned out to be false. It's still up for debate if it does you any good at all.
I'll give you this. I think it does for some people, but I think by the same token, we have to say there's also risk involved, and you got to be honest about both sides.
But remember, some people that
and it wasn't a cure. It wasn't the vaccine like what we grew up. It was more like a flu shot.
Well, we were also told once it mutated that the one they kept take it was doing us no good.
Yep.
But other than hopefully giving you some sort of antibody, I guess, or introducing it to your body or something. But anyway, you remember we were all pressured to take it, and you could not question it. And so what began to happen? Life became difficult on people who wouldn't take the vaccine.
Yeah. They tried to make it more difficult.
Right. And so we started thinking, well, is this some sort of is this a strategy? Well, we have a clip from Fauci that says it absolutely was a strategy. and here he is really talking pretty straightforward about it. So here we go.
Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you were going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. It's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bull and they get vaccinated.
Now, see.
So he's saying the key here to get over all these objections is make their life difficult.
Correct.
You got to re-engineer it backwards.
And I want you to. He did not say another word. This is the exact quote. He says that we will lose our ideological blanky blank. So he wants your ideology. He'll do whatever he has to do to get you to take what is your ideology. And he'll make you give in and submit to his ideology because he can make life miserable enough on you. You'll give up on what you believe. Wow. I mean, that is
coaches do that. He's got a coach's mentality. He has a player come in, he'll break his spirit and absolutely get him down to bare bones to get him to act the way he wants to act because it's his dictatorship. And that's the way Fauci treats the American people.
Yeah, it's one thing if I'm in the military, and it's one thing if I'm on somebody's football team or fill in the blank sports team. It's quite another when you're some political figure.
Yep.
And you're trying to break me into your dictatorship.
Yeah.
That's different.
It sure is.
That's a tyrannical government. Yeah. And again, I know Rick and Bubba, they're going to say it again. We are. We must learn. We must learn. The founding fathers' voices are screaming from their graves. Any power you allow the central government, they will always abuse it. Always. So you limit the power you give them. Some of it you have to function, but you limit it because if anything you give them, they will always abuse it.
Mm-hmm. And never give it back.
Never give it back. And so what we know Fauci did, he began to search, and Bubba, you made this point, for every ounce of power he was given, and he was going to use it to break people's will to get this vaccine, whether their ideology was against it or not.
That's the way he looked at it.
Well, he just told us, yeah. I mean, that's not even speculation.
Yeah, I mean, that was out of his own mouth.
Right. Yeah.
And the way they used fear,
it
was just, they used it against the people so that we went against each other. Families got split up. There was hardship there, and bad information and fear. And they used it against the people to turn the people against themselves, against each other.
I knew that it was turning bad. I better get real general about this. Sherry and I were having a conversation with people that we dearly love. Okay, dearly love, and the comment was made that because we would not get the vaccine and they did, they loved people and we didn't.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a quote, and of course Sherry, in one of the few cases, I had to say, "Hey, easy." You know, usually it comes back the other way. But Sherry's like, "What did you just say to us?" And you think we don't love people because we won't what? Well, you're putting them at risk. And so if I get the vaccine, I won't put anybody at risk. Yeah, that's why we did it, because we love people.
Oh, unfortunately, that's not actually true.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, that wasn't true. But when that kind of propaganda was now, and it was there.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do, and I hope and pray, and so far so good, there won't be any bad side effects, and I hopefully we've cleared the tower because it was just one thing. But the kids of mine that took the vaccine, they were absolutely pressured to do it. Either the city they lived in, the industry they worked in, or the college they were attending.
Yep.
Absolutely pressured them. And so if you were, it was almost like you were given a scarlet letter if you wouldn't take the vaccine.
Oh yeah.
And he says if you can scarlet letter people enough, they'll drop all that ideology. Ooh, that's a creepy statement, isn't it?
It is.
And we don't have to be told that because we saw it lived out.
If the folks who got the vaccine all never contracted COVID, never had any issues, never had any side effects to amount to anything, you would have seen people begging for it. They're going to go if it's
of course,
good.
How about merit?
It's like
how about merit?
Yeah, it's like any car or any new model of this or that comes out. If they're really good, people clamor for them, and the word gets out.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But people were concerned.
Yep.
And reserved, and you got to sell them on success.
Yep.
It's the only way you're going to get them to change their mind.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Christmas, Bubba. Melek Maliki.
Well, right back at you, sir.
Ohana means family. Ohana means family. Also, we do want to mention today that it is another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today. Another opportunity for you to really sacrifice by eating great food and helping another great cause today. And all you have to do is head out to those participating Buffalo Wild Wings. And today, 10% of all the food sales will go to provisionministries.com. This is an organization that provides, for those who qualify, free financial advice, financial planning. The bottom line is sometimes people who want to help you get your finances back in order charge you to do it. So if you had the money for that, you might not be in that financial situation. So this ministry does a great job of providing that at no charge to try to help people. And there's nothing really honest. If you've ever been in a situation where you got financial troubles, every day you wake up, it's sitting there waiting on you, and it just hangs over you like a black cloud. And if somebody like this bunch can just give you some light at the end of the tunnel,
some breathing room,
Hey, somebody's got to help me. So anyway, you'll be helping that great ministry out today. Bubba, I hope you had a good weekend. It sounded like it was active.
Rick, I had a very, very active weekend. It is that time of year. A lot of things going on.
A lot going on. We'll review weekends. I told you we got Christmas music coming up live in studio with the amazing Three on the String. We'll put a chance for you to see them live in concert. Nothing says Christmas like the Three. And there's three wise men, then there's Three on the String. So we have that coming up. Just everybody get a three up. That's coming up a little bit later today as they're setting up. We know who the playoff will be in college football, so we'll break that down for you. The Big Four are there. We know who's playing who, and then all the other bowl games, they don't mean anything, are laid out, and you can certainly go see those. If you have a team you'd like to watch in an exhibition game, you can certainly do that.
Well, as predicted, it kind of worked itself out. Everybody had a chance.
Yep.
And they fell by the wayside, one by one.
Let me tell you what.
I think, really, for the most part, there's just not a whole lot of debate about who that number 4 should be now, right? I mean, it all just fell into place.
To me, it's obvious of the 4, Oklahoma is the weakest. Let me tell you, that LSU, Ohio State, Clemson bunch, those 3 teams.
Something got to give.
Buddy, they'll mow you.
Something got to give.
And Wisconsin got after Ohio State early, so I'll say that.
Half, yeah.
Hey, listen, LSU, they're getting better. Yeah, I mean, they're doing what you have to do. That team is better right now than it was midseason.
They're peaking. At
the right time, let me tell you that. Burrow's good gracious.
He's going to collect him a Heisman, and they really are going to have 2 home field advantages, I think, for the playoffs too.
Yeah. So that's.
How about playing for the national championship if they get by Oklahoma? We'll play in New Orleans.
I'm trying to picture Oklahoma's weak defense against LSU's offense. Oh my goodness.
They may score 1,000.
Can you imagine how many points are going up?
How about Jalen Hurts with his 4th straight appearance in the playoffs?
That is cool. Yeah. And 3 of the 4 teams have portal quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Yep.
It
worked out for them. So it might have been a good decision.
Yeah. How about the old portals got 3 out of 4?
Yeah. Once you
portal.
Of course, Georgia really wish they had Fields back. Wow, Fromm's struggling. He looks bad. But he struggled pretty much all year, hasn't he?
Well, it just hasn't really clicked for him. But I don't think all of it's his fault.
Yeah.
He's had some good years. But when the receivers keep dropping balls, that doesn't help.
Well,
and his best receivers out hurt.
Yes.
And then one of the better ones was suspended for the first time.
Correct.
Yeah. But there were moments in the game.
The other ones are dropping balls.
In all fairness to both sides, though, there were times in the game he had people wide open.
Oh, he's underthrown.
And underthrew them. I mean, several times.
He's had better years than his senior year.
That doesn't mean that Fromm's not a good quarterback. I'm just saying their offense has struggled this year, and some of it's due to injuries, some of it's due to receivers, and some of it's due to him. Yeah. So, but anyway, they were outmatched against LSU.
Yeah.
Everybody has been really. So there you go. 15 minutes past. LSU, Ohio State, Clemson, and Oklahoma. And as Bubba said, there's really no debate on that.
I think for the first time, we have a very clear 4. There's really no debate, is there?
No.
Utah.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
We're back. Thanks for being with us. Exciting to get started on the next 6 weeks or so. 3 men's conferences, 2 of them hosted by themanchurch.com. The other will be the guest at a men's conference. So the first one is where we're a guest, and that's coming up this weekend. Long Hollow Church, Hendersonville, Tennessee, right there by about 20 minutes from Nashville. Robbie Gallaty will be coming in. We'll be in the lobby with all of our gear. I'll be speaking in one of the slots for the conference this weekend, along with David Pollock. Also, Scott Dawson will be with us. Robbie Gallaty will be speaking. Chase McGrath, Brew McCoy, Dylan Sampson, all speaking there this weekend. So if you're coming to that, men, we'll see you there. They're not really going to do walk-ups, so if you haven't let them know you're coming, you need to. And then themanchurch.com will be hosting our second year to do our own conferences, and we'll be doing one in Birmingham. That's where we originate from. Sanford University at the Wright Center. Tickets are still available for that. There are some good seats still there, but they are dwindling. But we'd love to see you and your men there, or just maybe you want to send some men in your life there. We'd love to be celebrating with you, and we're going to be in worship. You'll see the new resources. Robbie Gallaty will now be our guest, February 16th and 17th. Also, Rich Wingo, talked to him yesterday. He's got a great message for that conference that he's putting together. And then also Andy Blanks will be there. I'll be speaking there as well. That's coming up in Birmingham if you want to be part of that. And that is hosted by themanchurch.com. Then our second, we added one this year. We're going to Starkville, Mississippi. Thurlow and the gang there at 96.1, all of you around the Columbus and Starkville area. And we'll be there on the Mississippi State campus at the Bettersworth Theater. Granger Smith will be speaking at that Man Church conference. Also, James Spann will be speaking at that conference. Scott Dawson, I'll be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking. And we'll have our 2024 resources there as well, along with the others that are kind of evergreen. So if you want to go to any of those, go to themanchurch.com for the Man Church conferences. If you want to go to Long Hollow this weekend, find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. So a couple of things for us to cover. Nancy Pelosi, I don't know that when you're, the age of Biden and Pelosi, and you want to get into an age war about the age of Donald Trump and suggesting cognitive disorders, I think if I were the Democrats, the phrase cognitive disorders or cognitive skills, I think I would just stay away from that topic completely. I don't know if y'all seen your candidate and your current president. I just wouldn't even talk about that. Right. I would just say, no, we're not going to have to talk about that. It's not important. I would say something. I don't know what I'd do. I wouldn't try to engage and maybe see if I can't push that over on Trump. So watch what happens to Pelosi. And it's kind of like we talk about on the show when you make fun of somebody misspeaking, then you start misspeaking. It
always happens to you.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, let me just say I'm not going to spend too much time on Donald Trump's cognitive disorders. But what I am going to say, and I want to, in friendship, say to Chris, he tried to say that Nikki Haley did not allow the National Guard to come, but it was Nancy Pelosi. It was nobody. It was Donald Trump.
I almost said Joe Biden. So there you go, because they're trying to get Trump on the misspeak about Nikki Haley. And she was like, you tried to put that on Donald Trump.
And Trump requested tons of National Guard soldiers to protect the Capitol.
Right.
And Pelosi denied it.
Right.
Yeah. Pelosi said she didn't do that.
Separation of powers. The president has nothing to do with the Capitol building.
Right.
The Speaker of the House runs the Capitol.
Well, Who's the Speaker of the House?
At the time.
Well, there you go, right wing extremist.
Oh, it was Nancy Pelosi.
There you go, insurrectionist.
Okay.
How dare you say the Speaker of the House has that power? Nobody asked her about anything, her or Nikki Haley. Just ask Joe Biden. Donald Trump.
It's just like the Chief Justice is in charge of the Supreme Court building.
Right.
They are in charge of security and everything else that goes around. That's why their name's Chief.
I'm going to quote Star Wars. It's a trap.
3B.
It was a trap.
Bubba, everybody loves Vivek. Do you like his new role that now he's just trying to get everybody to vote for Trump? Because he is well spoken. He gives a good soundbite. Here he is talking about the real problems of our country. And of course, I agree with what he has to say. But here he is.
We love you, man. I love you back. It's good to be back here. We will speak the truth and get this done. We are in the middle of a war in this country. It's not between black and white or even between most Democrats and Republicans. It is between those of us who love this country and a fringe minority who hates the United States of America and what we stand for. Between the permanent state and the everyday citizen. And right now we need a commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory in this war. That is this man standing right here.
And he is right. And we've said it. That's the message of the Trump campaign that resonates.
Mm-hmm.
And having Vivek able to now communicate it as well, and probably clearer, is.
I think a lot of people thought he'd be a good press secretary.
Yeah, I agree.
I know he's probably being shopped to be VP.
Right. Well, and then the 3C, when he gets the chance and stuff going, you see he's a good rebel rouser. I mean, but I think the message of the Trump campaign has to be twofold. And when he does it, it works. I stand between you and them.
Yeah.
The tyrannical central government. And then B, is your life better since I left and you got this guy?
There we go.
That's the message.
Yeah, I would really hit that one. I don't think they've hit that one near enough.
All right, so here's Vivek doing his vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Bubba, you were this good with Trump too as well.
Vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to defeat the deep state, vote Trump. If you want to fight inflation, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive our national identity in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. That's how we're going to win this in a landslide.
The only thing I wish when he would say vote Trump, then he would go Trump, Trump, Trump 3 times and then do it again.
See there, he needs you. He needs you.
I like that from a rhythm standpoint.
Vote Trump.
We're going to have to break that out again. That's going to get a lot of airtime.
Okay, so that leads me to what I was going to ask you. Does he get there? Does he get through all the garbage out there and end up being the nominee and available to America to go back in? Yes or no? Does he get there?
Say that one more time. I was trying to follow all of the details.
All the attempts. All the attempts are in front of him.
Right. Court legal stuff.
Yeah. Does Trump survive all that and he legitimately gets nominated and he can legitimately be voted for by the people? Does he get there? Because that's the only way that I think they're going.
They're going to charge him.
Yeah.
The prosecutor. I mean, they've already decided they're going to charge him. The question is, can he? I mean, he's already defending himself in the case. If they get a conviction, the Supreme Court's going to have to step in again.
Yeah.
And they're going to say, okay, can the guy run or not? And I'll be honest with you, now the liberals are going to vote against Trump. No doubt, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But historically, the Supreme Court has not wanted to get into voter issues.
No.
They want voters to decide, not them.
Mm-hmm.
The closest they came to that was finally stopping the recount in Florida after about the 8th time when Bush still was winning by about 3 votes.
Right.
And they were right. That was reviewed 50 times after that by every news organization, and they kept coming up with the same thing. So it was the right decision. But I just don't see them letting a candidate be taken off the ballot who is the overwhelming nominee for one of the 2 major parties. They had rather the people have the vote and say, no, we don't think he's worthy. But, I mean, we do have that law. Now, why do we have that law? If I'm not mistaken, it goes back to Jefferson Davis.
Well, there we go. It's always back to us.
Well, I mean, yeah, it was a mess, Rick.
It was a mess. We weren't here.
It wasn't us. So I don't know. I think it's going to be one of the most interesting races.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have the legal challenge on Trump's side. By then, Biden's going to have the problems with all his canceled checks, and you're going to have the health of both candidates brought into just by their age.
Right. Yeah.
Even though Trump is, if you look at his misspeaks to Biden, it's like 10,000 to 1.
Right.
but it's going to be one of the more. I really thought America was ready for a change of generation, kind of like they were when Kennedy went in, because we'd had the old-looking politicians up to that point, and it was young, and it was a new thing. And I kind of felt like America was on that path. I really thought both parties would have someone come up.
I know
who was a real contestant, who was younger, kind of a generational candidate, for lack of a better term. He's from another generation, but it has not happened.
Well, we do have a president now that is from another generation.
Well, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, even to us.
How about Trump? Get
ready to hear that again.
866 We Be Big. Phone calls next. All 10 lines available. You can comment on what you've heard this hour. You can comment on what you've heard earlier in the show. You can bring up something you wonder if we've talked about. It's totally up to you. You are now giving the role of programming the next segment on the Rick and Bubba Show, and it's yours. 10 lines available. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Boy, they they got ripped, didn't they? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is Christmas time, and nothing says Merry Christmas like going to see the amazing Three on a String in concert. You have an opportunity to do that, and there are still some tickets available if you're going to be in the Birmingham area or you're listening to us in the Birmingham area. The historic Lyric Theater tomorrow night, and I love the name of this, Bubba, Dashing Through the Show.
Yeah, I love it.
Dashing Through the Show. And you can see that and enjoy that. Get out with your family and friends, and let Three on the String put you into the Christmas mood. And they're here in our studio right now to put us in the Christmas mood. Yeah, they're back again. Hello, Amazing Three.
Hello. What's up, Three?
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Three. And as a matter of fact, y'all going to start with really what we're saying today. Christmas time is coming.
Exactly.
All right, here we go. We got the big playoff coming, though.
I know.
You got
but
NFL still rolling?
This is from the standpoint of the fans.
Okay.
Christmas, not fans, not Christmas. Football.
Football, okay. Football fans. For the big playoff
Yes.
announcement. Here we go.
1, 2, 3. There are ball games, lots of ball games. Ball games this whole weekend. If it's fun you're seeking, make sure your team don't weaken. And you can't wait for the tailgate. All that food to swallow, and the kickoff soon to follow, and the game is underway. That's when everybody gets a thrill as the team goes marching down the field. Then they try a real dumb trick. It don't work, and we all get sick. And then the game is over, we all know. We must pay respect to our foe. So as we go back to our car, we tell the world just who we are. Our team is better. Don't matter what you might say. Our team is better. Your team just gets in the way. That score don't matter. Next time we'll blow you away. Your fans are a bunch of rednecks and your coach is fat.
That's pretty straightforward. That's pretty straightforward. You have been to a ball game. So are we shifting back to Christmas now?
Yeah,
okay, we're shifting back. We're just football's part of the holidays. So I see
It
how
really
is. And it's I expected that song to at least have another verse, but I mean, but we got it. It's straightforward.
Got to stay one step ahead.
That's right. So what's next on Three on the String Christmas music?
This is a sing along. Y'all sing along with us.
Okay, here we go.
While shepherds kept their watching over the flocks by night, behold, throughout the heavens there shone a holy light. Go tell it on the mountain, The shepherds feared and trembled when just above the earth rang out an angel's chorus that hailed our Savior's birth. Go tell it on the mountain, over the hills and everywhere. Go tell it on the mountain that Jesus Christ is born.
Play it, Jer.
Down in a lowly manger.
10 minutes to the top. Nothing puts a bow on an hour quite like a phone troll, and it is available right now. All 10 lines are available. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn, taking phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. The old buzzer sounds for the next caller, and if you get a timeout from Bubba, you could. But I wouldn't count on that because he's only got one. So
got to be careful with that. Hey, before we get to that, Rick, this is such an interesting story. There's a young cancer patient in Florida. He's actually had brain surgery at Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center in Miami. And he was having a tumor taken out of his brain. And I don't know if you've known anybody who's been through this or seen it on TV. A lot of times they keep them awake.
Yes.
Because
you're right.
Getting the tumor out is not the problem, getting to it. And they have to cut through good tissue, and they want to be sure where they're at and what your brain.
And I've also had where when they're working on your brain, they like to be able to communicate with you and ask you about sensations and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's all part of knowing exactly where everything is so they can go in the best part.
Right.
Well, he was a guitar player. So they asked him if he could continue to play the guitar while they were performing surgery on him. He started playing guitar when he was 13, and doctors said they first suggested he stay awake and play through the surgery. He said, this doesn't seem real, but it was real. And there's pictures of him all wrapped up with the equipment right over his head, and he is holding that guitar just playing away. Isn't that wild?
I'd like to know what he's playing.
Yeah.
Do you have it? All right, here it is. Here's Adler.
It's an unusually interesting sight.
Adler, what's he playing?
Christian Nolan is playing for an audience, but the ones listening are a team of doctors, nurses, and techs operating on his brain while he's awake.
It was just like out of this world, to just wake up and have people actively working inside of your head. Is a kind of an insane feeling.
To end up here, the professional guitar player first noticed an issue after getting knocked around at a show.
And I had lost feeling in my whole left side from the waist up. I wasn't able to move my arm. My face began to drag.
And he ended up in the care of Dr. Ricardo Comatar, a neurosurgeon and the director of the brain tumor program at the University of Miami. And that's what Nolan had, a tumor.
Wow. So, at that point, you certainly don't play Stairway to Heaven.
No. What about knocking on heaven's door?
No, I think that's out. I think that's out. I think that one's out. I think I'd be playing How Great Is Our God. I think I'd roll out some Tomlin. To the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG, Alex City. Craig standing by. Craig, 30 seconds, go.
Goodness.
Craig,
are you okay?
Craig, are you okay? Do you need help?
Long live King Richard and his Chancellor, Sir William Bossy.
That's it.
All he had.
So, I thought he fell.
I thought he fell down the stairs and then got up on top of his soapbox.
Yeah. To Memphis, by the way, funny story. And it reminds me, sometimes you don't have all the information. Got a full, really detailed deal from Team Man Church yesterday about this weekend on how long it takes to get somewhere, and I had to weigh in after getting all the things that one of the guys was saying. I said, well, that's great, and I think that is about how long it would take you to get to Memphis, but we're not going to Memphis. We're actually going to the Nashville area. And he's like, oh, wow, big miss there.
Yeah.
Speaking of Memphis, there's Brian. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Rick, have you ever heard of the author, John Elkridge?
Yes, absolutely.
His book, Wild at Heart.
Yep.
It talks about the different stages, the king and all that.
Yep.
Well, there's another stage after the king. It's the sage. So you've got one more stage, my friend.
The sage?
What I do in the sage stage, I don't remember. What do I do then?
I think that's it.
I go on into my glory?
No, it says just as the king can build warriors, the sage builds kings.
Oh, that's true. You're right. You get you.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you duplicate yourself and replicate yourself.
King builder.
That's better. Yeah, king builder.
That's what Trump needs to be doing.
Let's go to Odenville. John standing by. John, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to tell you about this commercial I heard the other day. I was around some Mexican guys listening to Spanish radio, and this lady, a song went off, the lady came on commercial, and honest to God, she said, here in America, our gun laws make it easy for white supremacists to get their hands on guns. And the whole commercial was about minorities coming together to sign a petition against assault rifles. I just thought that was wild.
Yeah, that is. That's, again, back to if you can scare people, you can pretty much get them to do anything. That's one of the ways they get you to give up your liberty and your rights is by scaring you out of them. We continue. Let's go to Jimmy, Fairhope, Alabama. Jimmy, go ahead.
Well, hey there, Dr. Bussey. I'm a big Jack State fan, and I am excited about them doing well in Conference USA. But when I look at them picking up UAB and Troy and Southern Miss, it sure looks like they're going to the Sun Belt Conference. Have you heard anything?
No, I'm not familiar with that. I knew they had picked up the UAB series. Of course, geographically, that just makes sense.
Yeah.
Troy. We ain't reinstated Troy on anything, have we? We play them in a lot of the sports except football, which
I'm
we
trying
need
to play them in tennis.
That is such a great rivalry. I mean, that needs to happen too. South Alabama's out there. Yep. There's a lot of close by schools that overlap those two conferences that I think would be good out of conference games. It would be outstanding ticket games for any of those and crowd games for those teams.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I love the show,
Thank
guys.
you. Thank you.
I was going back to where y'all was talking about the dog bones and dog safety, and the issue I got with that is people throwing food out around roads, period, or food wrappers. It draws these dogs to the road where they get hit by cars and trucks, and not just dogs, any animal gets a whiff of that, and like a pregnant mom has her pups in the woods, she's gone to...
As a matter of fact, I've had one guy, he didn't get on the air, but I saw his call. You know what he said? On behalf of pest control people everywhere, thank you for throwing the food out. It sure brings the rats in, and it keeps us busy. That's another thing. It brings rats in. Let's go to Curtis.
You know what that brings?
Yes, I do. Curtis, Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Curtis, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if y'all ever heard of that. I've seen it advertised. It's called the Genesis Experiment or something like that. It's a professor that supposedly explains the book of Genesis, and it's free. You can go online. I didn't know if either one of y'all had listened to it or what he was actually talking about. I'll listen off there.
Yeah, I have no idea. No. I've never heard that. I know we did the Wednesday Bible study. We did an entire year in Genesis, so we went on quite a journey ourselves. I'm not trying to compare it to what he's doing, but I don't know what that is.
I don't.
So I'm sorry. Let's go to Marie in Alabama. Marie, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes. Hey, I just want to let you know that I love listening to y'all every day.
Thank you.
And I was wanting to know I want to start reading devotionals. I've never done it before.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know what would be the best start for me.
The best, you said start. I don't want it to be, because it can be pretty deep, but it is the best one I've ever read is Oswald Chambers.
Wow, Rick.
My utmost for his highest.
Yes,
and
okay.
That is that too deep? If you want something that maybe is a little more of a starter package, we just put one out last year called Transformed, and you can get it also from our store at rickandbubba.com. That might be a little slighter step in for you. I don't know how far along you are, in spiritual maturity, but Oswald Chambers, My Utmost for His Highest. I'm reading it again this year. I've read it several times, and it never fails to grow me. So that's a good one. Thanks,
All
Marie.
right, well, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a little bit of a sting question, probably.
Right.